few entered, but not all advanced. We have Sam Grafton on the main stage. We saw that Lococo, he's also going strong.
You put the lime in the Lococo nut. Tonka, what a mystery. What a mystery Tonka is.
Chant for Gregorian as he raises with ace-5.
Gregorian. A mashup of Ludovic and Geilich, and the face is not far off either.
It still has the best hand, a 5 on the flop for Gregorian. I have been advised that Martin Cabral has arrived for the start of day 2 and has
How are you supposed to get the showdown there?
Because your opponent could just have a 5.
Turn's
like
gonna be
ace-5.
bad. All blinds are forced bets in order to stimulate actions. So on every single hand, 2 players.
And the player to the immediate left of the blinds, under the gun, is Bernasconi, who folds. Opening from the hijack with the ace-king, Katai in the cutoff with ace-9 offsuit. The raise is to 3,500.
Yeah, not a ton of maneuverability off 30 big blinds for Katai. So
what is the sort of idea behind this 3-bet here, other than queens and
yeah, I mean, if you think your opponent's, you know,
pocket 5s?
Yeah, I think ace-10 is going to fold a large percentage of the time. So, you know, you are able to fold. I mean, sometimes you see what Giuliano does here.
Well, there is the shove from Shohama with pocket kings. Opponents covered. Action back on Giuliano, the original raiser. And I guess, Griffin, this is what saves Katai, right?
Yeah, I mean, blinds.
I think.
But it's really more about whether Giuliano is going to continue. I mean, hands you're flipping against, like queens and jacks, surely chopping with ace king as well, but
from the squid.
Shohama so good at poker.
Day, and the first pint of Abbott Ale has been breached. No ironing today. One for the old school fans there. We remember Undersea Monkey and his ironing. Gregorian with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, raises under the gun. Bernasconi with 7-5 of clubs. Does not defend.
Big fan of your cousin Tom.
At blind levels in this EPT main event. 6 levels to be played today with a break this evening. Right, local time. We will play through the bubble. And we do not have the payouts yet. We do not know what a min cash will be. We do not know what the winner's going to get on Sunday. We do know crucially, the previous record was 2016, just shy of 1,200 players. We know we're looking at around 1,250.
orange there from Joe because, seeing that Gregorian is shoving the worst hand, but from what we've seen from... yeah, we're not going to expect a call here for the 23-ish bigs.
Ludvikovic is what I would go with.
There you go.
I'm fine with that.
Your stake is not so big to play post flop, so I play.
Is looking very laxed with multiple X's.
I mean, is it part of a Team Pro contract?
Until that seat is filled.
Yeah. This guy.
So this is round to the blinds. Well, does raise small to big, makes it 4,000, and Giuliano has the bond, 7-5. Officially flopping best with a pair of fives. Jack of spades on the turn. So Giuliano not only Gregorian drawing pretty thin.
Gregorian is going to expect his opponent.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Well,
And we don't get to see what Giuliano would have done had he had to face a bet with bottom pair and a busted.
Had been an online hand.
It always favors the worst hand.
Played during one of our
Yeah.
Sunday Million streams.
yeah, there does feel like a bit of sort of a sense of injustice. The king of calls is going to, but with no flush draws out there.
I mean, you referenced earlier on, Griffin, we've seen Katai make some incredible calls over the years. This would be a good spot to fold.
I mean, he spends more time in the tank than Boba Fett.
Well, let's discuss some of the hands that you are beating with Queen Jack here. Jack 10, you know, would probably play this as a bet and maybe shove the turn, but not really. You're not expecting to fold out an ace a lot of the time, so maybe you're trying to fold out a hand like what Katai has with Queen Jack. You know, maybe something like Jack 9. But again, these are hands that Katai blocks with the Queen Jack, so I think you got to just let this one go. Certainly King 10 off might be in the range as well.
And then lots and lots of hands that are beating you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Katai makes the call, and Katai is drawing to a king, a queen, or a jack on the river.
Can we still rebuy in this?
No.
Okay.
Giuliano, though, is the at-risk player. Katai has him covered by 2,000 chips. So if Giuliano gets unlucky and one of those 8 cards hits the river, he's going to be busto. The river is the 5 of diamonds. That is a double up for Giuliano, and Katai is left super short, running on fumes. Meanwhile, Optimus Clang writes, is it just me or does Griffin Ben just sound slightly under the weather? I hope I'm wrong. Griffin, are you okay?
I'm slightly under the weather. Yeah, thank you for noticing, but I'm doing all right.
I would be annoyed if someone noticed. You're like, thank you for noticing. I'd be like, mind your own business.
If someone says it with genuine concern, people worry about
There's
Griffin.
genuine concern. Bring him an OJ.
I'm
and some
fine.
chicken soup. All right, here we go. This is chip in a chair territory.
Oh my gosh, I love when you find an opportunity to use your expression.
Yeah.
And Katai has posted the small blind. Nudikevich, first to act here, folds.
Come on, Bernasconi.
Who doesn't love a suited Broadway? Come
I
on.
forgave you with the 7-5 suited, not completing in the big blind. But King 10 suited, hijack, I will not abide, my friend.
I do admire anyone that can play tight enough to not play this. Oh, my goodness.
See, I knew it was going to happen.
So this is going to be round to the button. We've already seen Giuliano take most of Katai's chips.
Yeah.
I think Katai has slightly more, you know. That's a blue chip. That's 5K.
It's still all in to call.
No, it's not.
Well, the race is to 5,500. He has 1,000 in there.
Yeah, he's going to have 1K left. So Katai, not quite all in, but Katai very much committed. It is a virtual all in. And Sam Grafton with 7-5 offsuit is going to call as well. So 3-way to the flop.
I like this. It's kind of a weird, like, fair fight. Nobody's sharing outs. Every card under 8.
There's an 8-ball and a 4. Ooh.
Yeah, Queen 8-4. Katai now all in for his last 1,000.
Does not want a second pair.
A call from Grafton, a call from Giuliano.
Yeah, for just 1,000.
Diamond.
Floor, isn't the minimum bet here 1,500?
Yeah, but he was all in for 1,000.
Sure, but Grafton can't just flat for 1,000. That has to make it 1,500,
Sure
right?
can. No.
No, I think he could just call.
In a multi-way pot, you can just underbet.
I think so.
Anyway, Katai gets it all back and then some.
Yeah, that is going to be more than a triple up for Davide Katai. And we'll verify his chip count.
Here's a question. If Katai's allowed to bet the 1K, can you raise to 2?
Good looking. Normally they're really dumb. I know what you're saying. But
The min bet is 1,500. The fact there are multiple players in the pot means when Katai moves all in for 1,000, Grafton has to make it 1,500, and that's the action then on Giuliano.
I feel like I've never encountered that situation before.
I don't think that sounds right. If there's
Would
a
you like me to ask
wager,
Toby Stone?
you have an option of calling or raising,
good spot.
right?
This is 375.
You're not forced to put more chips in than the amount.
Multi-way is the key here.
I say we pull this on Twitch.
So that you have a chance of being right?
Yeah.
Because you know you're screwed, right?
I don't know. Yeah. Anytime I bet against James. Jordan Sakuchi, I've played it with.
Well, I'll
quite a bit
text
with
Matt
this.
Savage and we'll see what he says.
Yeah, I've played
He
quite a bit
doesn't
with
run
this,
the
this
EPT.
Canadian gentleman here, actually, at my local club in Montreal.
Wait, what?
Jordan Sakuchi here.
Oh.
Yeah. He's a frequenter of the Playground Poker Club there in Montreal.
Folds around to Grafton. Jack 8 in the small.
Guys are different, huh?
And Jack 9 for Sakuchi. Grafton betting.
Yeah, just going to be easier to play, and sometimes you're even able to hold up better hands, like the Jack 9.
I'm thinking of adding a line to my repertoire, which is position is a lie. Because it seems like the good players, when they're out of position, they just use that as a way to scare you out of the pot. It doesn't really matter. Not really hearing a lot of agreement from everyone here.
I didn't realize it was my turn to act. You know, I thought position was a lie.
It is a lot. Yep. Okay. Fair enough.
So still early stages of day 2 of this EPT Prague main event, and still waiting for verification on the final field size. We know we had quite a few players registering or re-entering at the start of day 2. So it looks like it will be a field of around 1,250, maybe closer even to 1,300, but we'll get that sorted, get that verified, and later on we will find out the payouts.
12.79 over under, James.
Oh, that's a tough one.
It's a good line, right?
That's a really good line.
Yeah, I can see that.
Joe?
What was that?
Under.
He says you look a bit like Chance Corner.
I don't know him.
He's not like the American guy.
Okay. I'm Armenian guy.
Oh, ducks fly together.
Oh my goodness. Gregorian with deuces again. This time flops the world. Unfortunately, the only way that he'll get paid here is if he gets bad beat, and also won't get paid. Bad beat, coolered, whatever you want to call it.
Amazing how Ludvikovic calls the turn here with the 4s, but folded the 6s earlier in a much better spot. Should have put that 2,500 in with the 6s, Ludvikovic.
Was it a better spot? I mean, we know it was a better spot. I mean, knowing all of the information, but even without knowing the information, you think it was a better spot?
Yes.
Because there was one overcard, right?
There was
Before.
one overcard. It was king 5 deuce 2 clubs.
Yeah, one overcard.
And in this situation,
Isn't it more likely that your opponent will have that one overcard than they will have trips or a full house here?
yeah, but you have to think about the line that Gregorian is using here, right? Raising +2 and checking back this flop. So it's like Gregorian isn't going to check back like, you know, ace-4 off. It's going to often be hands like, you know, pocket jacks, pocket 9s, pocket 8s,
Okay.
pocket 10s. You know, maybe some. It's just harder
And-
for 4s to be ahead here than 6s on king 5 deuce.
And to be clear, peeling one more with 4s in that spot, not,
Like,
not terrible.
Why start bluffing on the turn here if you have king jack off? You would see bet the flop. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it tells me this check on the flop. I have some kind of showdown value. So calling on the turn is just like 4s. It's just a bit more precarious than say calling with the 6s. And because your value hand with those 6s is not even just bluff catching, and this is now, you know. And just trying to make some hero call. Yeah, big misstep there.
I think Chance would do as well.
So Gregorian has added nearly 50k to his stack from the start of the day.
Lord, hear my prayer.
About 30 minutes into the day, still around an hour to play on the first level. Blind's currently 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. Okay, so Griffin, I stand corrected. It's the raise size that would be affected. So anyone can call an all-in bet under the big blind amount, but the
You'd have to
minimum
raise to
raise would be
3,000.
to 3,000.
Gotcha.
We got that one right, Griff.
Yes, we did.
Woo! What I'm more happy about is that it was right in the moment.
Yes,
and that
I mean,
it was called correctly.
Not being funny, the fact that no one at the table challenged it means that, of course, it was probably right, because there will always be someone who will know the rules better than...
You call this guy Sakuch?
To be fair, I didn't really know his name. Just knew his face.
Jordan Sakuchi from Canada has taken a seat on the main stage and is raising the button with ace-deuce
Is
suited.
Jordan a very popular name in Canada? I feel like I know a lot of Canadian Jordans.
I've never noticed that it's more popular in Canada than other places, but
Just keep an eye out.
Oh, well.
Ace 6-5. Looking good for Sakuchi. Continuation bet of 3,000. I was slightly amused, by the way, that when I tried to verify the ruling with Toby Stone, his first question is, what are the blinds?
And you told him there are forced bets that stimulate action.
I mean, to be fair, to Toby, there's a lot going on here, and he's not just tournament director of the main event.
Of course.
But I did find it amusing that he had to ask what the current blind level was in the main event.
We're also on a delay. Maybe in the real world, the blinds have gone up or something. Who knows, right?
Quite a good candidate as far as hands go for Homa. Certainly,
there's a lot of good turns.
Yeah, towards the bottom of the range of what you want to consider when check raising here. But the reason we see Homa electing to take this particular hand is exactly what Joe just said. You know, some spades comes, even just a 3 gives you a little bit of hope here with that straight draw, and it's going to be tough facing this kind of pressure if you're sitting there with just one pair like Sakuchi is. Now Homa really needs to ask himself, because really when you're doing this, you're hoping to fold out the c-betting hands like the king 10 offs. When you get that continue, you are going to expect your opponent to have, you know, some spade draws, but mostly ace-x. So Homa's thinking, do I want to try to rep stronger than just a pair of aces here through 2 more streets, or do I want to maybe check and hope to get a free card? Because you've gained this equity, maybe you want to just keep going and fire something in the range of, you know, 10 to 15,000.
4 would be a pretty sick card, huh?
So decides to check. Sakuchi was the pre-flop aggressor, continued flop and got check raised, and is now considering whether to fire another barrel. Does not, checks behind. We get the river for free, and it is a deuce. So 2 pair for Sakuchi.
As a big blind, do you ever take a stab at this?
It's hard to credibly rep.
You're not supposed to have a ton of 4s, are you?
Well, because like let's just say you were check raising the flop with 4-7. You've made it straight on the turn, so you're always going to bet. You know, if you were checking the flop with, but he is gonna, yeah. Thinks maybe that there are enough 4Xs in his range, but with that 2 pair, I don't expect Jordan from Canada to let this go. You know, you're beating all those 7-8s and 7-9s, all those spade combos. Yeah. Now you've improved a 2 pair.
Stuff. Yep.
So Sakuchi with a nice one. Maybe you remember his name now.
Yeah.
Sakuchi, the guy who's second in chips. Sakuchi.
Just be careful with your cards. Like I caught a suit when...
But it's Gregorian who has the chip lead at this particular table right now.
Yeah, of course. But
yeah, I get it.
But I also don't...
Father, son, Jordan Sakuchi.
Know, like,
yeah, how I'm playing.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sweating along. Oh, he doesn't have spades, so yeah.
Sam's just mad he took his armrest.
With Katai folding, it's Sam Grafton who opens the action with
Right,
King
so
10.
like bigger compared to those ones.
Yeah, of course.
So,
It takes
yeah.
a little while to get used to.
Yeah.
Shohama has artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited in the small blind.
Yeah, a great candidate to 3-bet here. Grafton's going to be opening relatively wide from the hijack. The problem is when you have your confidence little bit clipped from that previous hand. You know, it's not always easy to make a light 3-bet the next hand, but maybe Homa is able to get over it quickly and find this great little spot to make it, you know, somewhere around 10, 11,000. And I think this particular hand for Grafton is definitely going to go instantly
2 hours
in.
without your phone. Come to the feature table.
Yeah, yeah.
I think when you say get over it, that is even sort of putting it lightly, because wouldn't you maybe in that spot struggle with, hold on, am I just thinking about 3-betting here because I'm tilting and maybe I should not? Like, to really figure out where your state of mind is, I think, is tough there. To remove that emotion, to remove that sting of the last hand and actually just make the genuinely right decision for this particular spot.
Yeah, I think it shows a great deal of confidence. It's, you know, Homa's going to recognize that the very nature of bluffing, especially at this stage, at this, you know, buy-in level, playing for this amount of money, if you don't get your hands caught in the cookie jar every once in a while, you're probably not bluffing enough. So Homa, you know, having that gear, I think is actually a reflection of being quite capable than, you know, making some bad bluff or something like that.
Cookies.
I feel like you missed the point of that entire speech, if that was your takeaway. I mean, how far have we come that I'm sitting here like intently listening?
Yeah.
About
you know,
how to recover from a hand like that,
you
and
know my favorite
and James is like, cookies.
Favorite kind of cookies are?
What?
Homa made.
Homa made.
Oh, Jesus.
Who doesn't love a Homa made cookie?
So Grafton opening for the second hand in a row. Jack 7 suited from under the gun +2. Bernasconi with Jack deuce in the small blind folds. Gregorian, table chip leader, has 8-5 off in the big blind.
Yeah, that is a very confident raise from Grafton. Not hesitating at all after snap folding to that 3-bet just one hand earlier.
Apocalypse UK says, hello, good afternoon. Playing at a live event in 45 minutes, but wanted to have a quick watch. Enjoy the brief section of this Prague main event that you're able to watch. And BY says, hi from West Yorkshire. We say hi from Prague.
If you're a real fan, you would have skipped this live event to watch us. Just saying.
Maybe open your ears for a little bit. Maybe you learn something.
Yeah.
The knowledge bombs being dropped by Griffin the Unicorn Benger. Sam opening with Jack 10, gets 8-7 to fold. Queen 10 for Shohama.
You know, I like that Sam is jamming up the action here. I think Grafton has correctly been able to get a good read on this table now after a few rotations, and has the impression that it's quite tight. You know, when we sort of decide on these feature tables after the random draw, you know, a lot of this has to do with the fact that, of course, Sam Grafton, Devity Katai, you never know what else you're going to get. And I think Sam has correctly, you know, understood that players at this table
are weak.
Are just you know, probably not opening wide enough,
gigantic
three-betting
losers.
wide enough. You know, I think it's probably aware that Homa might be capable after seeing that 3-bet, but might have just thought Homa had it in that hand. Having said that, you know, Sam probably would have been watching that Jack 7 hand and be aware that he's quite capable. I think it's nice to have Davide Katan on your direct right here, short stacked.
Gregorian very likely to miss this turn. Yep. Can he withstand the double barrel? Will Grafton fire again? Yeah. Oh, I wish I had this in me.
Well, the kind of range that you expect to be up against here,
It's like two overcards.
Yeah, a lot of ace-x overcards calling from the small blind here. Maybe even something like king-queen suited with the backdoor flush draw
Yeah.
would be peeling on this flop. And then, you know, those 8x hands that might be able to call again on the turn here, but are going to have a tough time on, let's say, a diamond river or a king river, where Grafton could just decide to put the whole rack in. And then you have those straight draw hands that Gregorian might be willing to call with from the small blind, like the 9-6 suited. I think, you know, maybe something like 6-7 suited would be more likely to be in the range, which is also that straight draw on the flop. And that's going to get it done. So, Sam, love to watch the man work. Going to bring him back up to over 65,000 here. You know, Sam has really shown his mettle in recent years against the top players, top tournament players in the world. You know, in these super high roller stakes, hasn't had a great deal of main event success. So it would be nice to see a big run from him here on this kind of stage. And I think early on here, it's nice to see that he's recognizing the kind of table he has and sort of capitalizing. I would caution him that sometimes maybe he can get a bit over aggressive against, you know, opponents that sort of aren't on his level. But I think that's maybe a tendency that he would have had earlier in his career, and I think he's probably going to know exactly what he needs to do here to make a run at EPT Prague.
Turns out it's a little bit more difficult to win in a field of 1,200 players than it is in a field of 55.
Well, this looks like being a battle of the blinds. Giuliano completes with 5-4. Katai can see a free flop, should he choose, with 9-5 of diamonds. Stick it in his eye.
Just give him the 500. Save yourself some time.
Make it look like I'm not prepared to be pushed around. Try and make it look like I have a real decision here.
But he also has him dominated.
Look back at my cards, see if they're suited. No.
Yeah, Katai always prepared to put in the 9-5 suited. If you're trapping me here, buddy, let's go. You're trapping me with the ace-queen, I can still hit.
Yep.
Love this comment from Exodus on YouTube. Grafton is one of those regs at your table that just has a triple barrel 9 times out of 10 and not much you can do. Yeah, it's always nice to see energy like that.
And it's the trophy that will be presented to the winner of this tournament on Sunday. This being day 2 of a 6-day multi-table tournament. And of course, registration closed at the start of play today. T's are being crossed, I's are being dotted. Prize pool will be calculated and will be announced later today.
Yeah. You know?
So Cooch out.
It's like they normally have like a pretty girl, but he's got better skin than all the girls. You know, he's got better complexion.
Ludi, Hama out.
Should have a patch, you know.
Bernasconi, if he's folding King 10 suited.
So mind your P's and Q's. That means something differently than dot your I's and cross your T's, right? I heard mind your P's and Q's.
It's slightly
the other day.
different, yeah. Mind your P's and Q's means to be on good behavior.
Okay,
Cross your T's and dot your I's means to have a lot of attention to detail.
gotcha.
Not a million miles away, but here we go. Oh, he actually moved them all in and didn't leave one chip behind.
All in for just over 20K. And the call from Gregorian, I guess it was a short stack shove from Katai.
Yeah, but it's still a bit of a loose call there for, you know, about
The 6 comes, you have to go.
Quarter of a stack, fifth of a stack.
forget about the, you know, how much of the stack it represents, but like 14 big blinds, ace 6.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit loose. I mean, I certainly could see a justification. You're going to run into Katai's, you know, king queens and king jacks a lot of the time too there. I'm just surprised to see such a quick call, but can still win.
Right now it is a domination situation in Davide Katai's favour. The at-risk player now a 4-1 favourite.
Be sick if it was like the 5 of clubs in the turn.
Katai just has to fade a 6 on the river to survive.
Domination. Domination.
Situation.
Domination.
So Katai gets the double up through Gregorian. Not such good news for a fan favourite,
We should have finished it.
I'm afraid. A lot of people have been asking about the fate of Benjamin Spraggy Spragg.
Oh, no.
Spraggy sadly has been eliminated in 379th place. Spraggy played his first EPT main event in Monte Carlo earlier this year, cashed. Played his second in Barcelona, cashed, but did not cash in London and will not be cashing here in Prague.
Wow.
What is someone else?
Still pretty good.
That's a pretty bad streak. A lot of losing. 2 events in a row.
Bottle of water, please.
Yeah, but 50-50 on cashes and main events, that seems pretty good, no?
Like he arrived. It's like we arrived.
I don't. Look, I have a 100% cash rate in events over $2,000, so I'm not really sure what else is good. I feel like 100% is good.
It's actually the 3rd time you've mentioned that today.
What?
Breakfast.
The 3rd of how many is the question, as I ain't done.
So Sakuchi table chip leader right now after Gregorian doubled up Katai.
Apart from this, we're fine.
Twisted Blames on Twitch says, I'm not a big fan of a6 calling there. Twisted Blames is with you, Griffin.
So if we could go back to that call for a second.
Sure.
That's a situation that, and I have been playing a little more poker lately, so we're going to talk a little bit about my experience because I think it's sort of relatable to a lot of our audience.
Sure.
That's a situation where I snap call there every single time, and every time I go, you know what, if I had thought about this for 30 seconds, if I had thought about this for 45 seconds instead of snap calling, I probably would find a fold there a lot of the time. And I think sometimes we pre-make our decisions. Oh, this guy's a short stack. I have a suited ace. I got to call it off. Whereas even if you came to the decision, Griffin, like you said, and eventually called ace-6, I still think that's slightly better than auto-calling with it.
Yeah, I think as a general rule, when you're facing an all-in in that situation, you should probably find a fold a good percentage of the time there. I think because it is Davide Katai, because Katai will look down at queen 10 off there probably and be willing to shove. Also recognizing that Gregorian has been, one of the more active and capable players. Maybe it's just one of those things that Gregorian had already decided. That's the thing too, right? I do think there's a strong chance that Gregorian saw that hand at the cutoff, knew how much Davide Katai had,
Absolutely.
and said, I am raise calling this hand against Davide Katai here. So I think the surprise comes from the fact that it's like, as we're watching back here and we're all watching at home, it's like we're almost interrupting his thought process. We're like, oh, are we all doing this right away? We're calling right away? When really, I think Gregorian probably thought about it beforehand, was like, if Davide shoves here, I'm calling.
So we've had an under-the-gun raise from Shohama with ace-7 suited. By the way, if you have fired up the PokerStars client today, you may have noticed that the mini EPT Prague series has gone live today. This is going to be running for all 5 days of our live coverage, offering 3 tournaments per day. The first today starting at 3:15 Central European time. So that's just under 2 hours from now. And of course, every single event on the schedule has EPT Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool, with an EPT Paris package added to the prize pool of the mini main event on Sunday. That will go to the winner.
I'm going to have to take back a lot of the stuff I said about the French if we're going to Paris next year.
(964). If you have any hope of gaining French citizenship, you definitely need to retract most of the stuff you said.
My girlfriend's French, and I think that the event is during her birthday. So if she's unable to come, it's a pretty big power move to go to France during her birthday.
It's like if she went to Dave & Buster's on yours.
Yeah, exactly. She did do that once.
Giuliano betting with the 4, 5, 6, 7. gonna get Hama to fold.
Yeah, and this looks like a raise from Sakuchi, and this is what I remember from Sakuchi in my time playing with him. Going to make some speculative pre-flop decisions, going to get frisky with some aggressive lines. You know, this is a very unorthodox call from the small blind with queen 4 suited and a raised pot, and especially without any spades on the flop, a very ambitious check raise.
Oh my goodness.
You know, this is...
Do you remember this? Do you remember this also? Do you remember him?
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. You know, Sakuchi at this point is just thinking, oh, I'm going to get all of Giuliano's chips here. Giuliano's has the ace-9 or the 2 jacks.
You just got to bet so small here, right?
Yeah, you just bet something.
Yeah, that looks pretty small to me.
Like 12,000, knowing that you should get the rest. The problem is, of course, Giuliano doesn't have the hand he should have. Has that straight draw that, you know, now that this board's paired, Giuliano doesn't want to have to call here and be up against something like 2 6s sometimes.
If you make your straight.
If you make your straight, yeah.
What's up, Jack? Jack? It is a fun table.
Gucci.
We got some old stalwarts, some unknown quantities like Jordan Sakuchi, Sho Hama,
I'm guessing
Berlusconi.
Sakuchi has consolidated his position as table chip leader after that hand. Well, here is Berlusconi under the gun with Jack 10.
Please raise this after folding King 10 suited in the hijack.
No.
Queen 10 suited.
You again?
You again.
Yeah, I think the next level will be an interesting one, actually, for Gregorian, because this seat that he has now has gotten a bit worse with the fact that Davide Katai is now up to 30 big blinds. Grafton is in that 40-plus range, and then the chip leader beside him. So Gregorian might have to play a little tighter moving forward.
Well, his raise to 3,000, flattered by Giuliano with King 10 suited, flattered by Katai with 5s. We're round to the blinds.
I am on the edge of my seat watching how Davide Katai plays this hand. 2 5s with a raise and a call and a shove from the small blind.
Yeah, a kind of squeeze shove from Ludakevich, but doesn't have many chips, and the other players may feel they're priced in.
Yeah, but this actually creates a great opportunity for Gregorian to just shove here. If you don't think Giuliano's trapping enough, you know that Katai's never trapping as the third man in. So this just creates a great opportunity to shove and hope you're up against a hand like you know, Ace Jack and the like. Instead, it's just going to call.
Okay.
I'm a bit surprised.
No, they don't want one. I don't get it.
I think Stars are going to get it. You know?
He's sending Sakuchi to get him a drink.
They took away your phone for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's rough.
Fucking hell, what else would you give it up for?
So called by all 3 players. So Ludakevich all in, action on the side between the other 3, 4-way to the flop.
I'm very disturbed that Katai's playing this hand the exact same way I would. That can't be right.
8, 8, 7, 5 still ahead?
Technically ahead, yeah. I don't think
just needs to fade a 7, a 5, an ace. Not a 5, sorry, a 7, an ace, a queen, or a king.
I really wonder now, actually, how Katai is going to proceed because, you know, seeing those 2 checks, I think you're going to expect to be maybe ahead of your 2 opponents that still have pending action, and you want to fold out those king 10s and queen 10s. The problem is, of course, that they could just be trapping. They could, you know, have 2 9s, and your opponent that's all in for 9,500 could certainly have better. But it's going to work. Nice.
Just Giuliano to get through who folds. So on their backs.
And who would think to bet this amount? That's really the That's
well,
the
yeah,
genius to it.
it's the amount where
You can shove there, right? Like anyone could think to just shove 2 5s there.
Yep. But river will show. Okay, I'm
you,
using
sir.
my one time for today.
Me too. I'm using my one time.
Really? That's cruel. That's cruel of you. But okay, good luck.
So
and
Big turn.
yeah, the
Big
counterfeit on the turn.
There is a river.
Hey,
Chop it up.
Now you are cruel.
Why? It's a chop. No one wins. It's even.
Everyone wins and everyone loves it.
Thank you.
Is that a chop?
Actually,
No.
thanks for getting rid of everyone. That was a nice one.
Well, you would have won more
Yeah,
money.
I mean, you definitely would have won more, yeah, if they came in.
Although at the time it was good to get rid of everyone else.
Yeah.
can we have cappuccino?
Yeah, it's not like they had, you know, king 10 and queen 10, 2 hands you dominate. It was good to keep them in. Like,
He didn't know that.
They brought the bill, or?
No, they.
I do like the concept that
No, yeah, I'm a house.
Barry Greenstein offsets the grossness of it always coming 7
Give
on
up
the
your
turn.
bridge rights forever, you know, they're going to be used.
It feels like a legitimate victory
With you for the next
with the ace on the river.
100 years. We'll all be long dead. People will be watching that.
just imagine Barry, like, you know, just looking at all these different screens. So we're going to need another ace there on the river. Offset it a bit.
That was a significant part in the end, right?
Yeah, huge part.
Sakooch.
Homer completing in the small with ace-4. Bernasconi with a dominated hand, 5-4, checks his option. And in this unraised pot, these two players will go to the flop, which is ace-queen-queen.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Can you imagine after all of those arguably slightly nitty pre-flop folds, Bernasconi just decides now is the time to blast off with 5-4?
I can imagine it, and we've seen it happen time and time again.
Well, there is a 5 on the turn. Bernasconi is actually drawing dead, but may think that 5 has helped him, as he faces a bet from Showhammer of 2K.
Yeah, I think it should be not allowed to
Am I crazy? How is he drawing dead?
improve.
5s are already out. Is that why? If Bernasconi hits a 5,
Must be.
he would have a full house.
I don't
Must be
think
no
there are any-
5s left.
No
No
5s
5s
live.
left.
No 5s alive.
That was actually a terrible card there on the turn for Bernasconi because, you know, was willing to call here because it is blind on blind. Not going to expect your opponent to always have an ace or a queen.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. Is like it shouldn't be allowed to improve to drawing dead.
Elkanuts
That's bad.
says Jack Nicholson is playing a hand. I don't think Showhammer looks anything like Jack Nicholson.
It does.
From The Departed, maybe?
4.5K
4 first.
called by Bernasconi,
He thought it was aces. That's why.
and has to pay the full amount.
So, in terms of one times, how does it work? Is you used or like you save it for later?
Use it before
Uh-huh.
you win.
Ah, that's why. I was faster. But have you,
Is it done?
do you have, your one time for today?
You used your one time. Even though you didn't get it, is it used up?
Yeah, it's all.
For today,
You look. Okay.
No, no,
Not
who
one
gets a
per day, buddy.
daily one time?
You need to win.
Katai apparently.
Yeah, Dominic Katai has had many one times.
On a day 2 pot.
I used my one time on a Yappy Brit. That's 6-7 years ago.
He wasn't covered yet.
That's pretty great, though.
It's also added to your power. Like, you
Yeah.
were all in, and it's all over, so it's for sure more powerful.
Yeah.
Okay. Lost 10% equity. I hope at least.
It was a tilty one time.
You have to be covered to, like, use the one time.
Ah, I see.
This is the one you won, Prague.
No.
I won Berlin.
Man, the year before the robbery or the year after the robbery?
After,
What do you mean, the casino?
Yeah, there was an EPT in Berlin where they held it up.
Sam, really? You really want to talk about that?
The live stream.
I mean,
Team Pro.
it's all out there now.
Well, I guess back then they kept cash on site. They wouldn't do that.
Also, Sam wasn't a Team Pro back then. Otherwise, he would have taken a machete to the forearm,
And yeah, they came in and like fucking
saved the chips.
I don't know. I can't repeat them because it was before my time really playing EPTs. I was playing poker, but I wasn't going to them. There's lots of stories of, like some people carried on playing because they were in big pots, or other people like that. It's like,
They were in big pots.
yeah. I guess they came in and they went for the safety stuff.
it was like a
As someone who was there, I will say that the wave of panic that raid caused and the stampede it created resulted in many people actually being badly injured.
At least.
All right, something similar happened in Vegas. Last fall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess pretty dumb back then as well.
Yeah, let's relive happier times, Sam. You've got plenty of anecdotes that you can
Good. There's a movie.
regale the table with.
They got away with it. There's a movie in it for sure. Like robbing a poker tournament. This is.
And by the way, the guys did not get away with it, as famously detailed. They went to McDonald's for breakfast before the raid and then put their masks on for the robbery.
I think
But of course, there are CCTV cameras all over that McDonald's, so they were able to identify them within 24 hours.
Wow.
And then
going out
6 months later, they were caught by heart disease.
robbed like maybe 8 to 10 casinos like this. Yeah. And just hopping on the bike
8
and
to 10.
yeah, in
And
like
he got away?
They got it when they tried to cash in those Monopoly
They
pieces.
didn't stop at 10. He's
Yeah,
like,
he
you
found
kept pushing it. Mate, if I ever was on a hot streak, 7 successful robberies, I just quit. Like, this is it.
Oh yeah, right.
7, maybe like 4.
That is rich from a poker player.
Yeah, there's always one more.
Just
one
one
last
more,
job.
yeah. What?
One
Come
last
on, I'm
job.
running hot. I gotta play the rush. Get out of here.
It surely gets harder. You hit the soft targets first,
Yeah.
and then.
so the 7 is a safe number.
Like you wouldn't immediately go to
If I would-
Triton with all your winnings.
For the security up.
by trying to cash out the chips he thought. I read this story.
Just checking, right, we're talking hypothetical. Sam isn't segueing from being a poker player to a master criminal, right?
And it was like chips.
Yeah, because of
No promises.
I mean, I feel like it does take some of the same qualities, like a healthy disconnect from reality,
The 1-3 game with the
a healthy amount of confidence.
like a month later, and they're like, something's up here, bro.
Okay, yeah, that was long ago,
Yeah,
so I just
he's like, I'd like to straddle.
all in and go to the next casino.
Okay.
We were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about something like urban, like we're talking football strat and then urban plan and poker. I feel like that's poker players because we're good at like strat.
Ace Queen suited for Gregorian on the button.
Something we all think we'd be good at. Like whenever I read a robbery, I'm like, this is not optimal. Like you've got to do it like this. Like I'm always like, guys,
Trying to figure out the best way.
Listen, hire me. This is my rate for 90 minutes. I give you you show me the plan.
Big trouble
Add some flaws
for
in.
Grigo Ryan.
Yeah,
You know?
true.
You know you're on
Not the
cameras, yeah?
first time. Didn't he run Ace King into Kings earlier and folded pre-flop after the King shove?
'Cause we-
Giuliano did, yeah.
Giuliano folded, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Giuliano, the at-risk player, Giuliano well ahead here. There is an old adage about an ace on the desk.
yeah, GG Giuliano.
Do you want to use your one time or you're okay? You're okay. He's like, I king. I'm going to wait till I'm behind.
9 high flop, looking good for kings.
Was there a club?
No.
Only Barry Greenstein will see Giuliano sent to the rail.
The bear.
Put your flaming Barrys away. Kings have held, and Giuliano doubles up through Gregorian. One-time table chip leader, now down to 40K. Giuliano up to nearly 85K.
Nice to see kings hold there.
Twisted Flames, Barry on the river is an example of tautology. Barry, by nature, is an ace on the river.
It's kind of like saying ATM machine.
Or EPT Tour.
Oh, the EPT Tour, sure.
So in your opinion, what is the best EPT stop out there?
Barcelona.
Barcelona must be
By
the best.
far?
No, not by far. I think Prague is fucking great. It's great. Going out in Prague this time of year is lovely. Like all the warm pubs.
Holiday spirit.
Yeah, it's really nice.
So we've got less than half an hour left on this opening level. 25 minutes left on the clock before the first break of the day.
Better. It's quite annoying now. I used to have a lot of free time on these trips. I used to be like, I would just, you know, David knows, I would bust day one of the men and I'm free for 4 days. Whenever anyone busts. And also each day there's someone new tilted. They bust and they're like, Sam, they know I'm free. So they message me, don't worry, we go out.
We go out.
So many good nights out. Now, you can't drink. You can't drink on day 2 of a 50K, these guys say now. So, okay, now I'm going to bed. And now I don't have half as much fun. It's a big regret.
Yeah.
Sick brag, bro.
You go out.
There is
Oh, you know how it is. Can't drink on day 2s at 50Ks.
just go enjoy your time.
The investors don't like that.
It's like Barcelona.
The few that I need, with all the money I have.
So hard not to, you know.
But also, that really does fuck you up because...
I wonder how big of a piece you need of somebody before you can dictate their nightlife
That's what I
activities.
mean.
If you're going out in Barcelona, you're out till like 5. Like,
You go to the club at 1 too, right?
Yeah.
So we've had
So hard not to.
the ace-10 open.
Like you wake up...
Gregorian 3-bets with ace-4, gets a call, and these two go to the flop.
I mean, I say all this...
A domination situation.
I did go out a lot.
And on that board with 2 clubs, Shohama's going nowhere, has the best hand, has the best draw. And Gregorian doesn't have a lot of chips, Griffin. Hard for him to continue telling a convincing story.
Like for me.
Yeah, and this is a tough board to continue because your opponent is going to be pretty queen heavy a good percentage of the time. You know, something like king queen suited. I think king queen off might call pre-flop, queen jack suited. And then, of course, any kind of club combos that Homa would call with this 3-bet with, which are, you know, like ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited, king-jack of clubs. Still wants to continue the story, though, as Gregorian, and gets there on the turn.
Wow,
Can this
domination,
hold?
rotation, but Shohama still has 31% equity.
Paris is going to be...
How what?
Paris will be.
In Paris? Yeah, yeah.
Because I think there's something very special about... I played a WSOP circuit ring in Paris. I really enjoyed it, like being around.
Now, this is a very curious bet.
Just to play.
Betting 11K with just 17K back. I don't think Homa can really fold, so maybe you just want to hope your opponent is bluffing here and shove. And what does Gregorian do with this turn 4?
And like a big deal. Obviously a big deal to do,
I think Homa is expecting to be kind of milked here. Like, why would my opponent play this line as a bluff?
I have nipples, Greg. Can you
So
milk me?
maybe that means Homa is just going to call here and try to get there.
Yeah.
With this price, you know, you have to do that. So that is what Homa is going to do. And Gregorian's going to get quite lucky here if the river isn't a 10 or a club, and it isn't.
Wow. Pair of 4s is good.
Wow, and it's going to get to check back to showdown. Hi-ya!
And Homa must be feeling sick. What are you doing, bud?
No cultural.
Do you mean that dirty?
Culture shock.
In Paris, while you were in Paris, like, does it meet your expectations?
The city or
The city.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I get like quite, like, I guess, I haven't been to New York once, but I feel like Paris and New York, the cities where you go and you feel like, fuck, maybe I fucked up my life. I should have lived here. They're so like, they're amazing. Okay.
Sam excited to return to
I
Paris.
really remember like.
First ever EPT in the French capital, taking place in February of 2023, kicking off a new season of the European Poker Tour.
Saved to go to Paris, like we booked our trip.
Hey, buddy.
About Paris to go, and yeah, like I still have that.
Yeah, he's not listening to you anymore, Sam.
Yeah, sure. Good.
Read the room.
You know
Sam.
what airline I'm thinking of taking to Paris? American Airlines. Oh boy.
An American airline in Paris.
So Shohama does have Ludakevich covered.
Man, Marley did that really great video one time about when people are telling a story and then they pick up a huge hand, they just always just trail off.
Nice. I want to see it. Weird spot for Homa. Weird spot. Pretty tight opponent. Under the gun one.
Well, it is going to be a 3-bet.
You know, you're not thrilled about calling off over 40K here. But you don't maybe want to always play it as a flat.
You can 3-bet fold this though, yeah?
I think you can, yeah. You know, you don't want to make it a habit. You'd rather just call than 3-bet fold and get shoved on by jacks or something, but...
Re-raises to 8,500. Has to get through the blind. Sam out from the small. Folded the sailboats. Queen Jack suited for Sakuchi. Run away! Run away!
Really hard for Jordan Sakuchi to fold a hand like this. I'm telling you, this is he's gonna do it, I think, but it's gonna sting.
Well, you play cash with him mostly, right?
Oh gosh, look at the Hollywood.
Did you see that? That was
Just looked at the
amazing.
Dealer like angry at the dealer.
God,
the
really?
more chips he needs to put in. Can you believe 85?
I'm not exactly surprised with his comment after the
Look at him. He's just like
after the thanks for getting rid of my opponent's line.
I gotta get some body
I gotta get a read off
body
this guy.
language
Yeah.
here. All this Charlie Carroll work I've done lately.
Let's see if there's an epiphany.
I'm all in.
Ooh.
All in.
Just insta-fold.
And Shohama wants a count.
So this is a situation I think we can all relate to with the ace-queen here. You
Yeah.
3-bet the ace-queen and you go, if he shoves at me, I'm folding. I'm definitely folding.
And then you're
He's
just
got
like,
it. Shove, I'm
And
folding.
then you realize
Relax.
it's only 32 and a half.
It's 32 and a half to call. I won't be out. This is pretty strong. He looked kind of weird there. He looked a little uncomfortable, right? You start just finding the live reads that you want to find. Homa's been playing really great today.
Yeah.
Just
Yes, I'd
running into a bit of bad luck.
love to see him get away.
I think this would only be the only glaring mistake by Homa.
That looked like a fold.
Nice one, man.
Does get away from it.
There's got to be a little extra incentive to fold knowing you can find out later.
Yes, I think that is.
Right? Like 1 or 2% extra.
Yeah. Maybe like 10% extra.
10, sure, depending on who you are,
It's just
right?
like, yeah, it's just like, oh, I can find out.
So just shy of 20 minutes on the clock until we take the first break of the day. This is the first of 6 levels to be played on day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. That means world famous bubble coverage later on this evening. We will verify the field size and the payouts very shortly.
feel like you don't have to get involved here with that stack, that hand, that early.
Don't disagree, and I think it highlights also what you were saying earlier on, Griffin, about the players he has to act behind him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gregorian's
Sam's
a bit of a blaster. Oh, here we go. The squid versus the whale.
Grafton calls on the button. King 3 in the big blind.
Do you think he's going to bomb block the flop?
Yeah.
A little something for you independent theater goers out there.
King, Queen, 3, top pair versus second pair.
How does he do it? How do you just flat King Jack on the button and just hit top pair? I don't know how they do it.
Gregorian continuing for 3K.
Can I assume those percentages aren't updated?
You can. You can, because see how the flop's not showing on screen?
Flop is the thing. You guys got all excited like you flopped top pair, but the percentage, there we go. Oh yeah, it got back to diamonds, okay. Rigo, Ryan.
Sam calls the 3K. 6 of clubs on the turn, and Sam has the king of clubs as insurance. What's not to love here?
Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty great. Pretty great.
Nice bet.
I mean, Gregorian not slowing down at all. Didn't even think about this. 5,500.
I think you'll remember, James, that just moments ago I called him a bit of a blaster.
A bomb blaster.
Yeah, I'm sure that was you who used that line.
Mm-hmm.
That was definitely your analysis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
The words definitely came out of your mouth and nobody else's.
I'm glad that you recognize that.
Yeah. I can tell the difference between a Canadian accent and an American accent.
You guys are all going to eat your hats when Gregorian gets grafted the full top pair on this river.
Oh my.
Oh my word. He's done it again.
Disgusting.
Gregorian
Get there.
has done it again.
Get there. The
bet,
get there. The greatest strategy in the world.
Greatest strategy in the world. Bet, get there.
I love a bet, get there. I mean, I've only ever seen it. I've never done it.
This is
12,000.
2 hands we've seen now where Gregorian has played it questionably and been rewarded, and Sam pays it off and it sees the bad news.
What a pro. What a pro. Doesn't have to show everyone how bad his beat was. Just mucks top pair. Just absorbing the bet, get there. Right in that bearded chin of his.
What's the point of even getting there if you're going to bet 35% on the river? Like, your opponent's going to have so many kings there. Just bet 15,000. Give yourself a little value, my friend. Gregorian finding a way in every hand that he's played, seemingly. That ace-4 against Homa's ace-10 suited.
Oh, yeah.
The 9-8 suited against the 7-5 suited blind on blind.
That's true.
Like, we've seen some very unconventional sort of get there.
Bit of a blaster. Dipanshu on YouTube asks, anyone from India? Yes, Dipanshu, there are people from India. Thank you for your question.
Quite a lot of them, I think.
Well, over 1 billion.
Is that the amount?
I think it's closing in on 2 billion, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, yes, there are people from India in the world. We got to work on bet, get there. We need like a tying together line of it.
Call 500. Oh, yeah, I guess 1,000, 1,500.
Absolutely. And
It's just been like that for an hour, buddy. No big deal.
Sorry. Yeah, no,
unraised pre, blind v blind, and it's top pair for Ludwikevich.
Yeah, anytime I think there might be a graphic error, I want to, call it out right away. Keep them on their toes. Ludwikevich having a great back half of this level. Really got into the banter After counterfeiting Katai with that ace-10, trying to understand the politics of one times. 4-bet shoving aces with a nice little Hollywood presence.
Round two, Davide Katai. 8-5 of diamonds.
Must pain Katai so much to play short. It's just so many little things he wants to do and try, and he just sitting there at 22 bigs with 8-5 suited, middle position. You just gotta let it go.
The one thing I'll say though,
Ooh.
Katai is a survivor. Like, he doesn't get impatient with a short stack.
Right.
Except for the time he jammed 9-5 suited. But
Yeah, or that time with Queen Jack where he made a back call.
Situational. He had a solid read on his opponent. So Sakuchi has opened from the cutoff with the Spraggy ace-7 offsuit. Before anyone asks, Spraggy is out of the Prague main event. Shohama with ace-king. Re-raising from the small blind. It's a 3-bet to 12,500. Bernasconi folds ace-deuce. Back on Sakuchi.
Yeah, and if Sakuchi was aware that, you know, Homa was light with that ace-5 suited earlier against Sam Grafton, I think we overheard the confiscated phones might not have that information on that 30-minute delay. And it's going to save him some money because you don't want to get involved with that ace-king suited.
You don't want to mess with that big slick energy.
No, oh, no, you don't.
Clubs is the worst suited ace-king, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
I'd almost rather have any suit. 9-10 suited clubs. Yeah.
What is the strongest ace-king suit? 1, 2, 3, we say it at the same time, okay? 1, 2, 3,
Spades. Ooh. I almost said diamonds.
Yeah.
You want to go again?
No, it's okay. I like the fact that while we were doing it, James didn't say anything, but he put up a little sort of heart symbol, so we all...
Hearts was my
Oh,
answer.
wow.
we all had a...
We had our bases covered.
Synchronicity.
Very important comment here from Jack Jack that says, I would love to be watching Joe play this tournament. I think you speak for everyone when you say that. Thank you for your comment.
You definitely speak for yourself when you make that comment.
I think
you
you should
very much.
probably save that comment for the next...
Negotiation.
Yeah. Speaking of 9-5 suited.
Yeah, looking good for Shohama here with the spade draw. So, which card is Gregorian going to hit this time? I mean, strictly speaking, 10 high is the best hand right now, but Shohama is a statistical favorite. And with a bet of 2,500, he gets a fold from Gregorian. And we are coming towards the end of this level, going on break in 10 minutes' time.
Is the correct button combo for a Shohama back, back, down, high kick?
'30th hand of the day. And Sam Grafton opening an early position with Queen Jack of Spades. And to answer Willem's question, yes, we will keep the same feature table for the second level of the day. Then I think we'll get our first feature table change for level 3.
Giuliano does have a hand good enough to complete here and see a flop, especially when you're sitting on 81,000. But wouldn't be surprised also to see him let it go. What's it gonna be, Giuliano? That looks like fold energy, and it is.
So raise and take it for Sam Grafton.
of spades. And then
Don't give them free information.
Sam?
Go on.
Sam?
And you get 7-2 versus.
At least he said it after everyone had folded.
That's true.
You might be ahead.
Just in case you didn't know.
Four and stuff, but with me, I'm legit.
Not sure about that.
You fold 7-2 as well.
Oh my gosh.
Queen Jack suited again, this time clubs, this time under the gun, but the same raise, 3,000.
See? And if he just told them what he had, that's why you don't
That
tell.
Suited Queen Jack's in the range.
Because if someone makes a mistake here and thinks he was talking about this hand, then they'll get it right.
This is why you're so good.
It's one of the reasons why.
Well, we've got Giuliano with ace-king of hearts. Those gorgeous strawberries, re-raising from the small blind. And Katai, considering his options in the big with pocket fives, decides to fold.
Not this time.
Sam,
This is because you folded the 7-2.
Tell you what, this is a bit of a rare opportunity because of this price that Sam Grafton is getting. It's only 3.2x the original raise. You know, normally out of position, you're going to expect to see raises in the sort of 4x variety, pricing you out from continuing. But just that smile on his face makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to get suckered into a jack high flop where you're going to be up against kings. But I certainly think Sam is strongly considering taking a flop here. You also have to worry that, you're going to be dominated a lot of the time here
Yes.
with the ace queens and ace jacks. Price probably going to be too good.
Sometimes you're going to be live.
and
Yeah. I mean, you hate to fold and it to be this situation, right?
Sam with the advantage of position, despite being under the gun pre.
Here we go.
The flop,
Start.
Oh, man.
8 club.
Put them all in.
Giuliano
Just don't let him
loading
see a
up.
turn.
Continue.
What a frustrating board with Queen Jack of clubs.
Oh, you got to continue.
Small bet.
Sam calls. Meanwhile, Philip the Razor says on YouTube, now I'm almost 50. I will be wearing cardigans at every tournament in honor of Sam Grafton. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. No change. Ace high still good.
Now, Giuliano could still shove here. And that would suck, having to fold out your equity. The 37,000 out there, you just have 21.5 back. It's facing a check here, if that is what Giuliano decides to do. Not the most comfortable energy from Giuliano, and we can of course see why. How is Sam going to perceive that? Oh.
Firing again and gets the fold from Sam Grafton. And chances are we're only going to be squeezing one more hand before we go on break. And obviously on the other side of the break, blinds will be up. And at this point in time, we hope to get the verified field size and price pool information. I know you guys are keen to number of runners and riders in this record-breaking EPT Prague main event, and also keen to know how many are going to make the money and what they're playing for, what a min cash is worth, what the winner's going to get on Sunday.
Two of my stack, I have starting stack now.
It's like
And a reminder, there is just over an hour to go until the first of our mini EPT Prague online tournaments. 3 events every single day at 3:15, 6:15 and 8:15 Central European time.
Gucci.
And EPT Prague satellite tickets added to all prize pools. Sakuchi opening under the gun with the Kings. Ace-5 for Bernasconi. Round to the blinds, Katai in the small. 6 deuce off. Sorry, 6 deuce suited, but still gets folded. And Sam Grafton in the big blind.
about that, it should be on the feature table, right? And much more
Camera time, you know, why not?
exciting.
No, he doesn't. 10 for a diamonds.
He called, though. Anything suited, turns out.
Jack 4 deuce, second pair for Sam. He is pretty 9.5, 12.5 in the middle now. Sam with 16 behind.
Oh boy.
Might just want to shove that 14.5K
Oh.
because you can.
Oh, Sam all in, snap called, and
In this table.
Want to use your one time? Well,
For the day, the daily one time, for sure.
for sure.
Seems really
Sure, the daily one. Yeah, that's how it works.
Tournament one time is for the final table.
No, we've got
Right.
a daily.
Well,
You know, I want to flush draw, not the pair.
4 for a sweat.
4 for a sweat. I don't know what planet you're living on, Finn. That has actually taken away an out for Sam. 10 of clubs, 4 of spades, 4 of clubs. Those the needs to hit to survive. Three cards he can hit. The river. Grafton, another team pro who, along with Spraggy, will not be cashing in this EPT Prague main event. Boo. But yes, we are going to stick with this lineup on the main stage, and that means we are going to see more.
And Gregorian.
Yeah, I mean, we're
And
getting to know a few of these players, and we're getting to enjoy following their stories.
And Ludovic Gajlic.
This one, yeah.
Jordan Sakuchi will return from break as the table chip leader. Homer's odyssey continues. He's 4th in chips of the lineup we've been watching on the main stage. 1K, 2K with a 2K big blind ante when we return.
Homer's Odyssey.
Thank you, Griffin. I appreciate it. So yes, we will return this time with more action from this feature table from day 2 of the EPT Prague main event.
Come in.
So join us on the other side of this break for more action from the capital of the Czech Republic and the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Yes, Sarah. Love it. Love you. I mean, I love it.
She's a limp with ace deuce.
Me and Mrs. Finland right now, heads up.
I believe it's Ms.
Miss, I'm sorry, Miss. All right, let's see a flop.
So there's no Mr. Finland. Okay.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
There's a 4 on the flop. Ronnie has bottom pair.
Hi.
Hi.
Ronnie, if you bust her on the first hand.
He bets.
30,000.
And Sarah raises with a straight draw.
You have something?
Yes, I do.
I believe you.
It's the way all my relationships start, with lies.
So Ronnie has called the raise and improves to trips on the turn.
Oh boy.
Checking.
You raised me on the flop.
She bets just over half the pot.
Ronnie, do not bust her before the swimsuit portion.
Ronnie's clock is running. Remember, every player has 30 seconds per decision.
If he thinks she's bluffing, he'll call. If not, he could raise.
Raised, 155.
155. $255.
She re-raises.
What?
Okay. I'm not used to those, yeah.
Ronnie calls, which means we're going to the river, and that means the cage is coming into play.
Hey, what was her special talent in the Miss Finland contest? Was it punting poker chips?
The board bricks out for Sarah. She has just...
Honey, she's a little better looking than you. We're kind of rooting for her. Sorry,
Yeah,
buddy.
I know. Check.
She's bluffed every street so far. She slides out the bluff card.
Oh my God! How is this happening? I thought it would be. I wanted to stay and play with you, Miss Finland.
I understand.
I know I am.
There's a reason why it's the Finnish reputation, right?
I have a 4.
He shows her his hand.
You have 5 full or something?
Sick bluff, kid.
I don't think you'd just raise a queen. I don't have a good kick. I can show both.
Absolutely.
Slight flutter from Sarah, but what does it mean?
Oh, gee.
Ronnie must think she has it. He's considering folding this monster. And if he...
How often do you play this game? Do you know I have a 4 here? You know I have trips. I don't know if I can fold this hand. I don't know how you play. I never played with you before. What is going on here? If I fold this hand and they see this fold and you have like king, queen or something, it's going to be the most embarrassing thing ever for me. You understand this, right? $500. Oh my God, no, 600.
5 seconds. And Ronnie's folded.
Holy shnikes.
Come on.
It's a bluff. Ronnie, you're going to the cage.
Oh.
He cannot.
Is this real life? That just happened to me? I could have 2 million chips. I just folded a 4. I just gave, how many chips?
Oh my God. I almost had a heart attack.
Awesome.
Wow, that
Thank
was
you.
fantastic. You got some balls, girl.
Oh my God, I just got, is this real? It's so special. I could have 2 million chips. Oh my God.
Good laydown.
Oh my God.
I needed to do that. I needed to do. I needed to try that.
That was good.
Oh, he's in the cage.
Ronnie, she's talking shit back here, buddy. She's like, oh, he's in the cage.
How'd you do that to me?
Oh, wow. That was awesome.
Wow. First hand.
Wow.
I don't know why I didn't call. I think I didn't want to be out the first hand, that's why I didn't call.
Yeah, of course.
Did you guys see that hand? This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna remember this day for.
On national television, on international television, and she puts me in this cage the first hand. This is ridiculous.
This movie probably would not have existed if it were not for Joe Stapleton. I can say that with...
Clip that.
What a perfect collision of events in the universe that you should get involved in the production of a movie that features the game of poker, knowing someone who works in the poker industry, and gifting Joe with this amazing...
Probably would not have existed if it were not for Joe Stapleton. And I know that sounds... I can say that with...
Clip that.
It's true. No, because I originally met Paul on a different movie, and he's spoken about 9 Men From Now, which is almost like a modern Sicario Western. I was totally obsessed, but it was a lot bigger. It was twice the budget. And Paul is so smart. He knew that that film that just, you know, budget-wise worked, and it was more contained, and he gave it to Oscar. And just while this other movie was kind of like, it was very clear it was not happening, Paul's manager nobody's attached but Oscar Isaac. And I was like, yes, what's it about? And he's like, well, it's kind of in the poker world. And I'm like, oh, well, I am tied to that in a way. And I've been around that world because of one of my closest friends. And I actually read the script in like the summer of 2019. And actually Joe was my business partner. I immediately gave it to, and I was like, this is actually better. I like this film better. And then I immediately with Paul Schrader, and here's this new script, and poker is heavily featured.
And am I right in thinking, Joe, the sequence of events was, having read the script, you felt compelled to write a series of notes, not
Yes, and I've told that story many times, basically, that I just thought I was writing them. Gave her to Lauren that one day she could look really cool on set and be like, hey, this is how they really do it. And she just hit forward to Paul, and all these kind of harsh notes got sent in. But what I've never got actually asked Lauren is, Lauren, did you take a calculated risk in sending that? Or did you just be like, I'm like, this is the best way to deliver it to him? Like, what was your thought?
I knew that kind of what is special about Paul's movies is, they're very similar storylines, but they're set in different worlds. And, there was enough poker in there where I genius. And, oh, can I say?
Yes.
And he, what he kind of knew on his own was impressive. But also, I feel like it would be a major disservice to the film if I went through and made this and did not step in. And I just was incredibly lucky that I had Joe, that I trusted Joe. But I don't think I didn't. There was another layer of vetting that we needed to do with all the poker content. And obviously, knowing Joe so well, I never had any doubts about putting Joe on the phone in the room with Paul. And what I was like the most he ended up, because they were had their own little bromance, and I was like, this is awesome. There were times on set, if Joe disappeared for a moment, he would instantly, it would be in the thing Poker Joe, because there were multiple Joes on set. We need Poker Joe. I mean, so it was the coolest thing was to see Paul leaning on Joe and knowing that was the most invaluable resource.
Welcome back to Prague, and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as live coverage of day 2 of the main event continues at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan with Griffin Benja. Been informed it will not be long until we're able to confirm the prize pool and the payouts. These are the biggest stacks right now. Spain, 1, 2, and 3 on the leaderboard. Start of day chip leaders, Javier Gomez and Carquan Lau have traded places. Ramon Calillas still inside the top 5.
Yeah, and Carquan Lau with almost 600,000. Pretty incredible stack.
The headliner on the feature table.
1-2, you said?
Katai, a former EPT champion, won Berlin back in 2012, is a Triple Crown winner. Tony, who's got a hat on now. The The raise is to 4,000. It has come from a player who probably has the reputation for being the tightest player at this feature table. Jordan Sakuchi calling out of the big blind, and we are heads up to a queen 10-9 flop. So second pair, top kicker for Sakuchi, who has the advantage right now. Makes it 5,500. Sakuchi, who is the player with the best hand right now, makes the call and still has the best hand. Queens and tens now, 94% equity. Bernasconi deciding not to fire a second barrel on the turn, checks it back. The 7 is not always coming. It's a 5 on the river. And a river lead from Sakuchi. 12.5. On the river. Kind of surprised that Bernasconi has played so snug, so tight for the first level, and then fires 2 barrels with 7s, makes the hero call. Playing 93 big blinds as Giorgio Bernasconi drops down below the 20 big blind mark. Davide Katai still the shortest stack at the feature table, playing 15 bigs. Bernasconi has immediately removed the hat. It's very clear, as far as he's concerned, that the hat brought him bad juju, and it's gone in the bin. Not just in his bag, in the trash can. That hat is never going to see the light of day ever again. So this...
I had a water. I think one of the waiters or waitresses took it.
We have a missing water. We need to get on that immediately. We have had the under the gun raise from Shohoma with kings, and look at this flop. Dean on Twitch says, been in a meeting. Wham to Sam Grafton. The 3.5K a piece on the flop and a heart on the turn. That is the flush for Ludwikowicz. Should point out that Shohoma is not dead. He does have the king of hearts. He does have a redraw to a bigger flush.
Yeah, and you know, you're going to want to bet a lot of the time here when check 2 to get value from those Jack X type hands. But instead, facing this small lead, it's really going to a raise on the turn, having bet the turn. So this lead, I mean, there's not really a huge incentive to raise because you might fold out those Jack X type hands. And
Einstein makes an appearance, and if the hearts didn't slow down Shohoma, I'm pretty sure that ace will.
yeah, I don't think Homa would expect a bet here from a Jack X anymore. So you're really going to be up against a lot of value and then some pure bluffs. But what pure would Lubakevich just play 9-10 like this? Doesn't really seem like the kind of play that Lubakevich would make. So this ace gives you even more reason to get away.
The staring is bothering me. I'm sorry.
Maybe I'm biased because I can see Ludwikevich's hand, but the staring gives me like, please call by. You know, you are going to be beating Queen 10 and both Queen 10 combinations that have
But Queen 10 of hearts is not a bluff combo. It was the flush, and that is a decent pot for Kirill Ludwikevich, who's up to 83.5K, just over 40 big blinds.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's raised to 4,000. And Shohoma. We've got an 8-7-4 flop, all hearts.
still a straight.
Bernasconi not off to a great start this level. Gets away from this hand on the turn. One hand. Has come back from break. He's had sevens, he's had ace queen, tried to open up his game, and unfortunately has lost both pots.
And playing just over 15 big blinds to have a
Astrologuma is asking any rough estimates on when the bubble. It's a percentage of the field that's paid. It doesn't matter how big the field is. It always happens at roughly the same time, and that time is level 15, level 16. So the last two levels of today. Sometimes we find ourselves going hand for hand or getting agenda for today. So 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock this evening, I'd imagine world famous bubble cover will be a thing.
World famous.
Just going to say manage your expectations for this one. We've got a new player coming to the feature table.
Good day, sir.
How you doing?
This is Paul Adrian Kovaciu. (10-4), giving Gregorian a walk.
How is it going so far? A heavy one.
And 38, and Davide. Not sure where you've been. We've discussed this ad nauseum on the podcast, on previous live streams earlier today. Chances are this will be done and dusted before the World Cup finals on Sunday afternoon. We're going to play longer days for the first 3 days. We're going to play down to fewer players than 6 on the penultimate day, probably come back with maybe 4, and have a short day 6, a short final table day on Sunday, starting at the earlier time of 11 AM Central European time to get this tournament complete.
Sakuchi going to continue the story as the aggressor here on the ace-high flop. Not the best. King Jack, no heart. How are you feeling about the staring, James?
It bothers me. Intimidating. It just annoys me.
7.5.
I'm just not sure we can afford it.
I'll also say the stacking in tens is noxious.
Stacks of 10. You love it. $7-4 off for Davide Katai in the big blinds.
No way Katai folds. Just 2.5x in position. Not a lot of chips to play with, but when you give Katai a price and he thinks his cards are probably live, he will see 3.
Not a bad flop for...
As you can see, the equity all the way up to 37%, but what they don't tell you is the equity that Katai gains from all the times that he finds a nice little bluff here, and certainly by the river.
Katai moves all 28,500.
There it is.
And tough to make this call with just ace high.
Between the hands that you're ahead of and the one, pardon me, and the ones you're behind. You know, 6-5 might do this. 3-5 suited, something like that.
I have been advised that an announcement on the prize pool is imminent. And by imminent, I'm talking like a couple of minutes. So coming up inside of 2 minutes.
Bravo. Andiamo.
Blind v blind again.
22 big blinds for Katai.
Going to the table like it's pure silence.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Gonna play it as a limp. Give
Everyone's
yourself
too serious.
some options here. You can limp shove for these 20 or so big blinds.
Yeah.
Ace, 10, 9, top pair for Katai. nothing for Kovacic to be excited about.
But Kataya is going to bet, because when your opponent is
Break will be.
Oh, here we go.
Ludovic Gaelic.
We have representatives from 66 different countries, giving us the total number of entries. This generates a total prize pool of €6,134,500. We'll be paying the last 183 places. Our 183rd finisher will receive €1,054,500 and the EPT trophy. As always, we would like to thank you for playing. We wish you every success.
So in case you didn't catch the headline details there from Big Nick on the tournament floor, 1,267 total entries. That is a new record for EPT Prague. A prize pool of just over €6 million. €150 and more than a milli up top. 1,054,500 for the winner. Now, Griffin, I have got a hashtag fun fact from Howard Swains, our friend and colleague from the PokerStars blog.
It's Howard Swains.
If we those are EPT Barcelona's, and 3 PCAs have been bigger, it's fair to say it's the biggest Europe-based EPT aside from Barcelona, or the 8th European soil. The only other location that comes close is San Remo, which had 1,240 runners the year that Liv Barry won, but this is bigger than that, with 1,267 entries.
Pretty impressive. Combine it with the March field, we're well over 2,000 players for the year at EPT Prague.
Yeah, of course. Worth highlighting once again that the 2021 event that was postponed El Patton on Twitch says, I'm playing EPT in 2023. I like that statement of intent. Do you have firm plans? Do you know which event you're going to play?
This hand appeared to be 3-bet pre-flop, and that's why it is so inflated by the turn here. Three-betting to, I think it was 12,500. And Sakuchi continuing the story on the flop and getting a call. You know, it's going to be hard to fold out a queen at this stage of the hand. But that's
Dean MC asking, is the 2023 schedule finalized? Yes. Is there a London event in 2023? No. Thank you for your questions. Full schedule is on PokerStarsLive.com, but I can tell you that we are going to Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and year. First ever EPT Paris, first ever EPT Cyprus.
And with the 8 on the river, Sakuchi's going to know Kovacic is going to have a queen or a jack almost always here. To let it go to pressure in the size of you know, upwards of 50,000 to 100,000, but you really want to risk that, just get it off. Of course not. So Sakuchi going to take a little bit of a hit there, but I think played it fine.
In this record-breaking EPT Prague main event. Total prize pool, 6,144,950 euros. Min cash of just over 8.5K for a 5K buy-in event. 6-figure scores for the top 8. The money today. World-famous bubble coverage following tonight. Chris says €1 million, that's almost enough to buy.
Ooh. Ooh.
Gregorian has opened with 5s. Okay. And with the blinds folding, action will be back on Gregorian. Well, I think it's fair to say it was a little loosey-goosey during the first level of the day, Griffin.
Yeah, if we've learned anything about Gregorian, I think it would be to expect to continue here, especially playing this deep, the 50 big blind range. I think as a general rule on this stack depth against this side, I think this is kind of the most amount of chips that that you would ever sort of consider folding. I think, you know, if you're on that 35 big blind sort of territory, maybe you want to just let it go, but you still have those set mind.
We now have the field ticker in the top right-hand corner of the screen showing that 299 players remain from that starting field of 1,267. And it's 183 players who get paid. So we are still some way from the bubble, but you will see that number drop substantially over the course of the next few hours. And we will crack open the prize pool of more than €6 million before
all here, the aces is you want to let in as many hands as possible that are way behind, like these 2 5s. And you can see it's actually induced a raise from Gregorian, one that doesn't really make much
sense, Griffin. Confusing your opponents can be a solid strategy.
Yeah. And so far, so good for Kovacic ever since he's gotten to the table.
Yeah.
Been really bullied by these players trying to send him a message.
That is a straight. That's Broadway, Griffin. I mean, this would be chips into the abyss if Gregorian tries something now. Wisely checks.
Nice hand.
Nice hand, Cavaccio. We were talking just now about the EPT 2023 schedule. We confirmed that the first event of next year will be in Paris in February. You can qualify on Stars. We have got EPT Paris satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament in the mini EPT Prague series that's running right now. Side of 15 minutes. 3:15 Central European time is when the first mini EPT Prague event begins. There are 3 tournaments per day. Paris satellite tickets added to all of them, and a Paris package added to the mini main event.
A very confident open here from Cavaccio at the cutoff. Taking that momentum and just riding with it.
Normal.
It should work with these holdings. Probably a hand that might fall out of the defending range here off 20 big blinds by a couple of notches. But called correctly and folded to correctly from Homa there.
So Cavaccio closing in on the $250,000 chip mark. And 296 players now remaining, including these players we're watching right now at our first feature table of the day.
And a dead hand for Sakuchi. Just had to go check the phone.
It is buy-in for the EPT main event, plus expenses to cover travel and accommodation.
Really pushing his luck now with this Queen 3 open at the hijack, but with the cutoff in Sakuchi sitting out and the tight big blind.
I think that the EPT Paris package is worth around 7,000 euros. So the buy into the main event is 5K, and then the rest is to cover your travel and accommodation and expenses. PKO starting in 11 minutes time. I think it's 7,400, if I'm going to be precise. I did say around 7K. I guess it's close to 7.5K, but I wanted to go under rather than over and not overpromise. So 7,400 euros is the value of the EPT Paris.
Yeah. So, and the day started with like how much? How many players? I mean,
400.
or something. So yeah, more than 100 already.
Well,
Jane says, give us Maria Ho. Guys, there are many things we are willing to do for the audience. I'm willing to put Paris satellite tickets into every single main and send one of you to the first stop of EPT 2023. I'm not giving you Maria Ho. She's a human being.
A race, 11.5.
Sakuchi sits back down, finds the ace-7 in early position, and Snap gets 3-bet.
Astral Goomis will then give us Joe. Here's the problem. You've got to find the right price point. Maria is clearly worth significantly more than 7,500 euros. Paris package. Sakuchi opening here with Queen Jack suited.
Only 3 big blinds total for Katai. Just going to play this as a call. Huge incentive to shove here. Certainly you're expecting Sakuchi to raising pretty wide on this table, but bet
about 35.
35.
here, which makes me think maybe he would prefer to mix in some raises here, maybe induce hands like 2 hearts to just shove on the flop. And with all those chips, Sakuchi is going to get stubborn, drawing to the nuts. And look how perfectly Davide Katai has set up this turn to have pretty much almost exactly pot left. Whether that design comes in the face of a shove here, another 12,000, and yeah, that's actually going to be 7,500. So pretty amazing if you really think about how interesting this hand is.
Yeah.
You know, 10,000 on the flop. You must be able to call 7,500 on the turn now that there's almost 40,000 out there.
Sakuchi is in. The river is not a 10. And this pot is likely to be going in Davide Katai's direction.
Yeah, I guess the only question now is, does Katai off catchers like, you know, the king jacks and king tens, maybe queens or jacks, probably, maybe the ace nines that would want a hero call? I think you need to shove because that makes up a lot of Sakuchi's range and way less missed draws. Nice hand from Katai there.
And to think he was down to one big blind during the first level of the day.
Big blind.
Katai in the small blind with 5-4 of spades. Vaccio, ace-9 offsuit.
It'll be a bit too strong not to play this as a raise. And we can see the quick call from Katai.
Eight of spades on the river.
$45.
Katai tries to bluff the river. But Cavaccio chips up to over 260k, has the table chip lead right now. So we've talked a lot about the schedule for EPT 2023. Of course, the first big event of next year is going to be in the Bahamas, PCA 2023, which will host the second PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship, and it's now only a month away. The PSPC runs January 30th to Feb 3rd. Live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. I, for one, cannot wait. Griffin, are you excited?
I am very excited.
Joe Stapleton, are you fired up?
I'm fired up and also ready to go.
10 days of streaming, 10 days of live coverage from the Bahamas starting January the 25th on Twitch and YouTube. What a way to start 2023.
What I'm most excited is that Baha Mar, it's our first time there. They have no record of me yet. Unless you don't think they share files with Atlantis, do you?
I'm pretty sure that your picture will be in all the places it needs to be.
King Jack in the hijack. Hello, Jack. Hello, King Jack. Giuliano folds ace-4. Katai, 75. Out. Sakuchi, queen 10. Love queen 10 in the big blind. You get to play queen 10 when you have queen 10 in the big blind.
That's true. That's a good way to put it.
Queen 10 offsuit. Any other? That. Jack high flop. Top pair for Gregorian. Gregorian. Continuation.
Do not collect more than what was in the pot.
In Canada, is it adjusted for Canadian dollars? Is it like $400?
Yeah, do not collect for $364. That's sort of the median of what we.
Okay.
Young Street, YONGE, Young Street.
Okay. I think I've been on Yonge Street in Toronto, right?
Yeah,
In Toronto?
yeah, that's
okay.
Toronto.
What's that main drag?
Trudeau Boulevard.
Trudeau Boulevard. He's got a boulevard already?
I just made that up.
Goodness.
I mean, to be fair, his father probably does because his father was
also a PM.
Also, yeah,
was a bit of a man about town.
There's an alleyway named after
Gregorian with another raisable hand. Couple of letters.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Better letters for Giuliano, though.
way from a single hand. Oh, Davide.
Pocket tens.
Ooh, Davide, Davide.
D-ace. D-ace, D-ace.
I'm cooler, Davide, Katai, Davide, Katai. Here. And the problem too is the sizing Giuliano is using. It doesn't seem very bluffy. This is a.
Is this close? I thought this was a slam dunk, get it in.
It's a 4.2x 3-bet from a pretty tight player, right? Like, do you really think this player has ace jack? Yeah, I think,
wow.
I think Davide Katai is recognizing that Giuliano has the top of his range. Whether that is, you know, all the combos of ace king that you're flipping against, great. But you're absolutely destroyed by it. That's why, you know, Katai's edge is too big to take that spot.
I see. So because I don't have as big an edge, I can take a flip.
Yeah,
flip there
all
with
the
10.
time.
Okay, great.
Yeah, whenever you think that you might be in a flip, you need to take it.
Okay.
Get in there.
Yeah, right.
I'm like when you're the 40, like it's
that's
still
a flip.
dead.
Yeah.
Less good.
How many times have you bagged chips?
4 or 5 times.
Nice, right? Have you ever bagged a lot of chips?
Once, yeah. Once. flirting with me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was married. It's just that 10's are the nut number.
I do a real classy thing when I'm bagging a lot of chips.
What do you do?
Well, I don't seal it, and I push it over to the dealer, and I say I always mess.
Because you do always mess it up?
Yeah, I do. I'm not good with sticky stuff, and you know.
I kind of mess it up too, but I feel like you can't mess that up. I did write for my hometown. I did bag last week, and hometown I wrote your mom's house. It was pretty hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Cavasiu, year of Romania.
Yeah. I've heard that about 2022. Not sure about 2023 though. We're gonna have to wait and see.
Domination rotation here in the year of Romania. Top pair for Cavasiu. Love this person's style. A bet and a call, 2,500. A board pairing a card. How much checks? And that queen is not going to arrive. Neither is a 5.
Yeah, this might get a free card for Homa, actually. Cavacciu's going to be losing against a lot of the other queens, the 10s and the...
Now for Homa is going to get the showdown, the ace high.
Well, now we might get a bet from Cavacciu, though. As any King X floats on the flop probably would have fired. Wow.
Huh. What did I say, Griffin? Give him the free showdown.
Pretty cheap there into that 16K pot.
Pays it off.
Yeah, not good.
Pays it off. So I was wrong, which is on brand for me. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Anyway, can we talk about the style here? And a jacket that I believe is a magic eye.
It's actually more like a sweater. Actually, I think I recognize it. I think it's a damn
pattern.
Yeah. Complicated pattern. About $950 out the door, that thing.
That's a lot of per diems.
Yeah.
Katai with the King Jack.
That's great.
I'm not one of them, but I mean, some people are. You're kind of like the tar of poker commentary. Cavacciu with ace-9. Oh. Oh. Big blind, Bernasconi. 0 yet?
Ever since that King 10 suited, he doomed himself.
VPIP 0.0.
See, now, why is fake Ludovic Galex stare so annoying, and yet Katai's is so like.
Yeah, they're both. I think part of it is that it's Katai's proven track record that the staring isn't just theatrics.
Yes.
And Ludakevich, we don't know as much about. I think it's a fun fact. Sid Fortoke says Kovacic was on the final table with Deeb at WPT Europe last month.
That sounds a little.
WSOP Europe or WPT Europe?
Freeze up a little bit.
Anyway, a little too specific to be made.
I saw something on Twitter where there was like a promotional photo or something for Sean Deeb, but it said Sean Deep.
Yeah,
That
right.
was funny.
Steve O'Dwyer sent it to me.
Yeah.
I think
he
it's
sent it
first.
to you, or did he tweet it? I think he just tweeted it to everyone. I don't think it was a personalized. You think he sent it to you personally?
No, it's probably a tweet.
You're right.
It was probably a
Steve
tweet.
O'Dwyer sent it to me, yeah.
But maybe I was tagged in it. I don't know why I saw it, though.
I actually had a great little elevator ride with Steve O'Dwyer at EPT. I was like, hey, Steve. He's like, hey. I'm like, you know, I was just talking about you. This moment on the stream. He's like, oh, I've heard about that. I'm like, have you seen it? He's like, no. I'm like,
This is funny. So
no, he actually said that he shows up every Sunday to watch, but it's always on Monday. It's confusing.
Right. So I've been chasing Steve for years to do the podcast.
Yeah.
And he's like, Stapes, I love you. I don't do podcasts. I don't want to do podcasts. And I lured her with the news of them having all but eradicated the squeak.
What's the squeak?
The chair squeaking here in Prague. He was like,
really bothered him.
Like he would tune into the broadcast and then complain about the squeaking to the point where I banned him like 4 times last time. Legitimate friends, yeah.
A little high pitched on that.
Yeah, I went up a little bit. We're gonna meet up with Steve at least for like a coffee and a pancake. So Steve, by the way, you should download the episode, Poker in the Ears.
Okay.
So Steve's on the line with us, and he's talking about how he is going to get out of there because he's going to play the Mystery Bounty, the 10K Mystery Bounty here in Prague. He's already here in Prague. It's not in the podcast. Steve went on to play the Mystery Bounty. He played it for like 5 hours less than the guy who won it and won like $100,000 more.
Makes it home for dinner.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I got to go out to dinner and go to the Christmas market. Kovacic under the gun, queen a 9 suited.
Sad from a sporting event result in my entire life.
The Toronto Blue Jays.
No.
The Edmonton Oilers.
No. You were closer on the first
The
one.
Maple Leafs.
The Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah.
And I want to say 20... I know, I don't understand. Really
Okay, go on.
either. So maybe it was 2014, and first of all, at this point in 2014, the Leafs had not won a playoff series since, I believe, 2002. So it had been like around a dozen years.
Yeah.
And they were in the first round against the Boston Bruins. They're a big underdog. The third is like pretty
significant, yeah.
Significant.
Because there's only 3 periods
There's
in
only
this
3
game.
periods.
Yeah.
Boston came back situation with like a couple other Canadians, like the Greenwoods.
Wait, you expect me to believe that Steve O'Dwyer was part?
Like the depths
The
of
sadness?
my sorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like it was an intimate moment. He was, you know, he was like, sorry, man. And the Leafs have not won a playoff series since.
Bernasconi
goes all in
with a VPIP of 1. 0 VPIP, all in for 18-5, ace-10 suited. These are the droids he was looking for.
18,500. You know, Katai just wants to run it.
Fantastic.
Bernasconi.
Bravis. I had to change the time.
I had to change the time.
Just looking at that trophy. It's weird how over the Trey, 2 diamonds. Ace high faring quite well, and in fact, 10 sixes are drawing dead. Okay, cool.
You know, there's a lot of interesting last names in this hand, most of which ending in I. Very curious, as Katai is just going to take the stab with the 10-6. But Sakuchi, guess what? Sakuchi's got the ace-9 with the ace of diamonds and correctly makes the call. Katai going to need to get a storytelling turn card, and that's certainly going to be one of them. You can really force out.
They weren't drawing dead.
Well,
they just couldn't win against each other, so it was a chop.
Oh my gosh.
So now 10-6 is back in it.
Oh my gosh, that changes the complexion of the whole hand. I don't even, did I start my analysis over? Anyways, Katai is going to want to attack this 7 a good percentage of the time, because Sakuchi is going to have those ace high floats that will probably fold on the turn. Is going to have those, you know, ace 4s, or, you know, maybe something like a king 3 of spades that are going to be forced to fold this turn.
I got to start playing 5Ks where double barrels work. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Busy in the hizzy.
Another well-played hand by Davide Katai, Triple Crown winner.
WP.
Cordelius Cortez says, commentators, when someone asks what the blinds, he is asking how many chips, not what does that word mean.
Okay, so
I'm not really sure. Okay, so if I have to repeat, the blinds are forced bets that 2 players have to put in every hand. It rotates around the table. It's a way to simulate the action. I hope that answers your question, Cordelius.
Also a way to keep the sun out in, like,
yes,
your bedroom.
absolutely. You know, I say when you're playing strip poker with amateurs, the best thing you could do is keep the blinds low.
Nice, I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've covered everything with blinds.
Anyway, Cordelius, you're banned.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment.
And by the way, it's Cornelius.
Another 10-6.
You got your name wrong.
I don't think that Bernasconi is going to be playing this. Yeah. Do we play the Paul Schrader clip in the last break because he looks like Bernasconi? Pocket Kings for Giuliano. Oh, look at this. Someone from your past.
Oh, snap.
Dead
Like,
naming you.
Dead naming me. Dead naming me. Oh, my God, that's a funny joke.
Yeah.
Mikey So, if that's you. Mikey So is one of the, I'm not even kidding, greatest Counter-Strike players that has ever lived. He was
Vedere.
quite a dynamite. Mo.
Was he a terrorist or a counter-terrorist?
He was both.
Whoa, both?
Both, yeah.
It's hard to do.
Hard to do. But he played both sides, really. You know, he just.
Shirts and skins.
I just got 4 chips here. Maybe I thought
Look at the friendships being developed here. This is what I'm here for.
I'm just here for the friendship between you and that trophy. I see the way you're looking at it.
I kind of like the way that there's like a little bit of dust on it to give it some texture. It's kind of like when
And then
Indiana Jones
there's a
takes the
good-
idol off the stand.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I've been noticing it improving from event to event. The light on the trophy guy, like the guy who figures out how to get the right amount of light on the trophy, it's really been stepped up in recent events. And right now, it's the glisten, of the light pouring in on the trophy. It's good. It's good this year.
The closest Joe is coming to that trophy is in a dream.
Is that a comment?
What's weird is in that I do remember that dream, and you know what happened at the very beginning of it? I banned you. You banned. Thank you for your comment. I felt like there was another ban coming too. Oh, Placideth says, so funny he shows there the skill gap on this table. You know it's just as impressive as the skill gap on the table?
Wait, I know this one. You banned.
The chat gap.
The chat gap, nice. Okay.
On your laptop.
That's funnier.
You banned.
Yeah.
Keep them coming, guys.
So wait, who showed?
The guy showed pocket kings when everyone folded.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
really. I don't think it's that bad, honestly.
Yeah, it's whatever.
3 ways to the flop. Oh, another set of deuces this time.
Ducks fly together.
Ducks fly together.
Quack, quack.
For Cavaccio. Can we call flopping a set of deuces the Gordon Bombay?
Yes, we
Or
can.
maybe the bet,
Oh my
maybe the
God.
post-flop bet is the Gordon Bombay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's nice. That's nice.
Check to Sakuchi, who is up and down. We could see some fireworks here.
Gregorian doesn't like to fold. And gonna think this ace-king high is actually good a decent percentage of the time here. So it's important as you're watching this hand not to be results-oriented in what Cavaccio has. Let's just say Cavaccio had queen 10 of diamonds, right? Would you want to be folding this ace-king here with the king of spades in your hand? No, you'd probably want to be check calling. So
I don't know if I want to be calling with action behind me still.
I'm just saying in this particular situation, playing ace-king as a check call, even against 2 guys, I think is okay.
Are we going to see the Gordon?
Are we going to see the Gordon Bombay? Are we going to see the Goldberg? Tell you what, Sakuchi is going to see.
Here comes some blue chips, the Gordon Bombay.
Sakuchi is going to see a turn card, and I'm not even hating life at all with Sakuchi here. You try to hit that straight on the turn. You turn maybe a little more equity with a heart.
Maybe
try
like
to win a big pot.
The 9 of hearts.
The 9 of hearts.
Little street flash action.
Street flash.
You're right. Your previous knowledge of Sakuchi is serving you well. There goes ace king into the muck. Turn card. Potential for a lot of sweat here.
Heart.
Make it
heart,
good.
Heart.
King of clubs. Oh, ace king's so mad right now.
Ace king is spinning.
Frankster says a set of ducks is Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Don't hate it. But Griffin's... What is that? Peach mint?
No, that wasn't me.
That's not you?
No, I swear.
I don't know. It smells a lot like cherry key lime pie over here.
That did sound like a vape. But
It's definitely someone is vaping. It's just I believe it's not you.
Peach mint.
All right, so brick for the straight draw.
I'm surprised by this check.
Now
from
the
Cavaccio on the turn here.
flush did come in, which would make me very angry if I had the set of deuces here. So I'm never happy.
Go all in, Sakuchi.
So we're about 20 minutes from the next break. And the bet of 17,000 goes uncalled. But Cavaccio doing pretty well. It's almost as if it's the year of Romania. Huh. La.
Yeah, when you fold there, the bet has gone uncalled. But if you had raised all in there, it would have been uncalled for.
Correct. Uncalled for. I'm trying to see who the culprit is here. I'm gonna expect there's gonna be like a Tim Robinson hot dog up the sleeve.
Yeah. I think it's the ace king guy. I think that was the only way he could deal with the fact that he folded the ace king and the turn was the king.
Victor Gonsalves on YouTube is furious. Why check turn?
Yeah, it didn't make much sense. You want those big spade combos to pay.
You know what I say, Griff?
Yeah.
Always bet your sets.
Yeah, you said that?
Yeah.
When?
All the time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Just now, for example. Ace-Jack suited for Ludovicevic. Calling the raise from Giuliano with pocket fives. Another 10-6. One of the most frustrating hands you can be dealt, I feel like, 10-6.
How much do you have?
You know, I kind of wish Ludovicevic just had like a silly mustache and looked a little bit more like Ludovic Geilig.
Yeah, right.
Where we could joke
Be
that
like,
like
"Yeah,
he's-
isn't that-
I think that might just be he couldn't think of a clever fake name, so he's like, Ludovicevic.
Queen 9-8, check. 5 still good. Ludovicevic and Giuliano, neither one of them stacked incredibly deep. 6.5, I believe, is what was announced from Ludovicevic.
Delayed bet to fold out the exact kind of hand that Giuliano has. But can Giuliano find the call? It's tough. It ain't easy. It's hot out here for a simp.
Parier Mamakanyan says, hey, Joe, try to read my name. No. Thank you for your comment. You're banned. Thank you. Nice try.
Yeah, nice try, Perry or Mamakanyan. Think we're going to fall for your games?
I know. You know. Okay. Sure.
If I don't know, it's missing.
All right. Giuliano. First to act.
Okay.
Nay. Mama Maxon King says, love the commentators, but she spelled it as if we were potatoes.
Oh, that's nice. That's delicious. I like that. A little crispy.
Again.
Salt and pepper.
Ludovicevic, pocket tens.
Raise.
Sushant Sarohi asks, why has the table talk stopped? Well, it's a common affliction when it gets this deep in the tournament. The tight-lipped 280, we like to call it. Once you get down to less than 280 players, it gets a little, we're getting close to the world-famous bubble coverage. Maybe I'll make it on the world-famous stream. Maybe Joe Stapleton will say my name, you know? People get a little bit nervous.
Gregorian. With one of the hands that you can fold, I think, in the big blind.
Yeah.
Cool.
Gry.
Ooh.
Go, Ryan.
Ooh.
Gry. Go, Ryan.
Rigger Ryan G. And this could work out very well for Ludovicevic.
Yeah.
Gregorian almost certainly needs to stick around.
We have seen Gregorian make some raises sometimes when he hasn't felt comfortable just calling. Might do something weird like that again here, but probably just going to see a call. There it is.
Now, Gregorian has gotten there a whole bunch of times too, though, so I guess we can't count him out just yet.
Yeah, really hoping to hit this turn with a 4 or a 3, but it is Grigo Ryan Air on the turn.
Thank you, peace and love, Sebastian Hubert with the viewer dump. Oof. Thank you.
12.5.
Ooh, I like this question from Nick Cole Griffin. What was your toughest opponent to play against on the felt? Fareed Jatin was
Oh, I remember
real tough.
Fareed Jatin, yeah.
Yeah, and what makes it even tougher is that I consider him a friend, and it means he just goes at you harder. You're both in the PSPC back in 2019.
I experienced that recently also.
Yeah, it creates a weird
really hard
game.
to play against a friend, yeah.
Yeah. I heard a great story actually from an event recently where I saw an update on Poker News about it where Fareed had opened the button and 2 people had called, and then before the flop came out he said, excuse me, dealer, could I get a second card?
No, that was someone else.
No, it's Fareed.
I read that same story about Matt Glantz.
Oh, maybe, but this happened like a few days ago. Yeah,
That's
I wonder
funny.
I wonder what the rule would be at like an EPT if it'd be dead or not. I'm sure.
Is
some
that like a
editor reads all
common
the rules.
story that you just inject the name of whoever you want?
No, that was it was literally sent to me by Carter. Carter Swidler and I love Fareed Jatin, so whenever he's in the news, we send little tidbits to each other.
Huh, did anyone else read that about Matt Glantz? Because I read that exact same story. But I'm sure you have it right, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. So it wasn't even a Poker News, it was an Adam Hendricks tweet.
Great time to be a poker player and poker fan right now, though, huh? Wherever you are in the world, great poker to be played. Cool events going on.
Bravo. You know.
Hama all in with King Jack. Probably not going to get called. Who asked for a count? Ludovicevic?
Well,
8-6 suited.
Ludovicevic did make the original open and is facing an all-in of under 10 big blinds. It's going to end up being a bit too much chips, and I think Ludovicevic knows that, but wants to make it look like he's making some tough decision with ace-10 or ace-9 or something like that. Just some posturing, really. Oh, this is just so close, but I just don't think I can call, King Jack off here. It's just really, like ace-7 suited, it's just, right on the line, you know? It's like, no, buddy, you have 8-6. Stop wasting my bloody time.
Fold.
Wow.
Wait,
that's
what?
Tough, man.
A fold?
Wow, that's tough, dude. Oh, so close.
Cordelius
So
Cortez
close.
is back somehow, despite
close.
being banned, and says he can actually call. All right, why don't you head back over into the corner for a little bit.
I mean,
Thank you for your comment.
I know he's allowed to call. It is technically under 10 big blinds. But, you know, it's not great.
$268. Did they announce how many people are getting paid? Did I miss that part?
I think it's listed somewhere, yeah.
The prize payouts? I missed that?
Yeah, you missed it.
Cavaccio, 183. 183. All right, so less than 100 away. Cavaccio with the king, queen under the gun. For many people, the bottom of their under the gun range. I'm not gonna lie, I have a hard time folding king jack under the gun too. I know it's bad, but.
Depends how handed you are. This is 7-handed, right?
Yeah. I play a lot of 11-handed. It's not really. I prefer 11-handed because I can fold ace-queen under the gun. I just like to play as few hands as possible. It's so stressful, isn't it, right? Top pair for Katai, defending with 9-8.
Do you have a big pair? Big pair? No.
10 on the turn. That gives Katai a straight draw.
Yeah, and Katai is going to want to...
But a weird straight draw, right? Because that jack, could be I una problema. No, it's a tray.
And finally, Katai is going to go for some value here. And really has license to bet big in this 7,500 amount. Because your opponent clearly has worse than a 9, let alone a 7. The hand that Kovaciu's going to have is a lot of ace highs, maybe something like pocket 5s, king queen high. And because that value range is relatively wide there with all the different pair combinations, going to fold.
Man, back in my day, it was, I think I have the best hand, I'm going to bet.
Yeah.
Turns out there's a lot more to it than that. Griffin looks like he could be a Chicago Cubs player. If Bazooka Joe was a person, it would be Griffin.
That's very flattering, I think.
Is that 2 references?
I think so. Bazooka Joe, isn't that like the bubble gum?
Yeah.
Take it.
Bazooka Joe, the smell of Bazooka Joe is one of those things that gives me like really nice memories.
Yeah.
You get the old big league chew up in
yeah, we do.
up in Canada. Just stuff a wad of purple straw in
back
your
in
mouth.
my in my bully period, I would just stuff 2 packs in either side.
Really?
Be like, hey,
really?
Get off my turf.
Because you thought it made you look hard to have fake tobacco in your mouth?
Yeah. It was just bubble gum.
This grape flavor is really getting to me.
Yeah.
Ace-8 suited for Giuliano makes it 4,000.
Hey, Tommy, grape to see ya.
I always wished that I was rich enough to eat the whole pack at once, but I was a real poor kid, so I was like, no, I got to make this last, and I would only just eat a little at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Gavaccio.
You sound like the kind of kid that I would have bullied.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I would have given you.
Afford to put all of it in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gavaccio getting a little creative here with the 300,000 chips.
Yeah, Cavaccio out of line. OOL here. Really just targeting all the kind of hands that Giuliano is going to raise and then have to fold. And this is probably going to be one of them. I mean,
yeah, this does seem like one of them.
I would love to see Giuliano shove here, but it's just like, are you going to put your tournament on the line here and just get snapped off by ace-queen? Or are you going to make a tight fold and feel embarrassed when you watch this later?
There's no shame in this. Don't do that.
I mean, this is what chip leaders are going to do. How often is the chip leader going to have a big, strong hand here? You have a nice suited ace, and you can see how much Giuliano just wants to fold. Don't do it. Just make a stand, man. Make a stand. Just stand up for yourself, man. Stand up for yourself. And just the call.
Just the call. Oh, just the call worries me. What's your plan? Hit the flop?
Hit the flop. Exit strategy
that
later.
plan does not work for me a lot of the time. King at queen 8. So bottom pair for Giuliano. This is my idea of hitting the flop. 10-eye flush draw for Cavaccio.
Yeah, and with a stack to pot ratio of close to 1-to-1, Cavaccio might just be like, you know what? Let's just
yeah, I mean, you got to keep telling the story, right?
Let's just go all in. Could also just bet something, because you would hate to just shove into a king here.
Yeah, so I would be I feel like this king-queen board is just going to smash the raise call range.
Snap folded the bottom pair. Yeah. That's the thing.
I would be too afraid to bet that. I don't know how you find the bet there.
I mean, when you're wearing a shirt like that, straight from Dan Flash's, by the way, that one is about 1,200 out the door.
1,200?
I recognize it, yeah. Because you see what's so great about that one is that even though the pattern is complicated, there's a ton of D's on it, and that stands for Dan Flashes.
I thought it's R's. For are you going to Dan Flashes?
That was so dumb. I broke character.
Ooh, pocket kings.
Ooh.
We like that.
Raise.
Damn.
You got to be careful raising kings under the gun, though, because there's a lot of action behind you, and someone could wake up with a better hand.
This is why I say just go all in.
Do you think, are you with me? Like, kings is like a top 3 hand for me.
Yeah, it's top 5 for me.
Top 5, okay.
But yeah, I mean, we all have different. It's subjective, right?
Oh, it's definitely subjective.
Yeah. Top 3 to 5 best hand.
Sakuchi with ace-4 suited. Total airball on this flop. Queen high board when you have pocket kings. It doesn't get any better than that.
So, Yodo Gami still talking about the previous hand, saying call is a criminal. Not call is criminal with the ace-8 of spades. It is a criminal.
A smooth criminal.
Yeah.
A smooth call for a smooth criminal.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
I forget the name, but someone in chat recently was asking, is Nick Walsh scheduled to commentate this event?
Who cares?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I mean, that's one way.
That's one valid response.
So the chips.
I was just going to say yes, thank you for your question.
Okay, thanks.
Other players will play.
Who cares? My God.
They will give us no chips.
You know what makes that even funnier? The audience might not know this. Is that Nick Walsh is perhaps the most supportive person of everyone and all of their endeavors on and off the felt. And for him just to get a hearty, who cares? It's really just a slap in the face of all that is good and decent.
I'm sorry, man. You started talking about Big League Chew. You got me back in my old ways.
oh, that's right. Bully Griffin.
Having said that, you did give my number to Nick Walsh, and all he has done since then is ask for favors.
Oh, see, Nick, look, he has my notebook and my comic book that I left behind at the last event. I'm the worst. Thank you, Nick. Oh, jeez. I forgot this even existed.
This is a Spider-Man? Why do you have a Spider-Man comic here?
So Growler gave me, she knows I'm writing a comic book.
Yeah.
And she gave me this episode of Spider-Man, this issue that's poker and Moneymaker's in it.
No way.
Yeah, Moneymaker's mentioned, or he's in there. I haven't opened it yet. So we're going 3 ways to this flop. Ace tray 5, pair of 5s. That's the best hand for now.
And Sakuchi very quietly is all the way down to 70,000, but finally has the best of it. And my question is, oh yeah, this must have been a button. Oh man, not fair.
Man, we've seen a lot of turn and rivers taking the loser to the winner. Okay, well, if you didn't like your hand before, running 8s. I mean, Cavaccio has got you. No, that didn't work.
Important question here from Glow and Bud. Is your comic about poker at Joe Stapes? I think I can take this question.
Go
if you don't
for it.
mind.
Yeah, sure.
Well, you know, Glow and Bud,
Snap
it's
fold.
really more of a cosmic gumbo of, you know, sort of feeling trapped in your own life and, you know, in poker, but also wanting to, you know, be successful and escape it.
Thank you. Thank you, Griffin. And that's taking us to the break.
Wow. No. Really?
Yeah. It just flew by.
I don't believe that. It must be a mistake.
I had a lot of fun with you.
That was not an hour and a half.
Well, I mean, I was only in here for half of that
Right,
time.
okay.
But
Well, the back half went by fast.
Chip Leader is going to stick around. We do have a new feature table coming in after the break. Gail Bauman and Juan Pardo will be with us. These are the chip stacks that folks will be taking back into the field with them. We may see these folks later on, but they're off the feature table for now. Paul, Adrian, Cavacciu, Year of Romania, headed out into the field with 136 big blinds. Of course, these players will still play together out there. They're not being dispersed. But we, in fact, are going to disperse for the next 15 minutes or so. Coming up on a break here, more from Joe Stapleton, James Hardigan, Griffin Benger from EPT Prague 2022, just after this.
We said that earlier on. If you wanted to know about poker, you had to find books, and there were only about 2 of them in existence, Super System 1 and Super System 2.
Yeah, we hadn't even had Harrington on Hold'em yet at this point, had we?
The revolutionary Harrington on Hold'em.
Falconer with pocket jacks.
15?
I believe.
75,000.
75,000?
I believe Falconer had limped. And Shipley, he said 75,000. Doesn't really matter. Falconer was all in for around 300, it looks like. I guess this is what you did back then with jacks.
Danger hand. You don't want to see too many cards coming out.
A lot of tanking with jacks so far in this era.
Some tanking now with King Queen suited from Shipley.
Cool.
There it is. And we are flipping, this time potentially for the first ever EPT London title. Wow, what a flop again. 2 spades and a queen. That's the spade on the turn. Shipley takes it down, wins the flip, wins EPT London, numero uno, 200,000 pounds.
I might have been winning with Jack, Charlie.
Rafe finds.
Next time there is a shot of Ram Vaswani, I want to see if anyone in the chat or one of my 2 co-commentators can recognize the gentleman who is sat directly behind Ram and occasionally is peering in to see what's happening at the table.
Okay.
We said there'd be some familiar faces in the crowd. I appreciate that his face may not be that familiar, but when I tell you his name, you will recognize it.
40,000.
And now they change the angle on Ram Vaswani just to thwart me.
All in by Ram.
We're gonna flip for a win here. Potentially for the win.
There he is.
Oh, that is a Scheinberg.
That is Mark Scheinberg, one of the 2 founders of PokerStars.
A rare on-camera sighting of a Scheinberg.
And called by Rory.
Oh, we've got a call from Rory. And Vaswani with the ace-5. If he wins, he is your champion.
So this is a unorthodox race, but it is 2 overcards against a pocket pair.
Like Ass G's versus GeoCities.
And it's an ace-high flop, and that sees Ram Vaswani move out in front.
Turn cards. 7,
It is always coming 7, but unless it comes a 4, which it doesn't, Ramvaswani will win the Dublin EPT. 3 events, 3 winners. Alexander Stevic, John Shipley, and now Ramvaswani, the second Brit to win a European Poker Tour title. So right now, Noah Boken has the chip advantage. Ramvaswani with ace-jack. And that is a call. Noah with ace-queen.
Oh, here we go.
Raises 100 more, so that's 124K total. And an all-in and a call.
Ace-jack for Ram, ace-queen for Noah.
Wow.
Ace-queen is in the lead, and Noah covers Ram. Here is the flop.
Yes, show us the flop.
Flop is jack.
Oh, it's jack high.
Ram is flop top.
Domination rotation, although the gut shot draw for Noah Boken.
Turn card.
And that king gives him the straight.
The nut straight. And Ram is drawing dead to a queen. Queen for a tie. Here's the river.
He can only chop it.
It's a
no chop. And Noah Boken becomes an EPT champion. And how weird is that, guys, that we almost had a 2-time winner on the European Poker Tour in the 4th event of the tour's existence.
But yeah, crazy. And Ramvaswani come in 2nd place. Real kind of passing of the torch.
I mean, if it was going to happen when they were playing 180-person fields, that was the time.
Yeah. Ramvaswani gets a 1st and a 2nd in back-to-back events. Noah Boken joins the ranks of early EPT champions.
There is your chip leader, and he has 2 10s. Good hand that. Good hand then, good hand now.
I would say that its nickname, Spraggy, was even more relevant in 2004 when a few people still remembered who Paul Daniels was.
Yes, yes.
The guy that played C3PO.
All in from Justin.
Bonomo is shoved with ace-queen. Looks like Olsen has the same hand.
I call.
Wow.
Carl announces call. 164,000 bet from Justin.
Ristine folds back around to Brandon Schaefer.
Comes back to Brandon.
Ah, what a loser. The only guy who didn't get a hand here.
You've got 3 players, 1 player in, and got a side pot.
Wow, we could have action on the side here with Schaefer calling as well. Bonomo all in and at risk.
It really sucks when your 10s don't hold here.
And again, pretty unusual because I think in 2020, you're going to see like a re-isolation shove, right? Schaefer opened as the chip leader. You'd imagine that's wide. So Olsen typically in the modern day would be all in, but we're going to see a contested side pot post-flop.
Flop comes 9.
Fortunately for Schaefer, the board is 9 high.
Carl is first to act. He checks.
And this is the problem for Olsen. He's already in for, I think, about 164,000. Didn't have too much left. He's missed the flop.
Both players check. Board pairs on the turn.
Really rooting for the 10s here.
Okay. And check. River card.
10s hold.
Check.
You're not going to think they did till they table them.
Yeah, this gets checked to showdown, and that is the end of Justin Bonomo's run in the EPT Deauville main event. Season 1 of the tour back in 2005. Bonomo's first cash, a 4th place finish for 31,500 euros.
No Mo Bonomo.
Call. And Brandon calls.
Oh, kings versus queens here. Ristine raises to 50,000 and Schaefer flats with the queens. No re-raise. And it's a queen high flop.
Reverse setup.
Marcus first. Mark checks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Ristine. You didn't deserve this.
he's setting a trap, but his trap is actually inside Brandon Schaefer's much bigger, more disguised trap.
Mark raises to 100,000.
It's actually a pretty nice spot for a check raise as well with the kings.
And Brendan calls.
I think both players are playing this hand really soundly so far. I guess more commonly going to see the 3-bet pre-flop, but sorry, the re-raise pre-flop.
Thank you.
Brendan checks. River card.
Check now.
8.
And an 8 on the river.
Really great card for Ristine as well, pairing the 4. He beats Queen Jack now, of course. All in and called.
Oh, man.
Wow, what a cooler.
And that is the end of Mark Ristine, cashing out in 3rd place for 40,500 euros. And we are going heads up in Deauville. A round of applause from James Hartigan at the back.
Well, we know Brandon Schaefer loves 10-7.
Suited in diamonds. And, oh, looks like the Desperados have arrived on the rail. Yep, 29-year-old James Hartigan is swigging away.
I think that might be a Heine. All right, so we have a defend with the 4-3 of hearts. And flops about as good as you could hope.
Carl bets 120,000.
Hey, John Gale.
Yeah.
Come on.
All in announced.
Top pair versus bottom pair in a draw. It's a tale as old as time.
James Hartigan watches on in the background. There's the call.
Carl calls. We have an all-in the final of the French Open. We see the hand, 10-7 from Brendan.
So top pair against a flush draw, a straight flush draw.
Top pair, not the favorite.
Turquoise, a 9 of spades.
Now it is.
No help for Carl.
And it is a blank on the river, which sees Brandon Schaefer win the Deauville leg of season 1 of the European Poker Tour.
Brandon Schaefer, 144,000. First prize, Brandon Schaefer, runner-up, Carl Olsen, this prize, 80,000.
A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited, King 7 the hand from Brandon Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop.
Brandon checks.
Top pair for Schaefer. He's a 94% favorite here.
And Rob bets 70,000.
Hollink continues for 70k.
Yeah, continuing in a similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with 3rd pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
So Schaefer calls the 70K. It's a jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit if we see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it.
Oh, goodness.
Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for
A call.
the title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in, and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. Two of the final 3 players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who was victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo. Welcome back to Prague and the 2022 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Our live coverage of the main event continues here at the Hilton Prague. The King's Casino officially hosting this event. James Hoskin and Griffin Benja.
Oh yeah, EPT Prague, day 2. Let's do this.
So 2 levels down, Griff. That means 4 levels still to play today. And right here, right now, these are the big stacks. Ka Kwan Lau still number 1 in the standings. Ramon Kalia still in the top 5. Tim Adams, we've got a Canadian pro now among the chip leaders.
Oh, Canada.
And of course, Nicolas Grieco, a former EPT finalist. Made the FT in Monte Carlo in 2019, made a deep run in MC in 2022. But there is a long way to go. Looks like around 200 players returning from the break. A starting field of 1,267, the biggest EPT Prague main event we've ever seen. And 183 of those players will get paid. World famous bubble coverage coming soon. And then coming in January, a month from now, the second ever PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship. Yes, the PSPC is almost here. We have been qualifying players for this event since August 2019.
Yeah.
Around 400 platinum passes have been awarded. Some people have been waiting longer than others, and they finally get their chance to play. Everyone coming to the Bahamas, to the Bahama Resort in Nassau at the end of January, because this event is part of PCA 2023. That's right, the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure is back, kicking off on the 22nd of Jan. PSPC from the 30th through to February 3rd, and all 5 days of this 25K event will be streamed live on Twitch and YouTube, in addition to 5 days of the PCA main event, which is a huge 10K, Griffin, and that will just be the warm-up for that.
Yeah, no better way to kick off the new year, if you ask me, with the second PSPC and, you know, the massive 10K buy-in main event. It's just going to be a huge, huge series, and I'm excited to be a part of every step of the way.
Well, I'm excited for our new feature table, mixing things up. 261 players, my bad, 261 players returning from the break, not 200. So fewer than 100 from the money, but still some way to go before world-famous bubble coverage begins. So among the players on the main stage, Gail Bauman,
who we can see getting comfortable. Sar Wilf. And Juan Pardo, who is going to be the biggest stack at this table with 228k. 3 Spanish players on the main stage right now at a new blind level of 1,000, 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante.
And if I had to make a snap judgment just by the way that the players look, I think we'll probably expect to see maybe a bit more advanced play on average from some of these players around the table. Again, I'm just making a snap judgment based off the way they look. You know, the certain look, the European sharky kind of look. There's a lot of them there.
I love making generalizations and making judgmental predictions.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll definitely have this table for at least the duration of this level. Maybe we'll change at the next break at the halfway point. A reminder, there will be a dinner break later this evening to coincide with the second half of the second World Cup semi-final. Of course, our coverage here in Prague, slightly dictated by what's happening in the football. It's a whole nother story when we get to Sunday. This is what they will be playing for on Sunday. We can see the payouts here for the top 10 and the min cash that we'll be paying tonight. $1 million up top, more than $1 million. For first Griffin, plus the trophy. I mean, with such a huge field, was there ever any doubt that we'd have a 7-figure score?
Not a doubt.
Right.
By the way, I hope those of you still in the first mini EPT Prague online event are having fun. If you missed it, second one starts at 6:15 this evening. EPT Paris satellite tickets added to every single mini EPT Prague MTT. So Gail Bauman has opened under the gun +1 with Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at these guys. These guys know how to play.
Folding to Gail's raise.
Awesome to see Gail Bowman, you know, first kind of burst onto the scene many, many years ago with a deep run in the World Series main event, final 2 tables, and still going strong, playing these main events. Must be close to 15 years later or something like that, maybe 10, 12 years later.
Bino, watching on Twitch, as I swear Bauman always finds her way to an EPT feature table. And I have nothing to do with it, Gov, honest.
Yeah, a lot of Gail Bowman stands.
So Martinsek opening in the hijack with ace queen. Sar Wilf with queen 7 suited in the big blind defends. And it is an ace 10-3 flop, so still a domination situation in Martinsek's favor. Less than 1% equity for Sar Wilf.
Did you have any friends growing up named Wilfred?
No.
No? I'm wondering if Wilf would be like a short form for it, you know? For the first name Wilfred. Ooh. And this is very ill-advised. One might even say a little fishy. Stone min raise from the Queen 7 of spades on the Ace 3-10. 2 hearts flop. Wilfie.
I mean,
you're better than this, Wilf.
It's a bold move. I'm going to hazard a guess that it won't work.
Should have gone with a fold move. That's for the Twitch audience. They'll like that one. And now Martinsek to decide between a raise or a call. I think you got to play this as a call. Keep those worse hands in there.
While the 7, it is always coming. It does give Wilf a piece of this board, but not a big enough piece. That is a fair question. Is it always coming 7 twice? Of course, that is the 3%, the Tsar Wilf. 7 on the river.
Can I please? So, we have Where are you from, sorry?
Germany.
Germany. In the pocket. That's it. From
There's
Germany.
my rep.
I hear and check out
115,500.
he has 115, 500.
This one's taking a little long.
Yeah,
man.
It will be day 3 when we see the shot clock introduced. As we get the call from Martinsek. And we go to the river, which is Barry Greenstein. And so it's trips for Martinsek.
Yeah, I think Martinsek is definitely going to want to go for some value here. Probably going to expect that at this point your opponent was just running some sort of a bluff. But you'd have to expect a flush would have bet this river.
Yeah.
So maybe you can get your opponent to call, you know, a small bet with a weirdly played 10 or maybe a weirdly played queen 7 that turned to 7. You know, you are sometimes going to have bluffs in Martinsek's spot here. Hands like King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack, the kind of hands that, think about the sizing during this hand, James. You know, it was a min re-raise on the flop and then a same bet on the turn of 8,000 into, you know, quite a bit. So you would find yourself on the turn here with all those Broadway combos, or on the river here with all those Broadway combos.
16,000 is the river bet.
I mean, surely Wilf should recognize that it's much more likely Martinsek has the ace-x and even all those heart combos. And that's why you want to be really careful with the kind of hands that you select to run these kind of bluffs. Because when you choose something like Queen 7 of spades on this flop to check min raise, you know, your guessing game doesn't help that you don't have any heart in your hand. You know, it opens up the possibility that your opponent has more flush combinations. Oh, Wilf. Wilf. Wilf, oh, you can tell he just wants to do it. Oh, he just wants to be a hero on TV. Oh. Can you imagine show all this to all my friends back home? Can you imagine? Look at this, I get to show my friends.
That you just donked off an additional 16K.
Oh, Wilf.
The bluff catcher.
Wilf.
The naked 7 makes the hero call.
The friends are not going to be impressed back home. The Wilf pack is not going to be pleased.
Just imagine right now that an animated superhero is crashing and burning to the ground.
Oh, Wilf.
Looks like we've got a new player coming to the feature table.
When there's a Wilf, there's a way. Found a way to give away a lot of chips there. Here's our chip counts. Bunch of Spaniards we haven't even heard from yet.
Yeah, Juan Pardo, a.k.a. Malacca style, table chip leader right now.
And catch you. Sorry, I am sick, you guys. Oh,
first hand,
a couple of aces
at the table, and Katsu opens with aces.
Must be nice. And the man formerly known as Fernandez.
This is Amat Fernandez.
Bit of a weird spot for King Queen because you are in position of the end of the gun. You're probably slightly behind the average opening range of that 50-ish big blind stack. 40-ish big blind stack, 45. So do you want to just sort of turn this hand into a blocker bluff and try to fold out some ace-jack, ace-10 type hands, or do you want to just play this as a call? And I really don't mind the 3-bet.
30 blinds.
15?
30 blinds.
30.
To catch you with the Pikachu sweater.
Too many chews.
Yeah. Too many chews to choose from. You know, just calling here might raise some alarm bells. You'd hate to just call and it come king, queen high. You don't get the money in against jacks. So maybe Katsu is just going to shove and hope that Prior Fernandez has value. But you hate to shove here and not get any more action on these aces. And that is going to be a shove.
Yep, the red triangle of death has been deployed.
And we know what's going to happen. We know that Prior Fernandez always was going to 3-bet fold this. But gotta wait. Gotta give it a little time.
Welcome to the table, sir. 251 players remaining. A reminder, it's 183 who'll get paid. So getting closer to the money, closer to the bubble. Okay, not on my watch. You don't see things like that about Gail Bauman on my watch. And you're banned.
Montone. Rocking the Tommy Hilfiger. I haven't seen Tommy Hilfiger rocked in a while. It's still cool. I feel like I thought it was cool when I was in junior high school. Might still be cool.
So ace 3 versus queen 9. And there is a 3 on the flop. Montone's still ahead.
Cheeky little lead here coming up from Katsu because this board should favor the big blind's range. We've seen this kind of play before where it really puts the aggressor on their toes. Usually want to do it when you're pretty deep stacked. Of course, we can see Kachu only has the Queen 9 suited, but the kind of hand that can turn some nice cards. And you know what? Montone says, I know this game. I'm the aggressor. This is my hand. I need to protect this 3 and also rep even stronger because it's going to make it much easier to play. I don't want that, 10 of diamonds to turn and catch you to bet 2/3 pot, and then I have to fold this 3. So very nice play from the Tommy Hilfiger figure wearing Montone. I like it. I like it a lot.
Chris Jones, watching on YouTube, you are not incorrect. We did say on the podcast that a solution had been found to the squeaky chairs. The problem is that, as with the previous attempted solution to just stick felt on the bottom, these little gel sleeves they've got with felt on the bottom, every now and then one does break or fall off. All I would say is you may hear the occasional solitary squeak. It's still better than every single chair squeaking every time someone moves. But no, it has not been eliminated completely. We still ask you, even in the year 2022, to hashtag embrace the squeak.
Squeak. Ooh.
Is it a rule that you always get aces under the gun? Is this the kind of
This is the new
theme
rule,
of this
yeah.
table?
Ace, ace, definitely in the top 3 best hands.
Which is your favorite venue to play?
Favorite what?
The venue, the city.
Barnsick gonna complete for that single blind. Thinking, oh, whatever, my ace might be live, my 6 might be live. Not.
Queen 7 deuce with 2 spades. Nut flush draw for Gail Bauman.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
3-bet 5,000.
Do you live there? David?
7-4.
Montone betting quite small here. Trying to get in all those wide hands. And
oh.
Now this pot is pretty small. Montone is going to recognize that in Bowman's situation, she is going to have a lot of Queen X and then those spade combos. Sometimes a hand like, pocket 9s, pocket 10s with a spade. So expect Bowman to call here, and then most of the time I think Montone is going to feel pretty good about maybe bet folding a brick river. What amount would you want to bet here to get value from a queen, but not spend too much? And I think 15,000 is the answer. About 30% of the pot, bit less. And once Bowman raises this to, something in the 40 to 60,000, I think Montone will be pretty comfortable letting it go. You might be asking yourself, how can you fold aces? Well, think about this spot, right? Bauman is sort of split between those Queen X kind of hands that would just call this river bet, and then those spade flushes that will raise. And I can tell you, the camera might not be on Montone's face right now, but he is not happy with all this chip collecting from Gale.
48,000. Let's see him now. Yeah, that is not the face of a happy man.
No. That's the face of a guy who just lost the flip in his head of, does Gale have a queen or a flush here? Hopefully she just calls. No, she's raised. Hey, it's okay. It's okay, Montone. We all got our aces cracked sometimes. It's hard to even think of a hand that Montone could, that Bauman could have that would even be bluffing here. If you think about the flop call, the turn call, you know, what would it be? Ace Jack with the ace of spades might call the flop and then do this on the river. That is one possibility. But that's, you know, that's most of it. Maybe Jacks with the Jack of spades would call twice here, and then with that Jack of spades in hand, try to turn into a bluff. But again, most of the time, it's going to be those flushes.
Good fold.
Yeah.
Gail Bauman adds 43.5K to her stack.
Go, Gail. Go, 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 Gail.
Five deuce of diamonds for Amat Fernandez. He folds. Round to Gail Bauman. Queen nine of hearts. She raises to 5K. Juan Pardo's on the button. Pocket threes.
Yeah, and one of those rare day two set money opportunities. Gail Bauman with over 50 big blinds. You're on the button with a pair. You know, you're sitting with almost 100 big blinds.
Yep.
Not a lot of times you get to call with pocket threes and just try to flop a set on a day two, day three, that kind of thing. But this is one of those rare afforded opportunities.
Well, one of those situations where threes are officially still the best hand, but a horrible board. But Gail does not continue, checks the action.
Yeah, and there are going to be some check calls in Bauman's range here that will be problematic for Pardo because, you know, might check call something like ace-5, 7-8 or something. But also all those other hands that have a lot of equity that might just be check folding, like a queen 9 of hearts. You know, maybe like a king 10 of diamonds, something like that. So that's obviously Pardo bet for protection. Price setting, takes it down, adds to the chip stack.
Nice try. Yes. Nice try. Nice try.
241 players remain here at EPT Prague, the biggest EPT Prague in history. The, what was it, 11th biggest EPT if you include the PCAs and everything?
I think that was the number that
EPT
Howard
umbrella.
gave us. Yeah.
The 8th biggest ever in Europe.
That's right.
So pretty incredible event here. 1,267 started, over $1 million euros for first.
The wonderfully convoluted line that only someone of Howard Swains' caliber could come up with is, it's the biggest Europe-based EPT outside of Barcelona.
Nice.
So this is Pardo and Martinsek going to the flop.
Pretty loose flat here from Martinsek with the king 3 suited.
Well, there's a 3 on the flop. What's not to like?
And you can see how this hand kind of relates to the last one, where I talked about, you know, the kind of hands that Gale might check call that 5-7 jack flop. They'd be hands like the one that Pardo has here. So Martinsek is doing a similar principle here with a pair of 3s as Pardo had last hand. Just trying to sort of protect and then set the price against the times Pardo is check calling with a better hand.
Pardo, huge favourite now. Has the 10s, has the open-ended straight draw. Martinsek with just a 3.
And you know, this doesn't always result in a check for Martinsek. I think that sometimes he certainly might, but just think about how Pardo is going to have to react with pocket 8s and 7s and 6s facing a bet here. So Martinsek might think, oh, well, you know, even ace-9, even king-9 facing a big bet, it's going to have a tough time continuing on this turn. So I think Martinsek is balancing in his head all those combos, which ones will fold, and finally came to the decision that, you know, not going to get enough folds. Instead, let's take the free card where I can hit my 10 or my 3 on the river sometimes. And the great thing about being in position for Martinsek is because I anticipate this will go check-check. You know, being in position, you won't have to show your hand down, which is also always nice. You don't necessarily want your very talented opponents to know that you're flatting as loosely as king 3 suited. I think Martinsek's probably a pretty aware player, and he's just maybe going a few notches outside of what maybe you should be calling with. Ooh, and the blocker bet of 4,000. Kind of obnoxious for Martinsek, thinking, I mean, does he have like ace-10 sometimes? It's just sort of blocking so I don't make a big bluff. No, you're just expecting that you're paying off a 9 a lot here, or something like 10s. So why do it?
Yeah.
Because it's so cheap, James. Good fold.
DJ JD, watching on YouTube, says, I made the money in a tournament yesterday and won a whopping $4.50. Depends what the buy-in was. If that was like a 2-penny buy-in event, that's a solid return on investment.
It is.
Granted, if it was a $5 buy-in and you cash for $4.50, then you're running at a loss. But everything is relative. Everything in poker is situational.
One-man Wilf pack. Ace, queen suited, under the gun.
The ace,
12
queen
big blinds. It's all going in.
Of strawberries, and it is a shove. And Gail Bauman has 10s.
Yeah, you'd rather have these 10s in like the small blind or even the cutoff, but it's going to be too strong to fold. I guess the question becomes, do you want to just call the 31,000, or do you want to, you know, shove in the 50 bigs? Probably just want to call, right? Don't want to run into kings of a chip leader or something.
So everyone else folds, and there is a classic race underway at the feature table. Sarwolf's ace-queen racing against Gail Bauman's 10s, and Sarwolf is the player who needs to hit here. He is at risk and slightly behind.
So classic.
The flop is ace high, looking good for a Wilf double up.
When there's a Wilf, there's a way.
Two pair now on the turn. Same outs for Gail Bauman. 2 10s in the deck she can hit to KO Sar Wilf. River card is a king. So Wilf doubles up. Gail Bauman now playing just over 100k.
236. 236. 236. Still no flop.
Still no what?
Still no flop. What? They will put it here.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow when we don't need it anymore. No, probably they do.
They can put the semi-final of...
Yes, as well. That would be sweet.
Yes.
Everybody agrees they should do.
Carter with the ducks. Quack, quack.
Quackity quack, don't talk back. Philip, the Razor asks, has Michael Phelps been seen at any of these recent events? Have not seen Michael Phelps on the poker circuit for near enough 10 years. I think it was PCA 2013 where we saw him.
Yeah, he used us. It was just a phase. These opinions are my own and do not reflect PokerStars. Liho. Or Lijo, depending on the pronunciation. Takes one down with Jack-9 and gets a fun little sarcastic celebration for the first hand won at the feature table. It's always funny you come in there with the adrenaline pumping on the feature and ready to show the world what you can do, and you're just card dead for 10, 12 hands.
Chris Rocky says, where is Chatty Guy on the table? Number one, Sam Grafton was eliminated during the first leg of the date. Number two, that table was long since moved off the main stage, and that table has since broken.
Right.
5,000. 6 plus. 7 plus.
Liho now getting a little cocky with Queen 9.
Not to know he's run into a dominating hand. However, has paired his 9. However, Katsu does have a pair of kings. However, neither player will like the fact that it's an ace-high board.
However, a spade will also mean that they're not liking the board that much. Sorry, I just want to keep your however thing going. I didn't have a lot to work with. 3,500 from Liho.
There is the spade, and the board gets straightier as well.
Very difficult to find a bet here without a spade in your hand. It would be nice to just bet here and fold out something like, you know, King X of diamonds. And that's actually what Liho is going to try to do. And I'll tell you what, King, Queen, no spade. Ain't no picnic on this board here. That might even be one of the combos that you kind of have to fold. And Leo getting a little momentum, is showing the people at home what he's capable of. Very nice. Very nice.
So 235 players right now. We'll go hand for hand at 184. 183 will get paid. Martinsek opening here with Jack-9 of diamonds, Montone with ace-deuce of clubs. We've referenced a few times, by the way, guys, that we've got the mini EPT Prague running on PokerStars right now. Next tournament starting at 6:15. Also want to alert you to the fact that the New Year series is coming soon, a brand new online series inviting you to see in 2023 with PokerStars. Starts on Christmas Day. That's December 25th, for those of you who don't know. Runs until January 17th with 40 million guaranteed across the series. So Montone 3-bet the ace-deuce. Fernandez all in with Jack. Sarwell folds the ace-jack.
Yeah, and unless we get a massive hand waking up in the blinds here, gonna have to expect an all-in and a call between Montone and Fernandez. Too good of a price here. It's just going to be under 24,000 to call with your 15,000 in there. Yeah. Side call, live cards, clubs live, ace live. Let's go racing.
You.
Siempre con las buenas, como nos han enseñado en vídeo que vi.
Just said that he's using his one time for the day.
When did it become for the day, or even for a tournament? A one time is a one time. You use it once, and then it's spent.
Yeah, I'm referencing earlier when they were
I know.
deciding it, yeah.
I'm concerned at how this rule has been adapted.
Well, going to be happy about using it so far.
Jack's now better than a 4-1 favorite. And we are going to see a double up for Amat Fernandez, unless Barry Greenstein walks in. Robe flapping open. Little Barry in everyone's faces. No, it's a 9 on the river.
It's a 9 on the river. Getting high by the river. Don't you know all the lyrics to that song, James? Want to give us a little tune? Or do you know the rap
I
part?
have already put my unique spin on the EPT rap, Griffin. I do not feel the need to do another performance.
Getting high by the river.
Yeah.
I mean, your rendition is almost in tune. I'll give you that.
Nice.
Be careful with him.
So Fernandez looking down at King Queen here.
Chips to play with. How fun.
4 raise 5,000. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass.
The raise is to 5,000. And round to the blinds. Juan Pardo folding the small, and Martin Sek folding the big.
Momentum.
La segunda nunca es paro.
This is hand 81. Wait, does that include the other table?
Yes, this
Oh,
is
this is
counting from the start of the day.
Oh.
6 raise 6,000. 7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass. 2 pass.
A nice little takedown from Wilf. Bouncing back from that brutal opening hand with Queen 7 of spades. Not the one he's going to put on his poker resume.
No.
But a nice double up through Gail Bowman. And a little raise and take with the 8-7 of hearts.
Few people asking how many make the money. We have said it a few times, 183. So we are still some distance from the bubble with 234 players remaining right now. But that money bubble will burst today. World famous bubble coverage will be tonight.
Raise. 3 raise 8,000.
Don't love this raise here from Montone. Fernandez appears to be like kind of a toughish player. Jack 6 off. Not a very nice hand. Fernandez with the ace queen, surely trying to decide whether he just wants to shove for these, 35 big blinds, or raise and induce, make it something like 22, 23,000. Is going to go for that raise to try to induce a shove, but it's going to get a quick full fold. Heads up between Martinsek and Montone's very under-repped ace-queen off. This was a cutoff open for Martinsek and just a flat for Montone, playing about 45 big blinds. I think the temptation here is to certainly just bet with the quote-unquote stronger range, but I think we're going to expect to see a ton of continues here for Montone. You know, the king highs, obviously all the ace X's, all the pocket pairs. It's clear that Martinsek doesn't give up on pots very easily, but I think would be falling into a trap of his own design if he decided to find another bet here.
101. Tranquilo. ¿Tú? 170. Ya te van a tener. Ya te van a tener. No, ponga el partido en casa.
Still hasn't checked though, and the temptation was too great. Is going to bet 11,000, hoping to fold out those king and queen high floats, those pocket pairs, sixes and the like, that might think, ugh, I might be good here, but I don't know if I'm ready to continue. But no, man, your opponent's got the ace queen, man. You're drawing dead, man. Martin, we got to get out of here, Martin. It's your kids, Marty.
Got away from it. So we talked earlier on, Griffin, about the PSPC taking place. Of course, it is just one small part. I mean, it's a big part, but what I mean is it's one single tournament that's taking place at the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure, which returns for the first time in 4 years. 2 weeks of Poker in Paradise running end of January, beginning of February, and we will be there with coverage of the PCA main event, which has a 10K buy-in, starting on January 25th. 5 days of coverage of the PCA on Twitch and YouTube before our 5 days of coverage of the PSPC. And I believe satellites for that 10K PCA main event are still running. Gail Bauman opening under the gun with ace-9 suited. Martinsek flats in the hijack.
And our boy Wilf able to get in there with live cards.
Queen 10 deuce. So ace jack high, still the best hand, and has the gut shot straight draw as well.
Yeah, advantage Martinsek here because it's very difficult for Bowman to continue with a bet. This smashes. not just her range, but also Martinsek's. So I wouldn't fault bump Gail Bauman for checking here, but instead she does go for a bet, hoping that Martinsek is more on the, 7/8 suited, pocket sevens kind of range that can fold to a bet here.
Oh my word. It literally sounds like the ceiling of this room is collapsing because I didn't realize we were directly below the gym at the Hilton Prague.
Oh, yeah?
So clearly someone is lifting and dropping
doing
very heavy
deadlifts.
weights.
So very interesting turn card here for Gail Bowman because this is part of the reason why Gail wants to bet this flop some of the time, because you do have some good backdoor equity. It's an interesting turn card, particularly the Jack of Hearts, because, it completes something like Queen Jack. It would complete a hand like Ace King, but we don't think Martinsek holds that because he just flatted pre-flop. So there is some pretty strong range that Martinsek could have here, like a Queen Jack suited, like a Jack 10 suited, that would call here at the hijack and certainly call this turn. But then there's the other hands that are very difficult to continue with. Hands like King Jack facing 20,000 bet here. Ace Jack off. Maybe even something like Jack 9 suited. This bet representing exactly 20% of Martinsek's remaining stack, a bet of around close to 60%. It's just like, what am I beating here when I'm seeing this bet? This is an under-the-gun razor and a two-barrel, and a bet on the flop three-handed. Gail Bowman's going to have all the pocket queens, pocket tens, ace king, three jacks, and still Martinsek, it looks like might call. Wow.
I'm seriously unconvinced the ceiling's going to hold. Adub Chak on Twitch says someone's doing a set of jumping lunges. I mean, someone
That
who weighs
sounds
like
weights.
500 kilos would need to be doing a set of jumping lunges for it to sound like that.
But people aren't usually that quick with their...
No, that's not a human being. There is no human large enough to make that noise.
Finally, Gail gets it through a really well-played hand. A tough out is Martinsek. I think it's very clear. I think a lot of players would maybe have folded a bit sooner than that, but Martinsek really giving Gail Bowman credit for having some bluffs there, really thinking about that, but eventually folding.
Getting closer to the money with 225 remaining, 183 sharing the prize pool of 6.1 million euros. "35 minutes until the end of this level and the third break of the day. This the third of 6 levels to be played on day 2 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event.
Big hand for Fernandez here. Pocket tens, playing 40 big blinds almost on the nose. Should be mostly calling in this spot.
The raise, the call, and Gail Bauman completing from the big blind. Jack, Jack 5, 10 still good. Action has been checked to Fernandez. Bet of 6,500 is greeted by 2 folds. And Fernandez adds 14.5k to his stack. Got just over half an hour to run on this level now. And Juan Pardo is under the gun with Queen Jack. Raise and take it.
It's there. Martinsek.
Okay, next time I say okay. Raise 5,000.
That was agreed very close. The chip kind of hit the table exactly the same time as Martinsek said 5,000. The dealer is letting it go, but I think that's fair to say next time, please make the verbal declaration clear before the chip goes in.
Yeah, I think it's important that there's a little room for discretion. You don't see a lot of limping, especially at this stage of the tournament. So sometimes the dealer is going to have a call in that spot where it's just like, all right, you know, it's close, but let you have this one, but please be careful. Let's all play within the rules.
Yeah.
It was marked as a raise, and it's a small pot for Martinsek.
And Martinsek playing a 42 big blind stack.
Raise. Raise.
Wilf, baby. The Joes and James going to play it as a 3-bet, leaving just under 20 big blinds behind. Bit of an awkward spot for King Queen off with your opponent pretty short behind. Your opponent hasn't really shown a lot of light. Three bets pre-flop. You're in relatively early mid position, So if you think that your opponent mostly holds value here,
Yeah.
the hand that you're really hoping that he has is something like 2 jacks. But just because we are existing in the universe where this is the best case scenario doesn't mean that makes it the right thing to continue with a call or a shove. Because when you balance those pocket jacks with all the kings, queens, aces, ace, king, ace, queen, and the like, king, queen shrivels up big time, and that's why we see the hope really consider and then let it go.
A few comments on the pace of play, Griffin, and about how long it's taking some players to act. All I'm going to say is you think it's bad now, wait till another 20 have gone out and we're like getting closer to the bubble.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the natural ecosystem that is a poker tournament with a big bubble. Things are going to start to get a bit slower at this stage.
Right.
Where did the commentators go? Don't worry, we're still here. Just the action's a bit slow. This is ASMR, PokerStars TV. Raise to 5,000 from Leho. Fernandez in the big blind. The tennis shoes, the kicks, the king 6 suited.
The what? The kicks?
Yeah, king 6. You've heard me say kicks before, no?
Maybe
it's my
just
thing.
blocked you out.
It's my thing. It's
I
the
thought your
tennis
thing
shoes.
was deuces and ducks flying together and all that nonsense.
I've got so many things up my sleeve. The Queen 10, the Bay. Remember that one?
Oh, God, yeah.
The Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, that one just feels a little bit inappropriate.
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. Fernandez not getting the flop that he wants. Leho with that under the gun range and the decent board.
Cheap redistribution. Yeah.
Okay, this bothers me. Expect, you just said, have you heard the Kevin James King 7? Why is that? Is this the Kevin? Why James? First of all, wouldn't King Queen be the Kevin James because he had a TV show called The King of Queens? What do you guys think in the chat? I know Joe agrees with me. We think you are wrong. Martin Sack Hasn't seen a suited king he hasn't liked so far. We saw the king 3 of spades played on the button earlier as a call. Now the king 5 of hearts. But gonna have to get by the studious expressioned Fernandez.
You know more or less how much you play?
100.
Okay.
Yeah, Leo just asking
Worth to defend.
if Martin Sek has the kind of stack you would want to shove on with these pocket fours. Going to get so many folds from the cutoff from an aggressive player. So if it's in the range of that 20 to 25 big blind, you probably want to shove the fours. But we're in the 40 big blind territory, so just a call from Leo.
And not a horrific flop for a pair of fours. We can see that Leo still has the best hand and is near enough a 2-to-1 favorite. Actually goes check, check on the flop. We get an ace on the turn. Goes check, check again, and an inconsequential 8 on the river. Fours still good.
Yeah, and Martin Sek just has a bit too much showdown value to be bluffing here with the king high, and is going to lose some fours.
Now, obviously, Griffin, during the first level today, we had Sam Grafton on the feature table. Adam gets in touch on Twitter. A reminder, the hashtag is PokerStarsTV. Says, Sam's commentating is top-notch, has the knowledge and experience to dissect and explain top-level play, yet doesn't come across as some emotionless nerd. His sense of humour also fits in perfectly with the rest of the team to make an entertaining and informative stream. Big fan. Well, I've got big news for you, Adam. The Squid's going to be with us tomorrow. Obviously, we did see him bust the EPT Prague main event earlier, but he will be joining us for commentary during the first 2 levels of tomorrow. So if you need your Grafton fix, if you want some squid in your ears, his tentacles will be... I'm going to abandon that. Sam Grafton commentating tomorrow on the stream.
Well, as Sam's friend, I'm very flattered by what you wrote, but as an emotionless nerd, I'm very offended by your tweet.
No one could ever accuse you of being emotionless. I know of no bigger nerd, but you have exhibited emotion on many an occasion.
Fernandez, ace-queen on the button. Getting a bit tricky at this stack depth because this is probably way too good not to 3-bet, and then you're in the situation for, you know, 43 big blinds where you probably will have to go with ace-queen as, you know, a 5-bet shove or even a 3-bet call. The problem is you're going to be up against a pair a lot of the time if you get shoved on. So Fernandez balancing the options. Is going to go with that 3-bet. It looks to be about around 22,000, 20,500. And now back to Montone, who has a couple of options. Fold is not one of them, especially at this price. It's just about 2.5x of a 3-bet, just above that. So you're going to want to play this as a call or just as a shove on that 40 big blind effective stack to fold out those hands that are just, you know, thinking you're trying to steal. But it's a very high variance approach to shove on this 3-bet here.
7's out flopped. Fernandez near enough a 9-to-1 favorite.
And this flop isn't quite the dream for Fernandez, but it's pretty darn close. They 3-bet the ace-queen. You get the ace-king 4, 2 clubs with the nut queen of clubs as well. And going to take it down and gain even more chips.
Indeed. Member of the floor staff came to the table to inform these players that we are going to be changing feature table during the next break, which is 20 minutes away. And Griffin, would you like to know who's going to be at our new feature table post-break, assuming that both players survive to the end of the session?
Well, I do want to know, but I just also want to say I hope these players don't take it too personally. They're wildly entertaining.
No. So, I mean, obviously we've got Malacca, we've got Juan Pardo, who is a great
Yes.
Spanish player. If you like great Spanish players...
Don't do it. Don't even kid. You know how I feel. Go ahead.
We've got a double bill. We've got a double whammy. We have got the reigning PSPC champion at Ramon Callias, and we've got a player who just keeps going deep in EPT main events, Adrian Mateos.
Oh, yes! Oh, Adrian. Oh, it's just right when I'm done for the day. Brutal. I'll be watching at home. And by home, I mean my hotel room.
We get to follow Ramon.
When do we do the song, though? I don't know what the appropriate... Can we do it now?
No.
When can we do it?
When he wins a pot.
Oh. All these rules. Fernandez with ace-queen again.
Ghost of Me on YouTube, you hit the nail on the head. He asks, who is commentating with James? Is it the guy who told William Kassouf off? I mean, I've never heard it put like that, but yes, he gave him a good telling off.
Yeah. Ooh. A misclick here from Fernandez. And some chuckles.
Easy. No sweat.
12,500 at the 2,500 level. I believe that's what's happening here. Unless someone had made it 5,000. No, it looked like it was just an open raise. So, hey, happens to the best of us. We've been watching Fernandez all level, been playing real well.
Yeah.
Then suddenly makes a 5x open. Pretty embarrassing. And you're not going to have much time to make up for it because you are out of here after this level, bud. Martin Sek hasn't seen a playable hand he hasn't liked.
Well, I've just seen the full lineup of players at that table with Ramon and Adrian Mateos. And there's another name I recognize. If you want a fancy motor that has got working brakes, call Ian Drake. Call Ian Drake. Yes, the Isle of Man car dealer himself, Ian Drake, will be coming to the main stage, along with Ramon, along with Adrian Mateos, for the next session of play. 15 minutes left on this level, guys. Then we'll take our next break. Then we'll have that new lineup.
Look at these Fernandez instincts. Martin Sek does have the kind of hand he can just blast all in. But it's a lot of chips, James. You know, sometimes you need to protect these small pocket pair opens with the ability to 4-bet shove on the hope your opponent is just 3-betting light with the likes of ace-4 suited. And Martin Sek, certainly in my impression of him, seems like the type that is capable of that move.
Yeah.
But maybe did a little randomizing there in his head. We're looking at some clock over there and went with the fold.
Ace-king suited for Fernandez. Prior to confirmation that his name was Amet Fernandez, he was known as Prior.
Yeah. We dropped the prior.
Yeah, that was prior to confirmation that he's not Prior but Fernandez. Juan Pardo defending the big blind with 6-4 suited.
Malacca style. Fierce Spanish talent in this hand. Fair fight, 51% to 49%.
Pair of fours against 2 overs and a flush draw. Whew.
Doesn't seem right that the pair of fours is ahead here, right? Percentage-wise. Like, if you ask anyone in the chat, who do they think deserves to win this hand? I feel like more than 49% are going to say the ace-king of diamonds.
Well, we're going to the turn, Griff.
Oh!
Which is now 2 pair for Pardo. So aces and kings no longer live for Fernandez, but diamonds would work.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard for Fernandez to just take a free card here because, you know, sometimes you do want to bet again here to target those, you know, 5x hands that'll have to fold. But instead, Pardo with a very small lead.
A lead of 6,500.
And this bet, I think, serves as the illusion of price setting. Like maybe something a 6-8 might do to not have to deal with some big bet. But Fernandez, in a way, isn't going to fall for it by raising, and instead is just going to call, drawing to the nuts, not wanting to fall into some sort of third raise trap on this turn if you do decide to raise with the draw.
So here we go. River card is not a diamond. It's the 9 of hearts. Pardo is good.
I think now you can probably go pretty big as Pardo, trying to target those Jack X, some overpair type hands. Set the over-under at 30,000, James. Quickly. Over-under, 30,000 bet, James.
Under.
There's one more level and dinner break.
He's going to bet 35.
It's 9.
One more level and dinner break, right?
9 o'clock.
Okay.
Oh, it's at the time.
It's just the time.
25, 50,
Oh,
over
wow,
bet.
no, he's going big. He's going
I
massive.
beat you again. I'm better at sizing.
Okay, however, there is a soccer-related question that I can answer.
Oh, it's a question.
Because Peter213 says, why didn't England make it to the semi-finals? And I know the answer. Because they lost in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
See? I know some things. They lost because Michael Caine missed the goal kick, right?
Yes.
He was meant to knock it into the goal, but it went too high.
Michael Caine.
Hello, can I have your attention, please?
I was a bit confused because I thought they only had the goal-kicking contest at the end when there was no score.
Yeah, that was very confusing.
It was a tie, but
yeah, I think
he got to do it midway through the match.
I think it threw Michael Caine off, and that's why he sailed it over the bar. Because he's like, why are they letting me do this so early?
It's better for us. Maybe we'll play fast.
You think so? I don't think so. I will play fast. We were probably playing slow. We were playing slower there.
Yeah?
Yeah. Here probably
Similar, maybe.
Some shame reason to not like exaggerate.
Are you from Italy?
Yes.
Where?
Milan.
Milan.
Can you stop, please?
Do you live there?
No.
No?
Spain.
You live in Spain?
Yeah.
Oh, where?
As well. Barcelona.
Barcelona, right.
Back and forth.
The lack of style. Juan Pardo from the small blind, sitting with 270K. Gonna play this as a raise to 8,500 against the very stubborn bull-like Martin Sek. Doesn't seem like the type that's gonna fold something like 10-8 to a raise in position, but you know, starting the hand here with under 40 big blinds, it's not the sickest hand. I'm not gonna lie, it's not that sick. 10-8 off, but you would call with 10-9, right? So sometimes you probably should call with 10-8 as well.
Yeah.
Let's see a flop. A lot of fun interaction between these two hands. If we can get a board that connects on either of them, the other will have. Oh, that's nothing. That's not interesting. James?
I can't ask for a redo.
Who's running the flops around here? What's that? It's random? Ugh, lame. And the benefit of being the aggressor written all over Juan Pardo's face right now. Oh, well, I have nothing. I have 9 high, but I am the guy that pretends to have good hands. 13,000. Very strong bet. Not used to seeing these very big bets.
We were probably so boring that people start asking.
But maybe Pardo is trying to dissuade Martin Sek from making some heels with queen and jack-eye type hands, especially ones that might have Broadway draws.
They don't change every level.
Makes it tougher to play
Sometimes
against.
It's like the entire day.
No, I don't think so. I think they...
No, I'm pretty sure.
Change at every level, right?
No, it depends.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty. I know what I'm saying.
When not? Oh, maybe late levels. Yeah, no, but on day 2 always change, right? I think on day 2 it's every day.
Oh.
That's what happened so far.
It's not our fault.
Huh?
It's not our fault.
We don't want to make fun.
We can feel better.
Now you come alive 5 minutes before you get moved off the feature table.
Didn't work well.
Yeah, it's always like that. It never works. Especially
Don't get cocky, Fernandez. 51 big blinds under the gun. This is going to be about 2 notches too weak for an open. Queen 10 suited, you probably pop up, but Queen 8, you gotta get out of there. Get out of there. Pardo, though, suited king on the button. Yes, please. Respect, man. Malacca style? You're Malacca style? Respect.
We are coming towards the end of this session, which will actually be the halfway point of the day. It'll be 3 levels down with 3 to go. World famous bubble coverage still to come. A dinner break to accommodate the second half of tonight's World Cup semi-final. And of course the late stages when things always slow down and everyone just folds or tanks hoping to bag and tag for day 3.
So when you're saying accommodates, does that mean it's like 90 minutes starting at 8 p.m. kind of thing?
No, because it has to accommodate the second half, so it's going to be like an hour and 15 to cover the last 45 minutes.
So you're letting people watch the last... I'm confused. Because the whole game is 90 minutes. Oh.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
We can't have a 90-minute dinner break,
Right.
Griffin. So if you've got a dinner break that's going to cover a segment of the game,
You may as
better
well
to cover the second half rather than the first
Right,
half.
so dinner break, it starts at like 8:30 or
It's
something.
really late. The dinner break's going to be starting around 8:45, 9 o'clock.
So that'll be in the second half of the game is when they'll...
Correct.
Right, yeah.
I mean, if the face-off is at 8 p.m. local time, then they're going to go on intermission.
And then it'll be
45
minutes
later. They have a 15-minute
So
intermission,
they'll start
and
the
then they'll come
second at
back at
9,
9.
yeah.
So that would be the time that we would basically take a dinner break.
Juan Pardo coming after the hijack open of Get you. Queen 10 suited though. Boy, is it pretty. And we are dealing with sort of late-ish positions. Sometimes you're going to want to continue in some capacity, and it looks like it's going to come in the form of a call. Let's see, 3. Come on, how often do I get to be on the final table? Maybe my friends and family are watching. Maybe I'll make a royal flush. So much to consider. But you didn't consider that, did you?
Ace high, still the best hand, plus Juan Pardo with wheel and flush draws.
Really nice little level here from Pardo, who is quite quiet in the first half or so of this level, but has come alive. Played some really impressive, interesting poker. And after this hand, which will almost certainly be won, will be up to the 300,000 mark. Does he know it's his turn? He does.
Time ticking down on the clock. Might be able to squeeze in 1, maybe 2 hands if we're lucky. And a reminder that we will be sending these guys back out into the field. There is a new feature table standing by to come to the main stage. 2 legends of Spanish poker, Ramon Calillas and Adrian Mateos, both at the new feature table, along with everyone's favorite card dealer from the Isle of Man, Ian Drake. I think he may be the only car dealer on the Isle of Man. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yes, I hear the 2 Spaniards that are waiting are already at each other's throats in the backstage. Let me at him, Adrian's saying. But they're going to have to wait. Liho is going to try to slow down Malacca style in one of, if not the final hand of the level. Is going to flop best with the ace high, but the betting patterns we've seen Pardo utilize, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Pardo elect to go with a big size that makes ace six type hands really difficult to continue, and that's exactly what we're seeing. This is a full pot bet. you know, something that you would expect maybe a little more standard from players is a smaller size, and look how much more difficult ace-6 is to play against a pot-sized bet. So these are the kind of things that the top players in the world, they have different gears that make it really hard to play against. And some smirks at the table here because Malaka's style, listen, he's got a different kind of style. I did call that he was going to do big size. You guys all saw that, right? It's my last act of the day.
Well done, Griffin. Claps for Griffin, please, ladies and gentlemen. Should highlight that this will be his last appearance of the day. That means...
Joe, we're doing a clap for me if you want to clap over there.
No, he doesn't, don't worry.
Oh my God, they're really all clapping.
It's pity clapping, Griffin. Don't see it as anything more than that. That does mean Nick Walsh will be making his first appearance of the day on the other side of the break.
Who cares?
Do we need to take the chips too? No.
Liho with the king 10 suited, facing the 40 big blind under the gun raise, trying to decide whether to play this really as a call or a 3-bet. Is going to go with the 3-bet. And always highly suspect, James, isn't it? The 3-bet before we break for break, you know? Everyone starts getting up. You're like, well, you pulling a fast one on me, Liho? Huh? You doing the old Spaniard shuffle here on me? What is this? Gale, very, very capable, talented, high-stakes player. But there is something easy about just getting up and going on your break, just sighing and saying, all right, I don't want to shove the 40 big blinds with the ace-3 suited. Come on, Gale. Be like the wind. Blow this man down. Oh. Grabbing cards and grabbing chips. What's it gonna be? Oh.
One or t'other. It's the fold, and I believe that is going to take us to the break. And that does mean the end for these guys on the feature table as we bring a new lineup to the main stage for the next session of the day. So let's check on the stacks of the players we've just been watching for the last 90 minutes. Juan Pardo still table chip leader. In fact, it's Spain 1, 2, and 3 of these 8 players. Gale down to 34 big blinds. Sarwolf the shortest stack with 20 big blinds. But none of these guys in the danger zone at the 1,500, 3,000 blind level. But crucially, when we come back, Nick Walsh in the booth, and at the feature table, Adrian Mateos, Ramon Callias, and if you want a fancy motor that has got working brakes, call Ian Drake.
Call Ian Drake.
Our thanks to Griffin. He will be back tomorrow. But we will have more poker for you inside of 20 minutes' time here from the Prague leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Go nowhere. New feature table, more poker to be played, world-famous bubble coverage coming soon.
Hallelujah! It's a miracle.
Heart attack, like.
Bang, 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 bang! Yeah!
Actually, grandma of my girlfriend was watching it. He just had the PokerStars TV on and was watching.
What was it that brought you to poker that made you think, oh, poker, that's something I can do?
My colleague from my hometown showed me this game. It just appeared to me as very attractive.
Yeah, well, a lot of us found poker that way. So you mentioned a colleague, another Polish person, I assume. There have been a few...
Yeah, Bartek, he was in Prague. He's on the picture.
Oh, very cool. And what about the other Polish EPT champions? Are those players that you look up to?
Yeah, for sure. I was very amazed when I met Dominik Pańka in the lobby. He congratulated me, and it felt very, very good.
I bet it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And we drink, and we had a drink or few as well with some of Polish regs, so it was very fun.
Yeah,
cool.
We got the impression at the end that there were going to be a few drinks because you suddenly had this rail of supporters that appeared from nowhere. We get to the end and suddenly there's like 15 people there chanting your name, cheering you on. And it was awesome to have them there, to be there for the winning moment.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was in Prague. I was with my girlfriend and our dog for all the time since 5th of March. I was playing every day, and other guys came in the morning just before the final day started.
And did you have people at home watching the live stream?
Yeah, a lot of them. Actually, grandma of my girlfriend was watching it. He just had the Poker Stars TV on and was watching it. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I found out later on.
So when they're at home, and obviously I assume that especially the older generation, maybe do they follow along in English? Do they know the things we're saying about you?
Yeah, for the most part, yes. A lot of young Polish people are speaking English pretty well.
What they're probably thinking and saying is, oh my God, I hate the way they keep butchering this guy's name. It's not the easiest for English people. I'm not going to lie to you.
Sure.
But did you have anyone watching the stream who was giving you information? Obviously, we know it changes the dynamic of how a final table plays out now. And when you go on break, are you getting information about how certain hands were played or what people had in certain situations?
Yeah, just why I took it very easy for the first level of final 6. I just folded some hands pre-flop. Like kind of tightish.
Yeah.
I just wanted to find out on the break what is going on.
Talking about fatigue being a factor in poker, we were talking about the Sunday Million Anniversary being a 3-day event. This is a 6-day event, and they're not short days. And you get to that point, you get to that really crucial part where the big money's up for grabs, and you're at your most tired. So it's quite incredible that you can still remain focused and have those objectives.
I mean, I wanted it pretty badly. The toughest guys were gone, and even I ran super cold at some point. I lost many blinds in a row for nothing in just small pots. I just can't believe it that it can go the other way.
Blinds are at 60 and 120,000 with a 15K ante, leaving roughly $250,000 up for grabs pre-flop. And pocket aces are definitely going to get after that, as you see the Brazilian Alex Gomez.
Well, when you're short-handed and you pick up a hand like aces, you just think to yourself, wow, you're so much more likely to get re-raised or played with, because players, tend to think that, well, he might be stealing. Hand
King Jack suited for Benny Spindler.
Hand like King Jack here for Benny Spindler. He's certainly going to at least make a call. He possibly might even re-raise. We've seen him do that before. He's got some chips to play with now.
He is a fearless young man, that is for sure. We saw him picking on Kevin Saul in earlier action.
Call, 305,000.
Well, he definitely wants to see a flop with this kind of a hand. He's just electing to call in position. Zari not going to play the queen 3, so we're going to have heads-up pot with Anthony Gregg also folding.
Alex and Benny are going to go heads up to this
850,000 out there.
Once again, Gomez with aces.
Oh my goodness, quads on the flop. Don't ever run bad.
Strange. The last time Gomez had aces was against Kevin Saul, and 3 6s came on board. He won a big pot. This time, 3 of a kind is going to come on board, and he's destined to lose a lot of chips right here.
In 9-handed action, Gomez trapped Kevin Saul. with sixes full of aces for a huge pot. Now he's got jacks full of aces, but this time it's not the best hand.
Well, no, he's really just completely dead here. And now the question is, how is Spindler going to play it?
1.3.
He is raising, wasting no time.
You know, this is an interesting play here from Spindler. He's got 4 of a kind, and, you know, popular wisdom would say you should just call and slow play it. But what he's hoping for here is that his raise looks like a bluff, and that Gomez does have a hand like aces, kings, or something along those lines, and is going to, you know, play for it all. There's no way Gomez thinks if you had a jack, you'd raise here.
Like 10?
820,000 you raise.
Asking for a chip count. You'll find, actually, that Benny Spindler has more chips than he does. So Gomez, his tournament life on the line here, and I got to tell you, Ali, I don't like his chances of surviving this one. This looks like the writing is on the wall. Well, he's just going to call. Now, you know, the funny thing about this is Gomez actually thinks he's trapping him.
Right, he thinks he's slow playing his hand.
He's trying to trap him as he thought and as he did against Kevin Saul earlier in this tournament. Now Benny Spindler asking for a chip count.
1,350,000 apiece. 6. Let's see the turn card.
Now Benny can't really care how much Gomez has.
It's just trying to like show weakness, if you will. It's a little bit of a sort of Hollywood move. Gomez is checking.
And that's poker on a higher level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Now Gomez is really checking in the hopes that Spindler, you know, is going to bluff at it. As we know, he's not bluffing. He's got 4 of a kind. And Spindler is really taking an aggressive approach to this hand to try to get as many chips in as possible. A big bet once again of $2 million.
Pot up to $5.5 million now.
Well, this is the opportunity now for either Gomez to be an absolute genius and make the most remarkable laydown we may have ever seen.
Don't bet on that.
Or he might just decide, all right, now's the time. Let's get all those chips in the middle. Just an amazing. Oh, and he does. He's moving it all in. Of course, Spindler. Well, he's calling. He's got 4 of a kind. Gomez says, completely dead. River card is totally irrelevant. Spindler wins a monster pot, eliminating Gomez. He's up over 16 million in chips now. Stunned. Look at the crowd. They can't believe it. Pocket ace is going down in flames. The river now just a formality. Spindler now is going to have a stranglehold on this tournament.
You get the feeling it's going to take Alex Gomez quite a while to shake this one off, despite taking home $750,000. Pocket ace is 4-handed. I mean, you're supposed to win that pot.
Line still 1,500, 3,000. Action on Ivan Tan from Singapore. He folds. Pocket 4s from Matthias Bergstrom. And he's raising. He makes it 7,000 to play. So here's Benny with King Jack off.
Contrary to what Benny might think, this isn't a mandatory 3-bet or even a mandatory call to an early position raiser.
Did you really think he'd fold? Benny Spindler 3-bets.
Story checks out.
Now 20,000 to play. And hello, Paul Fulton is going to 4-bet with ace-6 off.
Okay, so I know I would be an advocate of re-raising Benny Spindler if you have any sort of hand, but A, Benny's not the only player in the hand. B, cold 4-betting with ace-6 is not a winning play overall. And C, no. Just no.
So action back on Benny with Bergstrom giving up his pair of 4s.
Boy, Fulton doesn't look very comfortable, does he? Oh, wait, that could just be because he's British.
Now. Those are not calling chips. Benny Spindler is going to 5-bet to 90,000.
I guess either King Jack is too weak to call with and Benny wants to turn it into a bluff, or we're just seeing a good old-fashioned stack swinging contest, which, by the way, doesn't necessarily equate to good poker, though it is awesome to watch.
Fulton has an auto-marked.
He does have the best hand. Gotta wonder if he knows it, though.
Oh, my word. It's a 6-bet.
There is some serious button clicking going on here. I'm not even going to pretend like I know what these guys should or are going to do anymore. I'm out. All right, now I know a lot of you kids out there are spitting up your energy drinks and fist pumping in your hoodies like mad, but to me, this is more like a game of chicken than poker.
Who will blink first? Not Benny Spindler, it's a 7-bet jam!
Fulton has now invested half his chips on this hand. Gotta wonder if he's regretting it now.
Oh my word, this is the sickest hand ever! Benny Spindler shows the King Jack at the end as he rakes in that pot.
James Fulton cold 4-bet, then 6-bet, then folded. It's absurd. 10 years ago, the 3rd bet was aces. Now the 7th bet is King Jack off. I need a cocktail.
Benny Spindler consolidates his chip lead in this tournament. And it's time to play our favorite game, Joe. We're going to sweat with Benny Spindler. We're only going to see his whole cards, and we'll play this next hand from the chip leader's perspective. He's got ace-queen. Under the gun, he raises to 160k.
I'm okay with it so far.
Klebanov has folded. Looks like Benny might have a customer. Steve O'Dwyer showing interest in the small blind.
Remember Benny's image in that Steve doesn't really need a super strong hand to play a pot with him. Also remember Steve just commented about how he's in business now. I would take this to mean he'd loosen up a bit as well.
So he makes the call. Juan Manuel Pastor folds the big blind. Heads up to the flop. Benny has position and the pre-flop betting lead. 8-8-4 on the flop. O'Dwyer checks. And Benny checks behind.
Benny doesn't continue if he thinks he's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. Betting doesn't get him a ton of value.
King of diamonds on the turn.
Action on Steve.
O'Dwyer leads for 250k.
Well, Benny's not folding. He's probably thinking if Steve had an 8 or a king, he'd likely check the turn and let Benny bet.
So Benny calls.
If Steve had a middle pair, he'd probably also check, since you can't really get multiple streets of value with 10s or lower.
3 of clubs on the river. Benny just with ace high. O'Dwyer check the flop and bet the turn.
I'm totally fine if Steve just checks here. We can check behind.
Doesn't look like he's checking.
They never do.
It's a bet of 340,000.
Not a huge bet, about a third the size of the pot. It looks kind of like an annoying value bet, but how many hands could really be betting for value in this spot? Right now, Benny's weighing that against how many hands Steve would rather not see shown down. Steve O'Dwyer staring right at Benny. Wonder if that live tells class Benny took is going to pay off right now.
Benny going for chips. And he calls.
I think we're good. Steve's reluctant to turn over.
It was a busted heart draw. Spindler picks off the bluff with ace high and wins the pot.
Steve just got those chips and decided he'd put them to use trying to bluff Benny Spindler. Well, he's not the only Steve-O that likes punishing himself. And Benny Spindler can do no wrong today. He even looks pretty good in purple.
The atmosphere here is just incredible.
It's race day. We're super excited to be here. We're hoping for a great race, and we can't wait for it. Go Checo!
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour by PokerStars. Live coverage of day 2 of the main event, the 5,000 euro main event, live from King's Casino, continues right meow. Joe Stapleton in the booth alongside my good friend Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
We've got some chip leaders. That's overall chip leaders. On the lower half of your screen, Jae-Sung Lee, star of Mallrats. No, different Jason. Jerry O'Dean, second in chips. Nick Lagrico keeps popping up time and time again. Maybe we'll see him at the feature table. Kakwon Lau, one of the most fun names in the biz to say. Fourth in chips overall. And Blaren from Switzerland, rounding out the top 5. We have got a new feature table. We'll be showing you those folks momentarily. But we've also got new stops on the EPT coming at you. 2023, what new stops? Paris, Cyprus, and then 3 old favorites, including coming back once again, end of the year here in Prague. First stop of the new season of the EPT, of course. We've got the first stop of the year will still be PCA, but the first stop of the brand new EPT season will be Paris in February of next year. That main event, February 20th through 26th. Obviously, we will be there covering all of the action. Hold cards up live on Twitch and on YouTube. Nick, how's your French?
Très mal.
Très bien. Oh, très mal. That means bad. It means very bad.
Something like that, yeah.
I promised you a new featured table. And headlined by this fella in the Canadian tuxedo. You don't see... Is that a jean jacket? Does that qualify as a jean jacket? The lapels look jean, but the bottom part don't.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
That is Remigius. Oh, yeah, Hardigan leaves me with this one, huh? Remy, we're calling this person. Adrian Mateos.
I feel like I've seen this guy around before, Joe.
Buenos dias, Adrian. Welcome to the featured table. One of the most accomplished players on the European Tour. They're not the only 2 people at the table. Chip leader, not chip leader, I'm just confusing my flags. A different Korean person is leading chips, is sitting in the 1 seat here at this table. That's Nam Hyun Kim. Ian Drake, obviously. Good to see Ian again. Max Neugebauer. Remy, Ramon Colelius in the 5 seat, right next to Adrian Mateos. So 2 Spanish superstars at this table. First and second in chips as well at the feature table. Amir Mazafarian in 7th in this and in the 7 hole. And Yeset, I believe that's a Kazakhstan flag, in the 8 hole. El Patton says you guys should do some IRL content of the local scene too. Yeah, it should be easy after doing 14 hours of commentary, or maybe before. I don't know. Which one? Both of them sound like a breeze to go out in the -8-degree cold and shoot Nick Walsh stuffing a turtleneck down his gullet.
It's actually that cold, you guys. My plane landed late last night, and the guy goes, "Good luck with that, guys. It's -12 out there." And
yeah.
I was like, yeah, okay.
So Remy, as we're calling him, raising Jack-8 suited. It's going to be a raise and take it for the first hand here. And he asks, I'm late. Did they fix the chairs? Are we still embracing this squeak? We can think about this squeak the way we think about most diseases that have been cured. For the most part, it gone. But every once in a while, there'll be a rare case. It'll just pop up. But for the most part, it's all been eradicated. Chris Has Wings asks, do we have any native speakers who can tell us the actual pronunciation? Yeah, me, and it's pronounced ya band.
You banned.
Ya band.
Yeah, got to work on that one.
Thank you for your comment.
Welly in the chat saying, Nick, were you watching earlier? I won't repeat what Griffin said, but Joe said something very sweet about you. Yes, I was. That was the whole bit. I walked in and they saw that I was here, therefore the jab at me. But don't worry, I'll be getting my own back against the old Griffmeister. Fear not.
Remy makes it 6K with Queen 7 suited. Mateus, King Queen on the button in position. 3 betting. Mazafarian ditches the Jack Deuce. A mook enough. Probably a mook in that hand. Yep.
Put it in the mook.
Anderson says, "Why still no chest in my account?" I got a better question for you. Why no chat from your screen name? Oh, I know why. Because you banned.
Guys, don't forget to put your card in the box like 2-3 seconds and you can
Okay.
Man, that trophy's shiny. Let's go, guys. EPT.
It's shiny. It's got just the right amount, and I don't mean this as a backhanded comment, just the right amount of dust on it to give it some texture. Like,
you know that drives me crazy as well, Joe, right? Like, where were we? What was the London stop? There was always a smudge. There was just
the smudge would bother me, but this just it's almost like it has like fairy gold dust on it.
It's got a good look to it, yeah. That spotlight doing its job. That glistening EPT Prague 2022 looking real nice. Golias, our very own Team Pro. A6 suited. There it is. It's still there. Yeah, it's still a raise. A6 suited coming in with a raise here from the hijack. Okay, very playable hand here in the small blind. Not sure if he wants to get involved against the titan that is Ramon. From the small blind, though. Still a player to act behind him as well, Joe, so can get squeezed out of that pot quite easily. Does put it in the muck. That makes sense to me. Big blind folds. Ramon Golias takes down another pot. Does this guy ever actually lose?
Have we seen a flop yet since we've been back from break?
I don't think we've seen a flop yet.
This table sucks. Come on, guys.
Pre-flop experts. How you going to play like that, guys? You haven't even seen what the flop is yet. What are you doing all that raising for?
I mean, come on. You know, if I was going to go with a monotone outfit, I don't know that I'd pick mustard.
I mean, it's a strong look. It's pretty clashy against the sort of EPT purple, though, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe that was the vibe. Ramon wasn't happy just to win every single tournament he plays. He also had to really stand out. He needed a prop on stage.
I need to be a bigger deal.
Liniak in the chat saying, "Hi, Nick. I just watched your spinning ghost session when you did a little rage quit. What about your mindset now? Is it better?" I didn't rage quit. Actually, if you watch the end of that stream, I explained that I just kind of wasn't in the right mindset. It wasn't to do with being frustrated or anything like that. I just felt like I wasn't playing very well. It's all good. I came back the next day very strong, put in a really good sesh. I had some conversations with people behind the scenes about sort of like, you know, taking yourself out of the situation when you're not in the right mindset. It was good. It was positive for my mental health. It was positive for my game. But thank you for checking in, buddy. I appreciate that.
What did you do immediately after ending the session? What did you do that brought you joy?
I ate a bunch of food.
I was going to say,
I ordered food. And
I eat. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, anybody that knows me well knows that, like, ordering food, like in Brighton, we have a lot of really good choices for takeaway, right?
It's probably pretty quick too, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm talking. I can order from like places across the street from me, like literally that lazy. And when I know food's on the way, everything's gonna be all right.
Yeah,
it's all good. Yeah, so I ate, and I had a little bit of a whinge to my girlfriend, and I told her that, you know, poker was being mean to me. I was getting bullied by the old poker again. And then, you know, I reminded myself that it's all good. It's all part of the process, and we moved on. It was great.
Follow Ramon, Pocket Kings. I mean, if we're being honest, the king of the PSPC. Just about a month and a half to go before he will likely be dethroned, but who knows?
I mean, honestly, the way this guy plays, the way this guy runs, I would love to see him take another run at that title. Back-to-back would be absolutely sensational.
Mozaffarian in a pretty bad spot here. He's going to 3-bet a pretty early open with ace-queen off. Kind of awkward, right, with ace-queen off there. You don't necessarily want to 3-bet the early open, but also you don't want to flat and give someone like a great opportunity to squeeze behind you or have it go like 4 ways to the flop or something.
Yeah,
So
yeah, exactly. Exactly, and I think that's always a consideration when you have hands like ace, queen, ace, king in these spots. That's why 3-betting does kind of act as an isolator of sorts, right? You kind of, you're allowing yourself to usually play against one opponent, maybe two. If you're flatting, especially if you're at a table with a lot more weaker opponents, they like to see flops. If you start flatting in these positions, the players behind you like to call all day long with all sorts, and it just becomes, you know, a really bad spot for your overall equity.
yeah. I feel like ace-queen is like, yeah, ace-queen is the most excellent candidate for 3-bet folding.
I mean,
like just all the time.
The only thing I'm going to say here, Joe, is how often do we see players doing this with ace-5 suited? How often do they have the sourdough when they 5-bet all in from this
Sometimes,
position?
and
Sorry,
someone
4-bet,
like,
excuse me.
someone like Ramon is capable.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think you have to be a little careful pulling this with ace-5 suited on a stack like Mozaffarian, because he's just committed a pretty decent chunk of his stack. Talking like 15%.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably argue for Ramon having a little bit less of the sourdough suited in these situations from that position.
Right.
We see that a lot more often from an open from later and then a 3-bet from a position that's more likely to be a bluff, right? That's the whole point of 4-betting ace-5 suited is to get folds, right? So when you open early and the hijack 3-bets you, he's going to have a pretty strong range. In these spots, I think Ramon will be stronger more frequently.
Nice laydown there from Mozaffarian, and we continue to be flopless here at the featured table since starting this level.
Flopless.
What do we think the longest we could ever go without seeing a flop is?
We should start a timer and set a new record.
Is Stat Trick, does he live at Heathrow now, like the guy from that movie, like Tom Hanks? He's just been delayed for like 4 days. He's just sleeping on a bench outside.
I can actually picture him like that.
Outside Pret a Manger. I need my Stat Trick here.
I do need
to
my
tell me
stat trick.
what's the longest we've ever gone into a level without seeing a flop.
By the way, chat, help me out here. Flopless, is that the name? A cool name for like a new poker training website? Like,
it's all pre-flop.
Yeah, just flopless.com. Like, we've designed a strategy that means you never have to see a flop.
You don't have to play post-flop. That would be great for me.
They sell only push fold charts.
That's exactly how I play. Actually, it's like, please, just no flop. I act like it's like I have pocket jacks every hand.
Welcome to flopless.com. A completely unexploitable push fold at any stack depth.
Mateos, queen jack off, king jack off in the big blind. By the way, do you guys know that I own the domain name King Jack Off? I do. I'm not even. It's not even a bit.
No. I know you do, and I'm just waiting to see what you finally do with it, Joe.
I know. I've got so many domain names. I used to own mannoises.com. I let that one lapse. Top pair for Mateos. We've seen a flop. Humans of the world.
Maybe you can like license it to me at some point, Joe, right? Like, so I can just redirect from there, just in case we get any straight
just have it
traffic.
till I do something with it. Sure, why not? Man of Straw says that guy's surname is my Wi-Fi password. That's pretty good.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Reshekowitz. Reshekowitz, I'm going with.
It's probably a V, isn't it?
Where's V?
It's probably a V.
Virzekowitz. Virzekowitz.
Virzikovic?
Samawat wants to know how many domains I own. I think I own something like 12 or 13 because you have to own like joestapleton.com, joestapleton.org, joestapleton.info, joestapleton.tv.
Yeah. Yeah, they go quick, honestly. And I feel like the search engines that you search for them for also inform the poachers when they can be stolen after they've been searched. Because I like searched for a very specific one.
Yeah.
And like 2 weeks later, it was gone.
Oh, yeah, I always worry about that.
I
Like,
think it's
what's
the
to
thing.
stop them from, once you show interest in
Right.
it, to just scoop it up?
I think that's exactly
Yeah.
what happened in that case. It was pretty savage.
I always just buy it right away. So I got really bad scammed one time. King Jack misses everything, by the way. Where I wanted to buy Stapes.com, and GoDaddy was like, oh, hey, Stapes.com is owned, but if you pay us $75, we'll try to buy it for you. Like, we'll get in touch with the owner and see if they want to sell it. So I'm like, all right, I did that. And they're like, no, we couldn't get a hold of them. I'm like, what? They're like, I just paid $75 for nothing.
Yeah, no,
For literal nothing.
I know people that have gone through the exact same process. So Mateo's here still with the best hand, guys. Just deciding how much value he wants to try and get here. That board pairing on the river is really, really dope for Queen Jack. So there it is, 50K to call for Virzikovic. Maybe we could do a Google Translate, see if they can pronounce it for us.
Someone put a link in the chat, but just never really that interested in these know-it-alls. All right, here we go.
Virzikovic. That kind of works for me.
Where are you from?
Where do I press play on this?
Rate the pronunciation difficulty.
No, I do not make sense. Why? Because so many Polish.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, here we
I
go.
have a couple of them, but no, I'm not playing.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Vizhikovic. Vizhikovic.
Virzikovic.
Vizhikovic. I was pretty close.
Yeah, I think we were doing all right. It was just getting that W as a V. That was the trick.
Virzhikovic, yeah. Sounds about right, Nick said. What just happened? I thought there was a good hand. Neugebauer. Pocket fives.
Virzikovic.
Pocket fives for the player with the soulful eyes. All right, here we go. Now's your chance. Vichikovic, ace-queen in the small. Almost a mandatory 3-bet against the button raise.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, we're in one of those spots where you don't want to incentivize the big blind to do anything too wild, unless you think he's going to do something wild in the sense that you could actually trap him here. Let's go.
All right, so 26,000. The old 4Xer.
That's an interesting one. Almost certainly considering his opportunity to set mine in this situation. I think he probably will choose to do so. Does make the call.
Remigish Vizikovic. Yeah, all right, cool. Thank you. Thank Justina for me. All right, we are going to a flop with a bloated 3-bet pot. Ace high. Fives do not connect. There are some runner straight possibilities. When I say some, that's being generous. Not even the 5 of spades.
5-bet 14,000.
And Vizikovic continues for 14,000, and Neugebauer is not relenting. I wish that I had the Co-Jones to play fives this way. I'm a no set, no bet kind of guy.
No set, no bet. Words to live by.
And that spade on the turn can't be a super welcome sight to either player, but specifically Remigiush.
Lobster weighing in to say, I was going to say not having the 5 of spades was going to make this cheaper, but apparently not. Yeah. And Vizikevich checking over to Neugebauer. And I wonder if it looks like Neugebauer has designs on winning this pot, not at showdown, which is one of the 3 ways you can win a hand in poker. Does this ever work? That's my question.
Yeah.
It looks like we have got, there's 86,000 in the middle, and this bet is going to be 40,000. If you're Vizikevich, are you happy about this? Are you unhappy? I think most good poker players are happy about this, but me, I'd be like, oh, God. Oh, how does he have 2 spades?
I think it's one of those like mandatory like slowdowns though, right, Joe? Right? Because ace 10 is still going to be in there. Still might have a hand like ace 9, ace 4. I mean, ace 4 suited might even decide to call versus the 3, but I think that's pretty reasonable. But obviously the spades are the obvious one that you're worried about, right?
Yeah. No, there's plenty to be worried about, though.
Yeah.
You're right.
So
Thanks for adding to my anxiety in this situation.
Right, but I think it's a weird one because if you're playing against a good opponent, it doesn't really matter if he has any of those combos anyway because he's aware of the fact that, you know, he can exploit the fact that you slowed down regardless.
Do you think if Vizikevich has like kings or queens here, that this becomes a way more plausible line for Neugebauer?
Wow.
I guess he would also fold kings or queens. That's where I was going with that line of questioning.
Yeah, I guess so. I just decided that he didn't want
Well,
to mess around.
you are on my list, sir, Neugebauer. You just made my list. Max Neugebauer. Wow. Nobody folds the turn there.
I think that is a pretty unusual fold in the turn. I wonder if your sort of plan is to sort of check fold on the turn, maybe you should just carry on betting and just, you know, see how you get on instead. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. I did expect the check call on the turn, but maybe he's got some info that we don't.
Maybe
just had a bad experience against spades one time. If it was 3 hearts, he would have called.
Maybe he took Charlie Carroll's live tells course and wasn't paying attention.
Have you ever looked into any sort of like live tell courses before, Joe?
I haven't, but the consensus that I've chosen to align with is that live tells are very indiscriminate.
I was about to say.
And that the people who make a living, and I'm not talking about Charlie because I don't know what his method is, but let's say the people, when you see a FBI guy on TV and go, the suspect's lying because they did this or did that, it's all kind of made up.
I love this analysis.
Of course, there are live tells for sure. You can tell if someone's comfortable or uncomfortable, if they're excited or not. There's definitely live tells for sure. But what I think is really incredible about poker, and what I've been trying to explain to my muggle friends, is that what professional poker players do, the deductions they make that aren't based on live tells are even more impressive. Like Sherlock Holmes never was like, you blinked your eyes, you're lying. He was like, took this piece of info and that piece of info and that thing and came to a conclusion.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
Way more impressive.
I feel like you're right. I feel like reading live tells is kind of like hand reading against an unknown opponent, right? Like they could be a super genius, in which case you can go, oh yeah, I feel like I got a good grasp on his range based on his pre-flop actions. But if you apply the same logic to somebody who doesn't play much poker, they're just guessing in the dark and they're just giving you false tells all over the joint, right?
I can tell you that when I 4-bet with aces, I am shaking just as bad as when I 4-bet with ace-4 offsuit.
I think there is a commonality to that, though. I feel like people actually shake more when they're strong than when they're weak.
It is incredibly stressful for me no matter what.
Right.
Maybe there is some sort of live tell I give off that is the difference. I don't think there is. Mateos now taking a turn to attack an under the gun open from the big blind. And we've noted that most average players, when they're 3-betting you out of the big blind, they have it. It's a very strong position to 3-bet out of. It's just so easy to flick it in and take your equity. Mazafarian, we saw him 3-bet fold the ace-queen. That was against Ramon, though, right? Now it's Mateos's turn.
Right. So cold. The stone cold killer that is Adrian.
Mazafarian is starting to approach the zone where he cannot be raised folding that much more often.
Wow, to get a full hand as strong as nines to fold, just picking those spots so well. Mateos knows exactly what's up, applying pressure to those players he thinks are just going to be letting go a hand as strong as nines there. Now, I'm not saying he made a mistake by folding those nines necessarily.
Right.
I just think that Adrian's really good at picking his marks and actually trying to get some of those through. To get a hand that strong to fold just shows how tactically aware he is in these situations.
Autocrony asks, is this bubble or what? No, we're still a bit away from the bubble. Bubble's 184, 183 getting paid. And so we're, what, 22 away from the bubble? Man of Straw asks, min cash? Yes, some people will min cash. Thank you for your question. Oh boy, these two. Man, I wish Ramon had a bit more of a hand here. I would love to see Godzilla versus King Kong. Sorry. Godzilla versus Regis Kong. Regis, is that how you say it in Spanish? I forget. King Kongye. Godzilla Diaz Fernandez Sanchez. That's right. Godzilla couldn't possibly have one name.
Oh, wow. Godzilla is... Okay, I'm keeping that for real. That's an absolute banger. Colias Godzillas. Queen 10 off for Drake here, UTG +1.
Max Neugebauer on my list. Recently made my list.
Pokerstar Strag says, I would buy tickets to a show where audience just shouts questions at Joe and Joe answers everything snarkily for the entire show. I mean, that's what they come here for, Strag. This is what this show has become.
I'm doing it for free. Well, not for free for you, not for... I'm getting paid a little something.
We're not really doing poker commentary anymore.
Resorting to having to play the all-in game against the button open. Safe move, but that's what ends up happening when you play at a table with the likes of Adrian Mateos and Ramon Colias. Like, they just beat the tar out of you until you have 18 big blinds, and then you just got to keep shipping it.
I mean, that's why they're really, really excellent, Joe, is they beat the tar out of you, and then when you finally fight back, they just have kings and hold.
Yeah, right, exactly, exactly.
And then everyone's like, how does this guy always have the best hand here? This is nuts.
They just make it so when you get it in good against them, that they're doubling you up to 16 big blinds.
Exactly. That's the trick. That's the trick.
Until there's domination, rotation, and then you're out, and they've got another trophy.
That is sincerely like how the majority of excellent poker players do their job. They just know how to mess with you when you're really concerned about losing a big stack.
Right.
At which point you don't have a big stack anymore. They don't care, and they just flip you. Yeah, yeah. It's really, really pretty accurate.
It's mean.
It's just mean. It's just mean-hearted. Hey, Curling Master, welcome to the chat. Elias, King 9 off. Going to open up the hijack here, as is pretty standard. Makes it 6,500, a little bit over the old min raise. Aimukanov.
Yeah, let's see Aimukanov's first name. Yes, it.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it, Queen 10.
Yes, it is. Aimukanov in the small blind, Queen 10 off. Does call. I would argue. Oh, wait a second. Never mind.
Goodbye.
Never mind. I thought he made the call there. I was about to say. Came down the big blind with the opportunity to defend the big B. Does decide.
Man, this is probably one of the worst hands you have to defend with.
It's getting down there for sure. I mean, 8-6 off. Definitely enough playability to defend here if you're looking at pure chip EV. There's certainly deep enough as well. There's a lot more implied odds with a hand like 8-6 off, even though it's not like, you know, one of the big boys like 8-7 suited where you've got a lot of implied odds.
We like that 7.
Funny one coming.
But that's about it. Bye-bye to the big blind.
Yep. I think the defend is fine. I think check folding that flop is also fine. And if you're going to have these wider defends, Joe, in the big blind, you need to be willing to just let go. You go, okay, I got a pretty good price. This isn't my flop. It's all right. There are plenty of opportunities to be sticky, right? Gut shots or anything stronger, you can go ahead and just continue, right? That's usually the rule in those situations. In fact, some of your weaker gut shots could even be check raised.
Yeah, one card to the gut shot, not going to do it, though.
Yeah. On drawing to a draw is usually a time for you to let go. It's fine to release in those situations.
Nick Reed on YouTube says, check to a tough shark on a scare card, and you're giving them the keys to the Lambo. Unless you have the balls to station down and call, might be best to bet scare cards. Put it in the book. Put it on a Post-it note. Pin that to your monitor. Put it on your vision board. That right there. Don't give him the keys to the Lambo. Bet the scare card. Engrave that on a trophy you give to yourself and envision the one you win in the future based on that piece of advice.
That's definitely T-shirt worthy, you guys. That's copy pasta at least, right?
That's definitely a copy
That's
pasta.
100%
Absolutely.
a copy.
We're going both. Oh, can we copy? Yes, let's do it.
I can't even find it now. I mean, that's going straight on my Instagram. I don't know. It's going straight on my Twitter. Elon Musk needs to hear about this.
I am picking up what you're laying down. Don't check to a tough shark on a scare card.
Never check.
You're giving them the keys to the Lambo.
You don't want to give them the keys to the Lambo ever. Tough shark will just take that Lambo all day
Imagine
long.
my surprise to find out I had a Lambo in the first place.
Whose keys did you have, Joe?
Someone else's, I guess. Someone who checked to me. Mateos, ace queen. Kim on the button with ace 9. Does get away from a dominated hand. Big blind. Remigush? No, Neugebauer. Ooh, 8-7. Ooh, do you really want to go toe-to-toe? Yes, he does. You know why? Because he's on the list.
This guy knows what's up. 8-7 off here. Easiest defend ever. Okay, not a great flop.
Bad flop for 8-7. Not even a draw to a draw.
It's an extremely, extremely confident defend. And I imagine an extremely confident snap fold on the flop. There you go. That's how you do it, guys.
Sliding. I tried to.
Even he knows what's up. He's like, it was one of those. It was one of those, Adrian. I'm not giving you the keys to the Lambo, buddy. Don't worry. It was just one of those flops, all right?
The cards are also a bit funny. Like they, yeah, larger.
What's going on? What's the complaint? You don't like the cards?
Cards are a little bit weird.
I wish I could put 4 color deck.
Dirty Bird Chip asks, what is Mateo's current standing compared to the field? He's in the top 204 players. Thank you for your question. And kicks off the action this hand with an ace-10 offsuit. Amukanov. Yes it. Queen-8 suited. Starting to get a little short himself. Nick Cola says, yeah, Joe Stapleton clearly drives a Honda Civic. Nick Cola then says, Joe definitely looks like he drives a Honda Civic. Is that supposed to be an insult?
I think a lot of people think a Honda Civic's quite a nice car, to be honest.
Yeah, or that I own and or drive a motor vehicle. Is this Porsche? Is that what Porsche shaming is?
I don't know. I think Honda Civics are like massively modded cars in the UK. Like, you know, boy racers drive Honda Civics that they souped up.
They are, yeah, they're very efficient.
I think they're
cars for
pretty solid cars.
You know, the economy's tough out there. It's like saying, I bet Joe lives in a trailer. Like, why would you make fun of someone for that?
Seems weird.
Seems, yeah, I don't know. Not sure what kind of person would do that. But hey, whatever. You do you. I wish my car was as nice as a Honda Civic. I did drive a Honda Civic for a while. One of the best cars. Oh, look, Nick's back. It looks like he would drive one. Haha, it's a good car. Nice save, Nick Cola. You almost went flat. All right, Kim with Queen Jack and the hijack. Oh, hello, Jack.
Senor Colillas with those pocket fives, looking to flop a set. Never mind.
King, 7, 6, 2 clubs. 5 of clubs this time for the pocket fives. Still quite ahead of Queen Jack. The great Do Nothing says, check to a tough shark and a scare card, and you're giving the keys to the Honda Civic.
Unless you have the balls to station down.
Ramon is peeling. He has got the to station down. Jack on the turn, though, puts Kim firmly in the driver's seat.
You can't, Ramon, you can't be checking over to a shark like Kim, my man. You're giving him the keys. It's such an interesting turn, Joe, because like it's one of those really awkward ones where you can absolutely still be value betting against a 6 or a 7 or the clubs. But a lot of times people just slow down. It's really difficult to know exactly where you're at in those spots because you obviously don't want to value time yourself against a king. You could argue there are more combinations of 6s and 7s of clubs than there are of kings, just purely based on the fact that that's a wider range of options that he can have, right?
In the hijack?
No, I just mean like if you're betting
in existence.
If you're going to bet on this flop and you give him, he's going to have some straight draws, he's going to have some flush draws, he's going to have some 6s, he's going to have some 7s, and then he's going to have some king X. You could kind of argue that there should be a continue because you get value from a bigger chunk of like the overall range that would call here. But the check makes sense too. I mean, I don't think they're stacked in a way where he gets check raised on the turn too frequently as a bluff.
Yeah, there's just so much to think about.
Yeah. I think Ramon does decide he wants to turn his hand into a bluff here. He's going to lead the river. I imagine Kim just calls the river all day now. It's just like, if you're going to slow down on the turn, you're always calling this river, right?
As a overbet, right? Significant overbet.
Yeah, Ramon knows what's up. He knows what he's got to try and do here. I think he knows he wants to get some 9s to fold. He's going to try and get some random jacks to fold as well once in a while, but I think a hand as strong as Queen Jack should always call this river. There's so much that missed. I mean, 8-9, obviously, might even turn their hand into a bluff here, having missed their straight draw, for example. It's a big chunk of his stack. You know, you got it's almost a third of his stack here.
Uh-huh.
A little bit closer to a quarter.
This is a tough call. I would.
Yeah.
He did make the call. Well done.
Let's go.
That's great news for Kim. Also great news for the production. Statric has made it out of the airport and is here finally in Prague. Sorry, Prague.
Joe, is our official hashtag for Twitter PokerStars TV?
Yes.
Our official hashtag is PokerStars TV when we're trying to do Twitter stuff.
2K Trash Forever asks, if I live in Prague, can I just go to the casino and meet all the poker pros and stapes? Yeah, more or less.
Pretty much.
It's hard to track people down. You know, people are busy and running around and stuff. But yes, more or less, it's open to the public. Nick and James and myself, we do try to make ourselves available. If people come by and they want to hang out, we try to get, you know, spare 10, 15 minutes, come say hello.
Yeah, if you time it right and like production's, you know, just finished or something, we usually grab a few beers after, you know. Chill out.
Everyone's taking this race from Mazafarian seriously, but uh-oh. Fitzkashevitz, ace-jack suited. I don't know if you necessarily, yeah, I think it's totally fine to flat this in position. Of course, you've got these two absolute maniacs in the blinds that now see blood in the water, dead money on the table.
Yeah. I remember just starting out in poker, and all of a sudden you see these guys just three-bet like it felt like such an inordinate amount of three-betting here. Like, how can this guy just find these spots to three-bet, just being so blissfully unaware of all the extra dead money that they can apply pressure to?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I mean, this is probably great news for Mazafarian.
Yeah. It looks like it's great news, unless, I mean, if Ramon has ace-king, then it's an even greater news, really. But I think Ramon is also very likely just to have a ton of bluffs when he has a high card in the situation. Just the squeeze looks so juicy. Mazafarian, take your time here, buddy. This is your moment. This is the spots you wait for. He's got a stack that could very easily just be all in here, no problem at all, especially at this stage of the tournament. Needs to start building that stack up now.
I mean, whatever you do here, you end up looking super strong, so.
I mean,
I'm a fan of you just pile it in here, right?
I think at this stage in the tournament, right, where we're still pretty early, right, Joe? I think maximizing here is really cool. I think the flat does look absurdly strong, but SPR is so incredibly
You're crazy.
low. No, I'm not saying I know for sure which one is going to be better, but I think it really could go either way.
I don't actually disagree with you.
Oh,
Kalelius calls.
Looks like he probably does have it.
He does have ace-king suited, it looks like. What a cooler.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cooler here for sure.
All right, well, we know an ace was folded. This is some real tense time for Mazafarian. I mean, we're 14 from the bubble. A double up here, and you're pretty much... You can kind of lock it up maybe in cash.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's like 60 big blinds, I think, if you double up here. So
see how it plays out.
Queen, 4 deuce, 2 diamonds. All right, it's looking real good for Mazafarian now.
Yeah, I mean, even the ace of diamonds on the turn now, that gives Ramon the best hand, will give him additional... He'll have some outs still, is what I'm trying to say, with the old kings, with the king of diamonds.
It looks like the ace of diamonds was folded, so...
Ooh, yeah, that's
going to be...
2 outs.
Still 2 outs, yep. river card is a diamond. So king high flush for Mazafarian. That is a double up, and that is going to make him relatively safe on the bubble.
So the only two things I want to add there, Joe, is I think in that situation, we were debating whether or not we should shove or you should, what you want to do with the kings there to sort of maximize value. If you're playing against an average Joe who just doesn't have that many bluff squeezes in that spot, I think piling it in is perfect because you're just going to get called a bunch and you just get it in good and it's all good.
I don't want to cut you off here, but remember what Vidzikevich folded on the button?
Ace Jack of Diamonds.
Ace Jack of Diamonds.
That's right. He did have the absolute nuts there on the turn.
Ace Jack of Diamonds.
Savagery.
And Ramon forced him out.
I guess Ramon did him a favor there. Let's take a look at the chip counts here, guys. Mateo is still our chip leader. 394.5 Ks. It's a whole lot of Ks. And down at the bottom now, our 8th place, just 79.5 K.
Sorry, go on there. I just was like, it just dawned on me.
No. Well remembered. Well pointed out. No, I was just going to say, if you're playing against somebody who just doesn't 3-bet bluff that often or doesn't squeeze bluff that often, I think probably just pumping it makes a lot of sense. You're just going to get it in a bunch with that guy, and you have the best hand. It's all good, right? Now, if you're playing a more experienced player who has more squeezes there as bluffs, you want to keep them in and you want to allow them to use their aggression when they're just going to have hands that they fold to a shove a little bit too often, right, to maximize your value. Now, you also pointed out that we're getting closer to the bubble, which means you definitely want to survive. So that might, again, lean you more towards just pushing pre and just picking up the pot. So that's reasonable as well. I would love to have a word with somebody who's more qualified in that situation to get the breakdown, but I think that's a really, really interesting dynamic. The only other thing that I wanted to mention is also his initial starting stack opening from that earlier position was relatively on the lower side. So I don't know how often Ramon does just have, bluffs in that spot, but, these guys certainly do have a lot of aggressive moves, so you need to be aware of that and adjust your strategy accordingly.
Polisa on YouTube asks, double up from under the gun position, is that a major win or just an average gain? Your position really doesn't matter when it comes to a double up. Your chips are what they are. So you're sort of confusing a couple of concepts there by asking the question that way, but I can tell it's a legitimate question, so I do want to address it. It's not necessarily a more fantastic feat to have done it under the gun than anywhere else. It's just the position matters more in later streets. When you get it all in pre-flop, the position's not really super important.
Yeah, when we're making reference to position here, it's less to do with it being more advantageous and just more to do with what kind of cards he would play from that particular position at the table and how that affects the strategy around that.
Do you have a card here? No problem for you.
So pretty strong flop here for Mazafarian, who somehow is a 50-50 after this 4-4 tray 2-spade flop.
Yeah. When you're playing these suited kings, these are the kind of boards you like to see. Boards where you can semi-bluff very effectively. These low-paired boards, you get plenty of folds, right? Boards where you have backdoor straight draws to go with your spades as well is always good, too.
Don't forget, Neugebauer has, in a sample size of 1, shown himself to be pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, he's the kind of shark that you don't want to check it over to.
You don't want to give him the keys to the Lambo.
You don't want to give him the keys to the Lambo, Joe.
Just light?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
5 bricks, ace high good. Ugh.
Huh.
Oh, it feels so bad when this happens. Just anything.
Yeah, I know.
Where did those cards come from?
It's too many outs. I just wonder if maybe the king 5 of spades might have gone for another barrel on the turn there. I think, like you said, Neugebauer here completely capable of having some lighter floats, making some moves. Therefore, you probably do get more folds in the turn than you would against the average player, right? If you do decide to sort of semi-bluff your draw on the turn.
Oh, he's batting, though. All right, doesn't want to show down the king high. Fair enough. And let's see if Neugebauer stays on the list.
I'm not joking, Joe. I think he can make this call.
I think he's going to stay on the list.
I'm trying to figure out what Mozafarian is representing here, and I'm struggling to figure out what it is. Like, does 7s even make sense? I mean, would he ever have? I mean, I suppose he could have a hand like pocket 5s, and he just plays it slow, and then realizes that his opponent has ace high when he checks the turn. But I don't really know if that's even.
I mean, this does feel like a bet that where you want ace high to call.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I get it, but I think it's definitely an interesting quandary. What kind of a hand he would sort of bet check bet there with, and I think there's definitely some stuff that's beating Ace 10, but you just got to ask yourself how frequently these players are doing that, and a lot of players would just have 2 barrels as a bluff as opposed to a check bet bet check bet bluff line instead.
Well, the PCA is a month away. The PSPC is a little more than a month away. January 30th to February 3rd. I can tell you right now, I'm working on getting some celebrities to come to the PSPC. Remember last time we had Paul Pierce, Tony Hawk, Norm Macdonald, rest in peace. Was that PCA?
That was a cool
last time.
That was very cool.
Some other folks, I don't mean to leave them out intentionally, but I'm just remembering off the top of my head. I think we had Survivor. I think we had Tyson Apostle.
Tyson was there. Yeah.
And Rob, Boston Rob, was he there?
He was.
I know Tyson was definitely there.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we got PSPC coming up, and there's been tons and tons of platinum passes won and earned and given away, but I'm hoping we can get some fun celebs out there.
PokerStar Strag says celebs. You mean like Maria Ho? She'll love that.
Maria does sort of. Hold on a second. Someone on YouTube says commentator is so bad. You're banned. Richard Seymour. That's right, Nick Reed. Richard Seymour was there. Love Richard Seymour. I think he was inducted into the Football Hall of Fame since we saw him last. But yeah, we're trying to get some celebrities to come play the PSPC. I've heard some names kicked around. I'm pretty excited. I can't say anything more than that. I'll tell you off air.
Woo,
Nicholas.
Let's go. I'm excited. All right, we see the flop, deuce of spades, 4 of clubs, 8 of clubs. Both players with a whole lot of nada. Mateos obviously with position though, and I think that good players use that to their advantage here. Going to go ahead and fire a bet. 16.5K in the middle there. Let's see what the size is here. Decides to bet 8K, so about half pot, which is reasonable on these sort of low boards with a flush draw. You do want to have some bigger bet sizes. These guys are very well versed in the GTO bet sizing, and it really pays dividends when you're confident about your bet sizing on different board textures. Going to take it down here. Very nice. Not to messing around. I'm sure it also wasn't lost on Adrian that he did have that backdoor straight draw as well. The Ocho on the board giving him some backdoor opportunities, which does mean he can semi-bluff very aggressively when he does pick up some of those draws on the turn against that earlier position open. Earlier position defend, excuse me.
Have not heard much from this player. Drake from the. Is he from Isle of Man or Ireland? I don't know. Irish flag.
Didn't see it. I was reading Jack's comment about White Lotus. Have you watched White Lotus, Joe?
Yeah, I love White Lotus.
I've recently started it. It is brilliant. It is utterly brilliant.
I don't know. I do think it's too long. I don't think it is very, very well done, but they're not. Man, if Mike White's listening, he's not going to come to the PCA now. But I didn't find. I just felt like it takes a really long time for anything to happen.
I only watched the first season. I should say that we started second season. I thought the first one is
even
much better than the
season,
second.
Yeah, the second one I felt was dragged less, but not quite as compelling.
That's kind of the vibe I'm getting so far.
Yeah.
Summer doesn't want to hear anything in the chat. She doesn't want to get spoiled. Don't worry. Also, hello to John Edwards in the chat. I see you hanging out. What's up?
Oh, Strag just said 18.99 is good, but so slow. I was maybe going to make that my Christmas.
Oh, right.
watch.
Yeah. Good shout. I want to check that out too.
All right. So we had the open from Itsikevich. The ace-4 suited. Mazafarian 3-betting ace. Mazafarian, you locked up a big stack, 60 big blinds, headed toward the bubble, and now you're going to do this with it. You're going to do this with it.
It's not quite sourdough suited.
But this is the sort of hand we're talking about.
It's the kinda,
yeah.
It's one of those juicy ones that they like to put in those 4-bets with. Let's go 4-bet bluff.
Last year, my Christmas show was Wheel of Time, and I ended up just being on my phone for the entire Wheel of Time because it was a lot of walking.
It was a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah,
I thought it was okay, but it was I really had a problem.
It has to keep me off my phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll say that for White Lotus. Never once during that show do I want to pick up my phone. I got a new joke in my act about Netflix. This TV show should have been a movie, and this movie should have been nothing. That's every show on Netflix. 9 episodes. No, this should have been 2.5 hours, and this 2.5-hour movie shouldn't exist at all. Got an open under the gun from Neugebauer. Jack 10 suited. Cheeky.
Cheeky.
King, queen for Amukanov on the button. And yeah, that's a great result for Jack 10 suited under the gun.
Pretty rare we actually just get it pre, although we have seen lots of pre-flop action. The old Flopless Academy working its magic, Joe. Max Neugebauer now 81 big blinds, 245K. Sitting real pretty here on day 2. All right, hand number 21 getting underway. Verzikovic puts it in the bin. Colias with the worst hand in Texas Hold'em, folding as well. Coming around now to the cutoff. All right, very playable hand. Amukanov here, 3,000 to call. Probably wants to come in with a raise. Looks like it's going to be 6.5, something like that. Makes it 8K to go, in fact. Okay, a little bit on the bigger side. Dealer button. Kim, very playable hand. King Jack of the offsuit variety. He's going to use this as a 3-bet, it seems. Makes it 25K to go, a little bit over a 3X. Obviously.
I mean, this is what you're supposed to do, right, to these players on the bubble?
Yeah, applying pressure to players this close to the bubble when they've got a stack of like 61K here. I mean, I'm just wondering if maybe the larger open here was, in fact, designed to try and inspire more folds and just take this down pre. Doesn't look confident. Doesn't look like he's happy about this spot at all, does he?
Yeah, no. All right.
He's got to decide whether or not he's shoving or folding, basically, I think, in my opinion. He needs to decide whether or not this player is capable of bluffing in this spot and he should just be putting it in. Or if he wants to try and wait it out and get into that bubble. We're getting really close now, guys. 184 is the important number there, top right.
I think he backed like a tiny step, and then he had a combination.
All right. In the high roller or in the Eureka main? Not sure.
I don't know, Joe. I'm getting kind of a defeated vibe in this hand already. I don't know if maybe this is a bit of a mystery, but I feel like he's been wanting to fold this from the second he got that 3-bet.
Yeah, of course. I think, look, there's a certain amount of stalling that I think is acceptable and probably even good strategy at this point. So you got 3-bet, you got put it in a spot, take your time.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, this is. Look, I'm not an expert in bubble play by any means, especially what sorts of hands that stack should be opening. But if it's clear that you're at a table where people are just going to be attacking all of the opens from the middle stacks, like maybe just lock it up for a little while.
I mean, yeah, I don't think locking up ace-10. I think you're getting too tight if you're not going to open ace-10 there. But I think if you are going to play with the big boys, you got to be aware of the fact that you probably should be leaning towards a push in those situations at that stack depth. But you know, like you said, this close to the bubble, it does change the strategy considerably. I don't even think that folding ace-10 is necessarily the wrong move there. I think it's very, very, very player dependent. But obviously, he's got one of those chip stacks that very easy to target with some 3-bet bluffs. King Jack off, not really a bluff necessarily, playable hand, but definitely not a hand that wants to see more action, obviously.
Kalias under the gun, King 10 suited. Thank you for that, Nick. Folds around to the blinds. Remigush. Asking Ramon about how many chips he has to start the hand. Again, a really not that pleasant hand to have to defend in the big blind.
Yeah, it's one of those.
8-7 suited, all about it. 8-6 suited, still pretty excited. But 8-7 off, 8-6 off, these are just...
Yeah.
They don't make a good top pair.
I feel like personally I feel like defending 8-7 off viscerally feels better than when you're supposed to defend like queen 8 off and stuff like that there. I feel like queen 8 off really struggles to play post. I feel like 8-7, you got a lot of easy folds or nice draw. You're like, okay, cool, I got a straight draw, this is good. Oh, I made a pair, I can come along. When you start making top pair with the 8 and you've got the queen, and you start making the queen and they start barreling you off on a queen high board, it starts to get really, really tricky.
Yeah.
But it's all part of it. It's all part of playing at that edge and not being bullied often enough to be exploited. Overfolding pre-flop can definitely be a huge leak in many people's games.
Ace of Spades on YouTube asks, how many people in the money? None. No one's made the money yet. Thank you for your question.
Something around the page. So you've been playing for a long time?
Huh?
So you've been playing for a long time?
Quite a lot. Quite a long time.
When did you start?
Like 2013 or something.
Mateo's under the gun this time with ace-king. Pocket fives for Amukanov. And this is a relatively short stack for being 7 away from the money. This is a 20 big blind stack. Not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of started learning the rules.
Yeah, definitely a weird one. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just give it up here.
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
seems
fine.
like the move to me.
I think that's fine. I mean, I feel like especially as we are getting closer to the bubble
You
here.
might. Oh my goodness. Oh sweet Lord and baby J. What a predicament this could turn into.
These guys are really deep stacked at this stage, Joe. Look at those stats, guys. 238K.
Because they're so deep, it probably won't go that crazy pre-flop, right? I mean,
I don't know, man. These guys have history. These guys have history. This might get
I have
very,
goosebumps
very
on my
messy.
back right now, guys. Oh my goodness. I'm standing. I am on my feet. This could be a catastrophe.
This could be catastrophic.
You should be able to, you know how like in blackjack where they check their hand and if it's blackjack, it's over? If it's queens versus ace-king, like a light should turn on and you should just be able to take your money back.
I actually think we'd probably get more people playing Texas Hold'em if we could just completely nuke the super cold decks, right?
Yeah. The cold deck flip, right? Like aces versus kings, whatever. You're on your own. But like ace-king versus queens, it's just like, all right, let's all just put our guns down. We're just going to back away slowly.
New hand, dealer. New hand. Thank you.
Queen's holding, as we predicted. Things did not get too crazy pre-flop. Neugebauer betting 22K. 22 indeed. And Mateos is going to see a turn. 30 minutes to the end of the level, by the way, gang. 15-minute break at the end of this level. Another brick on the turn.
Little glance at the chips there, Joe.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, I don't know if I should do that.
I think it's usually an indication that they're going to bet. That's all. I don't think it's necessarily a good or a bad thing.
Okay, got it.
But very frequently, people will glance at their chips if their intention is to bet.
I see. I thought you meant a glance at his opponent's chips, which I think can be read into a little.
Yeah, but again, I feel like you said earlier, that's more of a skewed one. I feel like different people do different things. I think a glance at your own chips is almost always not a stare where you're counting your chips, but a glance is usually a snap, knee-jerk reaction that they want to put more chips in the middle, which I guess can be very useful as well, guys, as a live read, right? Because you go, this guy's intention was always to bet here. There was never a moment when he wasn't considering betting, as opposed to a spot where they really well up and then they decide what they're going to do, 5 minutes later, at which point they look at their chips and decide what size they want to use at that point.
50,000. And a very easy river shove being set up for Neugebauer if Mateos makes this call.
That's right. That's how you size him, Joe.
Mateos, he's too good. He's too good.
Yeah.
And Neugebauer continues to impress.
Continues to stack up those chips. My guy's got a mountain of them now.
Now, did you hear an announcement being made during that hand toward the end?
Just in the background, yeah.
I believe what that was is the tournament director announcing to the room that all-in and calls need to be announced.
Okay.
At this point. World famous bubble coverage is looming.
Were you here for the whole trip?
Hmm?
Were you here for the whole trip or just?
Yeah, for the whole one.
I just want to go on record now as saying that this may be a rebuilding stop for world famous bubble coverage.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm considering going back on Saturday.
There's a bit fewer cameras out there. I just want to manage expectations a little bit for the world famous bubble coverage. No stat trick. No PDP.
There's no summer.
No jib.
Quite comfortable if you don't have to fly in.
Unbelievable.
No summer. No summer. What?
What?
Yeah. See, folding ace-10 under the gun +1 with that stack. I get it. That to me, that's my wheelhouse. Bubble play, hanging on for dear life.
I actually applaud that. I think that's totally fine. Now is the time for conservation.
Lock it up.
Plenty of people out there who are really struggling to stay in this tournament, and good luck to them. That's what I say.
Lock it up.
Line just came here when you were in the spot of the ace-9 for that one. Nice. I just, my friend just told me.
Reserve at 13907 says Boa Tarde, Flor de Tarde. We don't say that anymore.
Flop, I was like,
You banned. Ace queen for Kim. Very healthy stack. We're down to 190 now, so we're 6 from the bubble, 7 from the money. And Ramon with a dangerous dominated hand, king queen suited. Carlos asks, what will be the lowest stack? 0, typically. Thank you for your question. And Ramon 3-betting. What do you do if you are Kim? Kim is not scared. Pulls back the bet. 4 bets.
Okay, well, after.
To 40,000. Feels like you got to take this seriously.
Definitely.
Even king queen suited. Can you call at this point, or do you just give it up?
I think at this stage you probably are rethinking your choices. King queen suited is one of those hands. Just does have a really good playability, very good flop ability. I just don't know if Kim is going to be as light as you want him to be here to just take one off and just like find a pair and maybe be happy with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At this stage in the tournament, I don't know if Kim is the kind of player that's going to have a bluff in this situation, or indeed the kind of range that you want to see when you've got a hand like king queen. I think you're going to be running into lots of dominating combinations too often. But I'm sure whatever Ramon does will be the correct thing. He gets these ones right a lot.
Dana Craven chiming in. It's the Kevin James, the king of queens. King of queens folded, canceled by CBS. Good on you, Kim.
Let's go. Good fold there by Ramon. King queen suited. Oh.
Down to 189.
That was a nice sound effect. Good job, guys.
The bubbles turned red now.
Oh yeah, I mean
5 away.
That's the thing. King queen suited, right, Joe? So pretty. I mean, peeling and seeing a flop there with king queen suited against ace queen feels really good now.
It does, but is there any comfort or any actual strategy in finding out where he was at pre-flop and not getting into some situation where you flop a queen and you just hemorrhage chips in the hand?
Sort of yes and no. I think the thing to remember is that yes, you are dominated, and if you find a queen and he has ace queen, you're out kicked and you're going to call and lose a bunch of chips. It's not going to happen that often, just strictly because of card removal, right? So for the most part, you're going to miss, or you're going to have an opportunity to bluff, or king queen suited is just one of those magical hands that just gives you a lot of really good opportunities. And yes, sure, you're going to be dominated once in a while, but I think at this stack depth, it wouldn't cost him his tournament life, which is a really important note, right? It might have been a chunk, but if he could go back and just see a flop of king queen suited there in position instead of giving him the opportunity to 4-bet him, I think he probably would, regardless, even knowing that he had that combo. Because really, with that hand, you're going to make some real corkers, and certainly you can cold deck your opponents in some pretty significant ways too.
I played a hand recently where this old lady got me with the limp re-raise, and I'm like, oh, this is aces like 100% of the time, but I had king queen suited and I was in position and I flopped top pair and a flush draw, and she bet so small on every single street that I couldn't ever fold, and then she showed me 2 aces at the end and I was so mad. I was like, I'm definitely folding river for any amount. I'm folding river. Like, I missed the flush draw. Top pair, no good. She has aces. And then she bet like 8% of pot on river.
Yeah, exactly.
What have you found out? Sorry.
And I just wish that I had raised bigger.
You should have made your flush, right?
Yeah, of course. That's what I wish. Yeah, I would much rather make hands. It's so easy when you make hands.
It is. Poker is really fun when you make hands. It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, hello. Oh, never mind. Drake there, UTG, 10-5 off. Don't think he's going to be messing around at this stage of the tournament. We're getting really
No,
close.
But you can take 2 peeks at it. That's what you do on the... Oh, 188.
You guys, we're getting close now. Which EPT was it where we just breezed? Was it London? We just breezed straight through the bubble coverage?
It happened a couple times
it just,
over the last...
It was like a triple
bunch of
bust out.
events. We've had some very short bubbles. Chuckle asks, is it 184 or 183 paid? 183 are paid. It can be a little confusing, but that circle around the 184 means that is the bubble. See, we're just taking a couple extra seconds with their folds. I see no problem with this.
Yeah, we're not hand for hand yet, so obviously a couple extra seconds. Give the shorter stacks a couple more minutes to bust. I feel like it's not that crazy. Speaking of domination, Joe.
Ooh. Both players miss.
I mean, I definitely think Ace-10 has maybe one of the easiest continuation bets of all time here. Nice and small. I love it. I love it. Why would you go any bigger than that? Could even go smaller, honestly, in my opinion. But seems good. Nice and balanced.
There's the fold from Kim. Depanshu asks, what does bubble indicate? All right, so the way it works in a poker tournament is everybody pays money to get in. And there's a whole bunch of people. Now, the winner wins a lot of money, but there's a whole bunch of people along the way who win a little bit of money, and it goes up and up and up and up all the way to the winner. If you're one of those people that makes even a little bit of money, that makes your money back plus a little bit, that means you cashed in the poker tournament, and everyone else who didn't make the money, that turning point is indicated by the bubble. That's the thing that separates all the people who didn't make money from the people who did make money.
And you want to be inside the bubble. You don't want to be there when the bubble bursts. You don't want to be the bubble boy.
You do not want to be the bubble person, that is for sure.
Bubble person. So we're counting down. 184 will be very sad not to get a prize, and then everybody inside the bubble will be very happy because they're guaranteed to make money. They're guaranteed to make a profit on at least one buy-in.
Yes, I know that was a long explanation, but I feel like if someone is asking what the bubble is, they probably have some other questions as well.
I think also it's worth noting as well, guys, that there are individuals in this tournament that might be in for multiple bullets.
Really?
And if you don't know what that means, it means that they've entered this tournament multiple times, and therefore their investment is greater. So they might not even necessarily be making a profit when they're inside the bubble, because usually the bubble is only like your buy-in plus a little bit more. It's not even 2x in
It's
many
based
cases.
on a single entry.
Right.
That's interesting.
So those players have had multiple opportunities to enter and win this tournament. However, they have entered the tournament at progressively deeper stages in the tournament where their chips were worth less.
At a higher
they
cost.
had fewer buy-ins at a higher cost. So they were sort of penalized along the way in order to re-enter. And in many cases, people would put in multiple bullets and have nothing to add, nothing to take out of the prize pool, I should say. So
we do have a hand developing here. Blind on blind. Kim deciding to attack the medium stack of Drake, who is fighting back with ace-8. 3-bet to 19-5. And Kim is pulling chips back, indicative of a 4-bet. This is just rude on the bubble.
this is pretty outrageous.
This is probably getting Drake back for all the time he sold someone undercoating.
He didn't like his last album, Joe. Yeah, Kim's about to wreck ace-8 here for sure.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. I'm not going to say that trade use off is part of my 4-bet bluffing range here, but why not? Sure, let's do it.
Adam Grigor says Drake has better got a God's plan.
There goes the ace-8.
LFG Kim on the feature table in front of the cameras.
The Kimras.
The Kimras, they call them.
Rogue 1987 with another sick piece of advice here. Play the player, not the cards.
Nice, Rogue. Well done, buddy.
Someone should put that in a book or a movie.
Got some good quotes today, Joe.
I can't wait to tell James about the keys to the Lambo.
It's already on my it's already on my Twitter if he wants to read it. I've actually used the official PokerStars TV hashtag as well. I'm sure it won't go amiss. James is hot on those hashtags, man. He's hot on the hashtag game.
Danny asks for the third time, are we going to see what's going on at the other tables? We will not. Thank you for your question.
All right, King 10 off here. Mozafarian does want to play this pots. And again, our short stack here dwindling very fast. 53.5K has the opportunity to do something with the fives here. Joe, I don't hate a fold here again. I don't hate it.
No.
But we are getting to the point where he probably does have an ever increasingly profitable shove, although how profitable? Probably marginal. And I don't think it's worth taking the risk at this stage when you are this close to the money. I think I'd probably be putting this one in the bin with 4 to go.
There are stronger hands than this I would be folding.
Yeah, and I think it's an important conversation as well, right? A lot of people learning their charts, looking at their ranges to this, what's profitable, what's not profitable.
Yeah.
Realizing how profitable things are is very important. And when you look at the value of that shove from a chippy view perspective,
yes,
it's actually not particularly strong. It is profitable, probably to shove it there. It's going to be really, really marginal, but it's not worth risking your tournament life at this stage. Now, from an ICM perspective, it's even worse because you're putting a lot of chips at risk. You're putting your tournament life at risk where you are not winning any money whatsoever. I'm sure once we see that bubble burst, we will, of course, have the inevitable post-bubble bust-out bonanza. And then pocket fives can just,
it's a great bonanza hand.
It's a great bonanza hand, but it's not a great bubble hand.
Do you know what time, when does the hand for hand start? Do you know when does the hand for
We're down to 186. Yes, Nick, that's a good point, especially if the cash is a significant amount to you, of course.
That's always, I think Joe is somebody who's very quick to point that out when we're doing like Sunday Milling coverage or WCUB coverage, trying to put the money in context of people's experience and previous cashes, and also if they are qualifying from a very small investment via satellites and stuff like that too. It's all part of the drama. It's all part of the conversation. It's all part of the mindset, and also it's important that we recognize that. So then, as players, we know how to navigate those situations, potentially. Make better plays against individuals who have a different perspective on the money they're about to win.
Pocket 8s for Ramon. We've seen 2 8s. We're about to see the second 8 folded.
Let's go Ochos.
So no shot of an Ocho hitting in the board. But I think there's a strong chance we don't see a board with an under the gun raise coming from Ramon.
Colias the Godzias.
It sucks being on the TV table and having everyone know that you're given a dwell with 8-3 off.
Yeah, I mean, I think the short stack here has the most to gain from taking longer with his decisions here, and it's part of the game. I think within reason. I think taking a few minutes, it's balancing. It's reasonable to not make snap decisions at any stage in the tournament, and I think it's probably reasonable to take a couple extra seconds there and just give yourself a couple more seconds to get closer to that bubble. Actually, Joe, I watched a hand recently. It was Yo Viral or something in some super high stakes cash game. Managed to lay down aces on like a king high board, and the other guy had a top set.
I saw that. I watched very few poker highlights, but I did watch
it. Was a great one, and I'm like, wow. And it was a really, really, really amazing poker hand, right? The comments are like, this guy taking 20 minutes for every decision. Oh my God, these are the people ruining poker. I'm like, guys, this is a pretty significant laydown. We need to just chill and give them a minute.
It's not just the laydown; it's the amount of money they're playing for.
I mean,
What's wrong with
honestly,
these? Wasn't it a $250,000 pot?
They're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and everyone's so toxic about the fact.
Street flash board, 4, 5, 6, 3 spades, 8 of spades for Ramon, and that's a flop straight. For Vitsikevich, though, this could get a little juicy.
Kids these days got no patience.
Good stuff. How fast do you play this, Nicholas?
If it were me and we were sitting at this stack depth.
Wow. I think I'm getting a raise in there pretty quick, but
I think a lot of players would.
Look at that. See, it's just the board. This just always gets worse.
I honestly don't hate the fast play. I think there's a chance that you are supposed to play it slower the deeper you are, though, because you're just, you could just be pumping it in.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about that 5 seconds ago, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, wait, it's the bubble. And they have not announced hand for hand yet. I think we're going to go hand for hand, run it right at 185.
Ramon. I think you're probably more likely to play a set faster, Joe, because obviously you have an obvious redraw against a made flush or something like that. But again, even then, I don't know if you. I don't think it's even necessarily the end of the world. I would love to actually run this one though in a solver, because these are spots that are really, really fascinating when you make big hands on these sort of monotone boards. Very, 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 very interesting situations, and navigating these moments can be really crucial to winning tournaments. Okay, looks like he's going to try and get some value from his hand at this point. 43K in the middle, guys. And he decides he wants to put out a bet of 14,500.
We might not. I think we're not going to hit the money before the break, by the way. It breaks like 7 minutes away.
Man, this is super enticing. I mean, the defend in the big blind here can be any random spade, really. You know what I mean?
You good? Yeah.
Question is, would he turn like a random jack of spades into a bluff for this size on this kind of a textured river, especially when the ace falls versus the UTG Open of Kolias? So it's a real interesting bet size on the river, and it might give Kolias some information about getting away from this one. It feels like he really wants a call. I mean, Kolias also has one of those hands. He's blocking 7-8 and the spades at this point.
Yeah. Good call there.
Yeah, good fold. I think Ramon pretty much put it together there. There are moments to use those blockers as bluffs, and I'm not sure if he was telling the correct story to use them as such. So fair play. Nice flop there for the 7-3 of clubs. Nice run out for him as well. Stacking him up. Still 186 players, guys. So close to that bubble.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're going to stay with this table after the break. It's pretty tough to argue in favor of moving off of Ramon and Adrian sitting next to each other. I mean, I don't know what else you could want in this day and age.
For sure. I mean, one of the cool things about doing coverage like this and not, having highlights or something is you just get to see these guys playing very just normal-ish hands, right? It's not just, there's always the worry when we're looking at highlights that people get a bit of a warped idea about how poker is played and how, how little patience is necessary. But there is so much patience that's necessary. You guys can see them picking their spots, but also what kind of hands they're actually just going to fold. The boring stuff that puts together a winning strategy as well is the fun stuff.
Well, if you're watching to learn, right?
Yeah.
Watching final tables is probably not the best thing.
That's
it's just so different.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And so watching, early play, bubble play, you're going to have way more early stages of a tournament in your career than you are going to have final tables.
Yeah, and you're going to see more conventional play as well, right? And not so much, ICM punishment where they're like, oh yeah, I saw Adrian Mateos, barrel off here. And it's just a spot where you would never do it unless it was on a final table and this guy was, the middling stack or whatever. And not having that sort of context, it's so nice to watch at this stage and follow from such an early point in the tournament and really see what these guys are doing, with the boring stuff and the fun stuff. And our friend finally wakes up with aces, our short stack here at the table, but absolutely no action whatsoever.
We call that the Joe Stapleton prom night. Unlike the Joe Stapleton prom night, you're almost happy for no action there, though, right? You don't have to risk anything. You pick up the blinds and antes. It's not the worst thing in the world on the bubble.
I don't know. 5-way all in, that's what I want. 3 to the money, 5-way all in, let's go. Take my money.
One more? Oh, you're a big blind, right?
Who?
Rozvadov now 6 is UTG.
Yeah, we can just you can just fold these. I guess his stack is decent enough that he can.
I think I'd be playing 6s off this stack. I'd be,
I forgot about the double up.
The preservation here, I think, is definitely.
The 5-way all in is the Nick Walsh prom night. It says reg game. Not bad. Not bad. Nick's a handsome lad.
Accurate. So 6 is here. UTG going to go ahead and open up. And, stack preservation here probably not something that Mazafarian's too worried about with his current stack of 185K. Oh, man. Glances out to the outer tables. He's like, let's take a look at how many are left here.
Definitely.
But, yeah, obviously our friend here with 9 deuce off really sweating that bubble. And he's going to take his sweet time here. But I don't think Mazafarian needs to be as concerned. I think certainly if there are shorter stacks who are sweating it, still being in there with these sort of reasonable hands, I think is a benefit because they're going to be tighter and you get more folds and you get to play, get to pick up some more chips when you find those individuals.
Drake with also legitimate reason to take a few seconds before folding. Neugebauer out. Fitzakevich. Ace Jack on the button. Two similar stack depths for these players. And Ramon no longer has the stack to goof around here. Has to fold. Can't just try to pick up the money. But look at the chips on Adrian. Is just going to defend. Is going to let him live. We see a 6 in Adrian's hand.
Sorry, Dila. Will they also break out chips back?
Didn't Ramon fold 4-5 of spades? He's probably so mad right now. Mateos checks. Overpair to the board with 6s. I mean.
No, wait. Just can I say something quick here, Joe?
Yeah.
How tight would it be if Mazafarian bets like a third here? The ace-jack defends, and then Mateos puts in like this really small check raise on this board.
If this is a spoiler, I'm going to ban you.
I'm just saying, I really feel like this is a spot where Mateos can rep the living daylights out of that 3.
Yeah, he really can. Well, there's the bet from Mazafarian. And I think this is going to be the last hand of the level. Player is already headed for break. Oh, got 2 folds. What a miracle.
Hey.
What a miracle. Adrian Mateos, let him live.
He let him live. That's fair. I think that's also reasonable. I'm just saying. They're just saying there was a little opportunity there.
Maybe once.
So we are Headed to a break. 1 away from hand for hand. 2 away from the bubble. 3 away from the money. Yeah. And these are the players and their stacks, which will be returning in just about 15 minutes. Probably a little less than that by the time we actually get to the break. Adrian's still on top with 86 big blinds. Max Neugebauer, who's now on our list, 73 bigs. Namyoung Kim, who's been abusing the bubble, 3rd in chips at the table. Amir, lucky double up. Recently, not lucky, but lucky to pick up some cards. Going to be coming back with 52 big blinds. All right, my babies, we're taking a shorter break than usual this time.
I don't have the chips.
Just 15 minutes. But when we get back, it'll be time for world famous-ish bubble coverage. More from EPT Prague right after this.
Blind still 100,000, 200,000 with a 20k ante. Galen Hall on the button has posted the small blind and is first to speak. Looks down at 8-4 offsuit.
You can widen your range heads up and raise almost any 2 cards profitably from the button.
He's made it 450,000. Oliver has ace deuce in the big blind. He'll make the call.
Chris makes the call.
And we will see a flop.
To the flop.
The flop is 3-5 deuce. It's an up and down straight draw for Hall. Oliver still leads with a pair of 2s and a gut shot straight draw.
This is a good flop for Hall to continuation bet.
Oliver is checked to him. Hall makes a C bet of 575,000.
Oliver won't be going anywhere.
Makes the call. The turn is the 2 of hearts. Trip 2s now for Oliver. Hall still has the straight draw. Oliver checks a second time.
He checks the best turn card in the deck so Hall can fire again.
And check from
But
Galen.
Hall checks behind.
Check. Let's see the river card.
Hall makes a straight on the river, but Oliver has a full house.
The absolute worst card in the deck for Hall as he makes a wheel. How much money is he going to lose is the real question.
Oliver sets the trap. He checks to him.
What a trap indeed. He's just praying his opponent has a 4, as he does.
Hall makes a value bet with his straight of 2 million.
That is a full pot size bet. Now it's going to be back on Oliver. He is contemplating exactly how much he can check raise. Galen Hall has 9.5 million chips behind. There are 4 million chips in the pot.
Chris Oliver shoves on Galen Hall. He's trying to end it here.
As wild as Oliver is, it's still highly unlikely he ever shows up with the stone cold bluff. If Oliver was bluffing, he could have made a standard check raise rather than the all-in.
Can Galen Hall get away from this?
Only if he dismisses the idea of Oliver turning missed diamonds or a pair into a bluff and interprets this all-in overbet as a pure value bet to end it all.
Oliver praying for a call.
That is a large bet.
Large, it's twice the pot.
If Galen Hall calls here with his straight, the tournament is over and Chris Oliver has won the 2011 PCA.
Oliver's image is telling Hall to call, call, call.
But something in his gut is telling him it doesn't add up, it's not right. And he makes the laydown. Galen Hall gets away from the straight. That is an amazing fold.
Good fold, Galen.
Good fold.
Thanks, guys.
Galen Hall's friends have no idea how good a fold that was. So Jeffrey Hakim is going to open with a raise from the cutoff to 65,000 with Queen Jack suited. Malinowski's got aces again.
760.
Well, he's on the button.
Call.
No one believes button 3 bets, but he's going to slow play and just call.
And drew as much the small blind. Ace-9 suited for Joop van den Boogaard in the big blind. Any chance he squeezes?
With the suited ace and the odds he's getting in the pot, he's probably going to call, but it wouldn't be a bad spot with Ben just calling on the button.
How much is this? 65. I call.
Maybe alarm bells are ringing that Ben didn't 3-bet. Didn't know he had a call button.
Maybe he just wants to see a flop.
And what a flop. Ace-9 deuce with 2 clubs. Top set for Wilanovsky. Top 2 pair for van den Boogaard. And the flush draw for Jeffrey Hakim. He had the pre-flop betting lead. It's been checked to him.
Disastrous flop for everybody but Wilanovsky. A Hollywood poker writer couldn't have scripted this cooler any better.
93,000. Is there any reason for Wilanovsky to do anything but just flat here?
1, 2, 3. 93. God, I'm so bad at this.
Considering he has the board completely crushed, I like a flat call. It conceals the strength of his hand, and it allows for opponents to make mistakes.
193.
He is going to raise. He sticks 100,000 on top. So what does Joop do with top 2?
Pristine opportunity to re-raise. He is out of position. He can't just flat call. He has to raise the price of admission. Show's about to get expensive.
So he 3-bets to 530,000. He's stuck in about a third of his stack.
No, Hakim can't call it all off with the flush draw.
How much do you have behind?
When Wilanovsky gets a count, he may well think that Joop van den Boogaard has committed himself to this pot.
And for that reason, he may stick him all in to risk no clubs.
Come on.
He has shoved on van den Boogaard.
He looks disgusted. I'd be happy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Having committed a third of his chips, he's not meant to pass a hand this strong.
He has top 2 on a board where it's very difficult for any hand to have him beat. I would already be eliminated from the tournament by now.
I'm in the same boat. My chips would have gone across the line, the cards would have gone on their back, and I would have said NHGG.
Such a big hand, but I can't beat anything.
How do you put Wilanovsky on a set here?
Joop is clearly thinking Ben does not have a bluff in his range.
Can have deuces. Aces. Can have aces.
Does have aces.
That's so sick.
He put aces in his range.
Maybe it's because Wilanovsky just called pre-flop that makes him think he does have aces.
The first time ever that I don't really know what to do and I don't have a good plan.
I do that to people.
I guess. I hate myself. You will show if I fold? Talking all the time, and now you're saying, don't say anything.
Interesting read.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
No, I know.
Makes you feel better, though. I don't hate you.
I'm sorry?
I don't hate you. You just said you hated yourself. I kind of like it.
I don't like myself.
You has picked up on the fact that Ben has gone quiet. He's the chattiest man in poker, and suddenly he's gone as still as a statue. He's laid it down! I'm tempted to call that an amazing fold, or am I just being results-oriented?
Van den Boogaard should feel extremely proud. That is a spot where the majority of poker players would have gone broke.
George Clyde Smith has ace-queen under the gun.
G to the CS with another big ace.
Raises, and then raised to 6,000. Joel Micker. There's 8-7 off.
Looks like those chips he just won off Grinder might be burning a hole in his pocket.
He will re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 16,200.
This 3-bet is looser than Grinder's pants.
Grinder has jacks on the button.
Oh, hello. And this is a perfect hand to just call with on the button. Strong enough to cold call and play comfortably in position, but not strong enough to 4-bet, get it in for this many chips.
He does call. Anyone else coming along for the ride? That'll be a no.
Clyde Smith probably isn't as worried about Grinder as he is about Mika. 3-betting and under the gun razors repping pretty strong.
He gives up the ace-queen.
He would have been out of position to both of them.
So we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-8, trips for Mika, a full house for Mizrachi.
OMG, grossest flop ever. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoff.
Mika checks, Mizrachi checks behind. Who's trapping who here?
Who's going to slow play it the hardest?
Mika now bets the turn, 25,500.
He loses the game of reverse chicken. Grinder might be thinking about a raise, and this is where him barreling with complete nonsense a lot of the time is going to get him paid like he's passing go.
That is a raise. 55,500 total.
Really bad spot for Mika.
55.
Oh, just 55? Okay, I guess.
51 total. No, 55.5, right?
Mika's little confusion game might sometimes work. Unfortunately, Grinder so doesn't care. Mika likely thinks Grinder's trying to rep his hand.
So Mika calls, 157,000 in the middle. The river, the deuce of spades, does complete a potential flush. Mika checks.
UNLV, University of Nevada, looking for value, and Grinder's going to be this year's valedictorian.
160.
He overbets the pot, 160,000. What's Channing Tatum over there going to do now?
I think Magic Mika called the turn, pretty sure he was trapping, maybe sensing there's a chance he's behind. This is not a good river card, and Grinder just bombed it, so this is a real decision.
That's 160.
I think most players are going to unhappily call here. We've seen Grinder just fire and fire and fire with air or near air, and Mika knows it. So in the long run, you can't fold hands as strong against Grinder. In the short run, it's possible he makes some kind of soul read. Wants to see how much he'll be left with if he makes this call, and the answer is not much. The problem is we know that Grinder is so capable of making this bluff.
That was so sick.
Agreed. Sicker than I was after the open bar at the kickoff party. It'd be absolutely amazing if he can get away from this, but I think more often than not, he's going to have to white knuckle it and just call.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
He lays it down!
Wow, I can't believe it either. Somebody just unlocked the tight laydown badge on Poker Square.
What?
Yeah, this is definitely a conference hand.
What do you think? Queen's king. Jack 8, 10, 2. That's what I got. 7, 8 off.
What?
Oh my god. That's so sick. What do I do? Oh my god. What do you do? I don't know.
The rail? Wounded.
Yo, pipe down over there. Thanks. Whether you had it or didn't. You'll never believe what I folded there. I had 3-4 clubs.
Burn.
I had the winning hand then. Jack's full. I don't. That's both are complete lies. Pretty sick flop if you really had that. I swear, Jack's full.
Witness.
He said, "I'll bet you." I said, "He's like, I had Jack's full." So, either he's just completely lying, or you just made one of the most insane folds ever.
Paul Office with Queen 8 here. He calls.
Ah, limps in. Okay.
Dimov has 8-10 of hearts.
Yeah, just go ahead and touch the chips again with that hand.
He checks his option. A 9-7 deuce flop, so Dimov's up and down. Parfus ahead for now with Queen high. He bets 200k.
And he seems kind of frustrated.
Quick call from Dimov. A 6 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
Remember before I was saying Danny Parlafis is running good? Well, now he's running really, really bad.
Action goes check, check.
Oh no, a 5 on the river. Parlafis now with the dummy end of the straight.
He is running worse than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
I'll take your word for it.
Bad. Really, really bad.
Wow. Look at this. Dimov makes a huge overbet. There was 680,000 in the middle. He's bet 1.2 million.
I mean, Dimov has literally the only hand that Parlafis is losing to. I do not see him folding here. If he folds here, actually, I will take my shirt off and run around the building.
Most of the time, they're going to be chopping.
How good can you run?
Around the building with my shirt off? Better than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
He's folded!
All right, well, James, if you can verify.
The shirt is coming off in honor of Danny Parlafis, who just made an incredible fold.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for.
The Poker Star Championship!
Let's go!
The reason we're here is because of him.
Vamos, Hilario Viejo, nomás!
Platinum passes for your asses.
Helmuth, baby.
He's poker famous, right?
This is my game. Welcome to my court.
Believe me, bro, you won't win this hat.
Oh my God. You guys sit down over there.
In it to win it, boys. Let's go. Let's get it.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Yes, our live coverage of day 2 of the main event continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, Nick, I hope you are fired up after seeing that trailer for the PSPC. The PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship is only a month away. We are very excited to be taking the PSPC back to the Bahamas at the Bahama Resort in Nassau. The tournament running from the 30th of January to the 3rd of February, part of PCA 2023. And a reminder that we're also going to be streaming 5 days of the PCA main event. That's the warm-up, that's the build-up, that's the hype period. And then you've got 5 days of the PSPC, every single day of it, streamed live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels.
I actually cannot wait, James. I am so psyched. And even though I won't be playing the 25K, we have all that coverage to look forward to, and that is a whole lot of poker for you guys to enjoy.
There's the guy who won the first one, by the way, dressed in glorious mustard, Ramon Callias, the reigning champion, who is going to win the second edition of this unique 25K tournament. Literally hundreds of hopefuls will be taking to the tables at the end of January. And many of them will have been waiting since August 2019, which is when we first announced that event. And of course, around 400 platinum passes have been awarded since then.
Yeah, that was my first stop as well. 2019 was my first time at the Bahamas, and I'm very much looking forward to returning.
Okay, chip leaders, the biggest stacks coming back from break. Look who's third in chips right now. Tonka, tonka. Parker Talbot playing 730K, but it is Luigi Del Terrio from Italy who's the chip leader right now with 970K. I think more important than the top 5 stacks, Nick, is the fact that we are very close to making the money. So actually the focus right now is on the short stacks and who can cling on and survive and scratch and claw their way towards a min cash.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what everybody's looking for right now. This is the stage in the tournament when you're looking just to sneak inside that bubble, and then you can start making more moves. That post bust out bubble bonanza is imminent.
Yeah, so a min cash is worth around 8.5k. Total prize pool here in Prague of 6.1 million euros, with more than $1 million up top. Of course, those sums of money not paid out until the last couple of days of this tournament. Right now, no one is guaranteed anything. We come back from break with 186 players, 183 will get paid. So right now we are approaching hand-for-hand play. We go hand-for-hand at 184 on the pure bubble, one off the money. And then, once we're down to 183, that bubble will pop. Quite literally, the graphic on the screen will disappear. And that's when we're going to start paying players. And I think we can say with some certainty that it is going to happen during the first half of this level. Blinds up once again as we return to the action, still with the same lineup at the feature table. We saw them front of frame just now. Ramon, Adrian Mateos, two great Spanish players, sat next to each other on the main stage, Nick.
Yeah, two of the best who have ever done it. Just absolute sickos, and they're always going deep in these events. And we get the privilege to see behind the curtain, to see what they're thinking. Like I mentioned to Joe, it's still early, so the play is still somewhat more conventional. We get the chance to see them playing all the hands that we're like, I don't know how to play that one. That's a weird one. Oh, he just folded here. This is a spot where I always thought I'd have to play. And other such thoughts as we return now to hand 1-3-3 blinds, 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante.
That is the current blind level, and the blinds will be at that level for the next 90 minutes of play. There is a chance that we will not get to the end of this level before the enforced dinner break. The dinner break very much being timed today to coincide with the second half of the second World Cup semi-final.
Yep. If you guys haven't been following along online, there is actually an entire World Cup section that is just for the players of the EPT. We have set up here in the lobby of our hotel in Prague, here at the Hilton.
It's awesome, by the way. Look, I speak as someone who has absolutely zero interest, but the football fan zone here for people who do care, and I appreciate that's the vast majority, is awesome, and that huge screen where people have been able to watch the matches.
Yeah.
And a great atmosphere in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, especially players that are a little bit more inexperienced at EPTs can arrive at these events and they don't really know where to go, where people gather. You know, they want to know where people are partying, but if everyone's there at those screens. Also, shout out to Stars, it's free drinks when the games are playing. Have they gone bad? I'm loving it. I totally agree with you. I'm not a big football fan, but the atmosphere here has been amazing, and that setup is really, really significant. As we see those 10s getting all the way through. A Mekhanov obviously also having those aces getting no action either. I think everyone kind of knows our guy is waiting for some stronger hands as we're getting closer to the bubble here.
So Mateos comfortably playing 86 big blinds, 344,000. Obviously you've got Ramon, Ian Drake with kind of like stacks where they don't really want to be playing many hands. They just want to be sitting back and letting everyone else do the work for them. And again, I think you could say the same about Imukhanov, Nick. 17 bigs, not really in the danger zone and not forced to play hands right now this close to the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, you know how quickly things can go when you're at that stack depth. We've seen it so often, James, right? You're like, what harm could it do just to sneak in here with a little bit of a wider open? You want to have what we like to call a risk premium opening range, right? You want to understand the risk that you're putting your chips at. You want to understand what you're putting at risk by allowing yourself to be in a pot where you can be eliminated from the tournament. So even at that not danger zone approved stack depth, still having some tighter opens, and that's basically what we've been seeing. As we look here now, guys, aces for Neugebauer.
Zazakevich facing a raise to 9,000 with King 9 of clubs. Yeah, I mean, at this stage, just don't even think about it. Just throw them away. And round to Imukhanov in the big blind.
Just a reminder, the shot clock will be brought into play at the start of day 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to go pretty quick here, but we have seen a couple slower actions here from our shortest stack at the table, and understandably so, right? You know, that bubble looming, you get it. No action for those aces, though.
Just a quick shout out as we focus very much right now on world famous bubble coverage for the last mini EPT Prague tournament of the day. Remember, this is an online series that you can take part in while watching the live stream. We give you 3 low buy-in MTTs per day, and the last of today's game starts in less than 4 minutes, 3.5 to be precise. 8:15 Central European time, but there will be more tomorrow and the day after that, and subsequent days of the live stream. EPT Paris satellite tickets added to every prize pool, with an EPT Paris package up top in the mini main on Sunday, December 18th. It's a $5.50 buy-in, Nick. A $5.50 buy-in with a Paris package worth nearly €7,500 added to the prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely get involved. I enjoyed those when we were doing them in London. I think that's fun, a little along the side. Little poker table to have open while you're watching the EPT coverage. We've got so many hours of this. Why not open a table and play some cards on the side? Sounds good to me.
Thank you, Ed, for highlighting that the third event today, the one starting in 3 minutes' time, is a $1.10 PKO. Boom.
Easy boom.
If you want a fancy motor that has got working, brace Coley and Drake.
Coley and Drake.
Oh, really? What happened? 3 players left in the same match.
Dealers being reminded to alert the staff when there is an all-in and a call.
All right, chat, real talk. Do we like Mustard Ramon?
We love Mustard Ramon.
We in the money or what?
The official Mustard Ramon.
Confirmed yet. Oh. They're just messing with us.
I'm hearing that we may be hand for hand.
Right on the screen. We will know soon.
Dealers have been told to pause, so we're just waiting for verification. I can report one of the hands from the outer tables, courtesy of our friends at Poker News. Ayaz Yelobayev forced all in for his last 1,000 in the big blind.
Oh, wow.
But more interesting, Nick, is the action on the side here. Robert Cowan opening to 8,000 in early position. Jason Lee then 3-betting to 20K. Cowan then 4-bets to 58K. Lee calls. So we've got a player all in and significant action on the side. A huge side pot. A flop of King Jack 10 with 2 hearts. Goes check, check on the flop. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Cowan checks, Lee bets 40K, and then the 6 of hearts on the river, putting a potential flush out there. It gets checked to showdown. Cowan tables aces.
Wow.
Lee pocket 10, so actually flopped a set.
Wow.
Claims that massive side pot, but also wins the main pot. With Yelobayev showing Queen 10. So Yelobayev KO'd. And that is going to be at least one player gone, taking us down to 185. Potentially another elimination at the outer tables, taking us down to 184. Just waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, 2 notes on that. Not the action you want to see when you're forced all in. And also, how did that hand play that way when he flopped a set of 10s on that board? That's so unusual to see such passive action there. I mean, they don't mind waiting if they feel like they're about to be told that they're in the money. You know what I'm saying?
Well, my understanding is that is the only elimination that has taken place. I think they're just double checking all tables, but I think we are down to 185, and I do believe that the TD has imposed hand-for-hand play.
Okay.
So even though we're not on the pure bubble, even though we are 2 away from the money, we are going hand-for-hand in the EPT Prague main event. Remember, 2 more bust outs, and everyone will have locked up a min cash of just over 8.5 grand, which is a significant or decent profit, I guess, if you're in for 1 bullet. Remember, single re-entry in the EPT main, so there might be some players who are in for 10K who are still going to make a slight loss.
Right, absolutely, but it's all up from here, you know. At this point, obviously, getting those handcuffs off, James, you know, just feeling like now I have the opportunity to gamble a little bit more. Now I can start building a stack again like I did at the start of today's at the start of this tournament. So it looks like we're playing, guys. Looks like cards are back in the air, at least on that table. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Wait a minute. It looks like they're still paused on others. Is this a different tournament at the bottom here? Okay. Unusual. Looks like some are paused and some are playing. Sure, the TD is going to figure out what's going on.
I don't think that's our event. I don't think that's the main event. The
Okay.
clock is paused and the main event tables are not currently dealing. In fact, I can tell you that there has been another KO. Sar Wilf opened under the gun with Ace King, got 3-bet by Queen. Suffice to say, it all ends up in the middle. And Sar Wilf with Ace King versus Queens spikes an ace on the flop, a king on the turn for 2 pair, but a queen on the river means a set for Lander Liho, which eliminated Sar Wilf. So Sar Wilf out 185th. That's why we've ticked down to 184. That's why we're now on the pure bubble.
See. Okay. Yeah, I think Strag might be right. I think we're looking at the hands being dealt is potentially the 3K mystery bounty.
Yeah, it is slightly confusing to be floating over a side event while we're covering the main event, but it appears that indeed, Tom, it is stone bubble time.
World famous massage coverage.
And in fact, I'm hearing that Felix Weiss was also eliminated. So I think we're about to get confirmation, guys, that we are down to 183.
Have we done it again? Have we breezed straight through another bubble?
I think this world-famous bubble coverage has been slightly underwhelming, and it seems that we're already in the money in the EPT Prague main event, just waiting for confirmation from the floor. But with Wilf out in 184, and 185 rather, and Weiss out in 184, we are at 183. We are in the money.
Claps in the chat. We're in the money. Hey, look at this guy, our shortest stack at our feature. Very, very happy to see that bubble burst. And there it goes. That little pop means that we are down 183 now, guys, as James just said. And we play on now $4.
At the same table? Do you know it?
In fact, for euros, but you know what I'm saying.
Same hand. In the same hand, same table? No, different tables. Different tables. Yeah.
So basically 3 different hands, 3 different tables, 3 eliminations before we even had the chance to properly go hand for hand. Down to 183. All remaining players now guaranteed at least a min cash.
Now we can gamble.
And yeah, now we can gamble.
Yep.
As you said, Nick, now the handcuffs are off. Now people can play, and inevitably we will now see, at the very least, a mini post-bubble bust-out bonanza as some of those short stacks decide to just go for it.
Yep, absolutely. Obviously, the blinds did increase as we entered into this session of commentary, so a little bit shorter for some of the short stacks and a lot easier for those chips to go in now that the handcuffs are off. So let's see it, guys. Give us a good show.
The one thing we have to wait for now, of course, is for them to break a table and make sure that we're balanced. So they'll get that sorted. The clock will remain paused while that is happening. I do believe, by the way, that PKO, which is the last mini EPT Prague event of the day, does have late registration. So even though it kicked off 5 minutes ago, there's still time to get in. $1.10 to play. If you're unable to play today, if you missed the earlier tournaments, don't worry, 3 more tomorrow. Every single day of our live coverage at 3:15 CET, 6:15 and 8:15, you will have a mini EPT Prague tournament with added EPT Paris satellite tickets. And if some of you are sat there thinking, sorry, there's an EPT Paris? You may have missed the announcement that we have the full lineup, the full schedule for EPT 2023 out there. As we look at the money being paid to the players here in Prague, I can tell you that come next year, we're going to be going to Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and Prague. And that means 2 new destinations, Nick, 2 places we've never taken the EPT before.
Yep.
The French capital and Cyprus. And I think, I've said this a number of times, said it on the podcast last week with Joe, that combination of like the old favorites, the established stops, plus new places to go is the perfect mix for me.
Yeah, I'm super, super excited, and I love to see that we're expanding. It tells me that live poker is back. It tells me that there's an increased demand, a renewed demand for you know, very serious, very prestigious poker tournaments in these venues and all across the world, in fact. And I'm so excited about it. You know, seeing more players playing poker in more destinations. It sounds like the right thing. It sounds like something that we want to see. It sounds like progress, and I'm here for it.
And to clarify, Paris is the first leg, the first stop of EPT 2023. So that's where we'll kick off the new season. That's what you can qualify for if you win one of those satellite tickets in a mini EPT Prague tournament. Okay, the table's been broken. We're good to go again. Everyone in the money, resuming the action here in this Prague main event with 2K, 4K blinds.
Let's go. Yeah, man, those new destinations, very, very, very excited to see what we can put together. In particular, I know our venue in Cyprus is a real, real snazzy location. Can't wait to check that one out as well. Do we know where we're going in Paris yet?
Yes. I believe it's a Hyatt. I mean, obviously it's Barrier Casino who are the official host of the event. But, I mean, rather than relying on my shoddy memory, I would recommend going to PokerStarsLive.com for full details, not just about the EPT, but of course all of the PokerStars regional tours as well. Kim, with Ace-King in the small blind, raises, and Ian Drake folds Queen 8 in the big.
Oh, James, if you have shoddy memory, then I have no idea where I exist on that spectrum.
You know that whole thing about if you want to look thin, hang around people fatter than you? Hang around Joe Stapleton and you look like you have an Eisensteinian brain. You know, right? PS Live. EPT.
Pocket 6 is here.
To answer Nicholas Walsh's question with accuracy.
Or
the Hyatt Regency Paris Etoile.
Oh, lovely. Returning to Old Paris.
Oh, it's on the Champs-Élysées.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, now, as part of the amenities package, are we taking people into the catacombs? Like, you know, we did a London bus tour. I feel like the catacombs tour might be a sort of grim nod to the history of historical Paris. Shiny trophy, love to see it. Okay, guys, hand number 138 kicking off.
I'm expecting that field ticker to tick down with relative frequency in the coming few minutes. At 183 right now, but we will see a lot of players busting out and cashing.
Sure, absolutely. The post bust out bubble bonanza is commencing now. We do see Kim with a slightly wider open here. Jack 9 off from the cutoff, but I like it. Definitely one of the bigger stacks here at the table, so fine to get involved with a slightly wider range there, absolutely. King Queen off for Mozaffarian here. UTG +1. Starts the hand with about 201,000 chips here. About 50-ish bigs at this point. And look at this, guys. UTG +2. Our friend with just 61K behind, I think, has the hand he's been waiting for. It is dominating King Queen. It might actually be shallow enough as well, James, for him to get a looser call here. He is all in. Will Mozaffarian decide to call off what is approximately 15 big blinds here? Might be tempted. This might be the perfect little setup for Imikhanov to get that double that he's been so patiently waiting for, especially now that he knows he's locked up some cash.
I mean, it's still a decent chunk of chips, and it's not King-Queen suited.
You know, I think he's been pretty reserved as well. We haven't seen too many wild plays from Imikhanov at this point. So if you're going to call with King Queen there, what you're saying is, yeah, you're willing to shove twos here, maybe some threes, maybe some fours, maybe some hands on flipping against. You want to know that you have equity.
Yeah.
But I think from that position, he's going to be tighter naturally, and then also just generally speaking, he's been quite conservative thus far. So I think being on the tighter side would make sense from my perspective.
Mozaffarian now first to act. Ace-9 offsuit. Folded to Ian Drake, who's got Queen-9 of clubs in the hijack. He passes. Round to the button. And now round to Ramon Kalias, who has King-Deuce in the small blind. Completes. Has Adrian Mateos in the big blind, who has 4-deuce. Ramon has him dominated. King high flop. This pot's going to our boy Ramon. I can feel it.
I feel like he's got pretty good equity here, guys. 98% is a lot of percents.
There we go.
Let's go.
Every win right now matters, and it's worth celebrating. You ready, Nick?
I'm ready.
Mustard Ramon.
Mustard Ramon. Oh, so salty, oh, so spicy. It's Mustard Ramon. Hey! We need like a tuning pipe, don't we? Ooh. Okay, let's find C. Give me a C. Give me a D. All right, cool.
So we are down to 180 players. 3 bust out so far since the bubble burst.
Oh, the chat absolutely loves it. We had that one planned for a good 20 minutes, guys. Don't worry, we're bringing you the absolute A grade.
That's right, Tom. You get the remix. When you show up looking like a condiment, you deserve a remix.
Oh, you guys wait. I'm not going to spoil, I'm just going to say right now, James Hardigan has a fantastic remix of Mr. Brightside, but it's going to be saved for a very special occasion because it's really, really good.
And on an occasion where we can actually broadcast licensed music.
All right. Mr. Mateos, little blind v blind action here. Oh, wow. Mazafarian not afraid to do a little bit of a raise versus Mateos. I don't think Mateos is going anywhere. Does make the call. So it was a limp raise call pot. And look at this flop for Mazafarian, trip nines. Mateos has the kind of combo that sticks around as well, James. Got that gut shot and the heart blocker. Now, this is super, super interesting. I think we are going to see some action here because, of course, 9-6 is going to want to continue for some amount, probably very small. Something like a third probably seems about right. There you go, 7K, as expected. Adrian, being such an aggressive player, is, first of all, not going to want to fold. He might even choose to turn his hand into a check raise some of the time. And he does. It's exactly what he does. Players who have gut shots on these textures and they do have a 9 in their range do want to try and represent the 9 once in a while. If you are going to rep a 9, it's nice to have kind of a semi-bluffing hand that you don't mind folding versus more aggressive action. Mazafarian has found himself in a very advantageous spot, but still wants to figure out what he wants to do here. He has to decide right now whether or not he's going to go with his hand, really. Because if you give Mateos some 9x, you will be out-kicked on occasion. I don't think Mateos is going to have queens here very often. So really it just comes down to whether or not you're out-kicked or whether or not you want to protect against some semi-bluffs, for example, some gut shots, maybe some flush draws, maybe some straight draws. I think if you're playing against Mateos, you might be tempted just to flat and let him continue bluffing, though, and that's exactly what he decides to do here. Seven on the turn means Mateos now has additional outs. However, it is worth noting the 6 will give 9-6 the boat when it gives him the straight. So a really, really beautiful spot now for the trip 9s of Mazafarian. $76K in the middle. Does Mateos find a second bullet? I would struggle not to find a second bullet here, James. Yeah. I gotta be honest. I feel like this is a really good turn to go ahead and continue the story when it does seem like you've picked up more outs. Theoretically, you would pick a size that would allow you to shove river. So there's 76K in the middle, and he is going to bet 42K. I love this bet size. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful bet size here if he wants to tell a believable story. Take your time.
I mean, on a board with a fair few draws on it, Mazafarian may decide to just shut this down now.
Absolutely.
We might not get to the river, is what I'm saying.
And there it is. James called it. He's going to commit the rest.
Triangle time, and it's 110K to call on the come. And as we can see, one of Mateos's outs is no good.
Yep, only 9% for the 10-8 off. The up and down is only relevant in one direction. Does make the fold, and Mazafarian, pretty significant pickup here. Super, super, super interesting spot, James. And the only thing that I'm thinking is,
yeah,
how many flush draws, bare flush draws, I should say, does Mateos want to have a check raise on that kind of a texture with? You know, I feel like the call might sort of merit some bluffs on later streets as often as a check raise on the flop where you do have significant equity. If your opponent is going to ISO very wide, you can flat on Queen 9-9, and they'll check the turn a bunch, and you can turn your hand into a bluff very easily. So I wonder if that kind of might thin out the number of combinations that you're quote-unquote protecting from by shoving the turn there. You know, I don't think it's as frequent that we see him check raising with an up and down straight draw there or a flush draw there. I think some of those combinations may be played as a check call a little bit more frequently, so it might give him more gut shots and maybe some more pure bluffs as well. So very, very interesting one to do some analysis on at a later date, perhaps.
Oh, I say.
Look like. Yeah.
We got a few really pretty hands here now. Jack-9 suited in the hijack. Elias in the cutoff now does decide to call that open raise with king-queen off.
Come on, guys. I know you're all rooting for a Kalias win here, so you get another performance.
Do you have any blue behind? Okay, thank you.
Amikhanov considering what to do with ace-3 in the big blind. He's going to call as well, so three-way to the flop.
You know, James, I wouldn't have mind seeing a little bit of a squeeze there. I mean, maybe it might have been, I was going to say maybe a bit heavy-handed, but honestly, squeezing in 15 bigs with ace-3 off there isn't the craziest thing I've ever seen when there's so much dead money out there and you are the shorty.
Well, never mind the ace-3. This is all about Jack-9 versus King-Queen, top pair versus an open-ended straight draw. Verzikevich with the decision here after Amikhanov checked to him. And that's a continuation bet of 6,000. Ramon has the best hand right now, top pair.
Yeah, this is a super, super spicy flop. Jack-9 with a really, really pretty draw on the flop, and the backdoor clubs as well, also significant. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure about the pre-flop situation with ace-3 off here. I don't know if shoving is, I think it might be a little bit on the wide side just to rip, but also it's not a combination that plays well at all multi-way. Ace-3 off just has really poor playability in multi-way spots, especially being in the big blind there, but unsure as to what exactly you should have done with it pre. And as I mentioned, that backdoor, giving the Jack-9 the club draw now as well as the up and down straight draw.
2 draws for the price of 1. Verzikevich looking at a pot of 42,000. Fires a second barrel. Ramon, the effective stack here, of course. 27K. Ramon with 89 behind.
Now, speaking of equity denial, speaking of protecting your hand, I think this is the kind of spot where now King-Queen is just willing to put the rest in right here and right now. And I think the dynamic from these positions, as opposed to what we were just looking at just now when it was blind v blind, I think is very much more the initial pre-flop raiser is going to be barreling a lot of their draws, you know, a lot more aggressively than perhaps we might have seen a check raise with a draw from Mateos's position when we were looking at that blind v blind spot on the Queen 9-9 flop. He's going to have a quick count. He's deciding what he wants to do. I think there's a really good chance he's just going to put it in now on the turn. He let him live on 1. Does decide to call instead. Fair enough.
Okay, so Ramon trying to fade 2 pair on the river. Club or an 8 would also be bad.
Ooh,
instead,
it's clean.
It's the 5 of diamonds pairing the board.
Very, very clean. When you're flatting with King-Queen, that's a really, really good run out for you.
That's frustrating, though, for Verzakevich, you flop the open-ender, you gain more equity on the turn, brick on the river, and having semi-bluff flop and turn, what do you do now? You've been stationed twice. Do you now try and empty the clip? Do you shove on your opponent and try and rep something?
Yeah.
Or just do you wave that white flag of surrender?
I mean, we talk about blockers, and I feel like when you got a hand like Jack-9 of clubs, you literally have all the cards that you want your opponent to have if you want them to fold on the river, right? So it's really hard for them to have Jack-9. It's really hard for them to have King-Jack. It's really hard for them to have, like, you know, a 8-9 with the, you know, 8-9 of clubs is literally impossible when you've got the 9 of clubs in your hand, and that's a combo that might flat here and then maybe float again for the clubs. Your opponent just has a bunch of stuff that you don't want him to have that's going to call the shove, and it's, you might get a 10 to fold once in a while, but that's, you're really, really hoping at that point.
Well, he has checked. And now I guess one has to work out whether he can get any value here.
Oh, 100%. This is 100% a value situation at this stage. Ace-Queen would never, ever, ever miss the opportunity to triple off here. Pocket aces would never miss the opportunity to triple here. Kings would never miss the opportunity to triple here. SPR is less than 1. This is the easiest jam for all those combinations that you were worried about if you were worried in the first place, and I think Ramon was pretty confident when he called on the turn. I think you just put the rest in and hope that he calls you with queens, calls you with ace-10, something like that. It's a bit of a hope, but it's not completely outside the realms of possibility. When you do have ace-10, it is easier for your opponent to have a hand like jack-9, for example. So therefore, it is actually a better hand to call with than jack-9 is a hand to bluff with. He's all in.
Well, this will be greeted by a fold, and that is a significant pot for our hero, and it's time to celebrate.
Mustard Ramon, Mustard Ramon. Oh, so salty, oh, so spicy, it's Mustard Ramon. Hey!
Another 10 out of 10. I'll take it.
I'll take him.
Down to 173 players, so 10 have crashed out since the bubble burst, but crucially those 10 players have cashed. And I am just about through with you, my friend. Ah, Tom got there first. Damn it!
Oh dear, oh dear.
One opportunity to wield the banhammer and someone beats me to it.
You got to be fast in this game. Whew. All right, guys, back to the poker. Kolias, having recently picked up a pot, is going to raise to 8K. Mateos decides to come along in the cutoff with that nice suited ace. Ace-deuce of spades looks real pretty to me. Fine on the button. Okay, very interesting. Does decide he wants to play with the 6-5 off.
Huh.
Just, yeah, I just had a feeling. Just has a feeling here. I think Kim probably has a hand that can come along now, has a fantastic price. There's tons of dead money out there. Already 38K dead in the middle. Why not see a flop and see if you get lucky? 10-8 off seems reasonable to me for sure. And the flop is King of Spades, Deuce of Hearts, 7 of Clubs. So the deuce, ace-deuce, is in fact now the best hand. A little bit of a domination rotation situation. Mateos versus Kolias. But I think there's going to be a whole lot of checking on this texture from Kim and Kolias. Mateos now with the opportunity to fire does decide to put in a bet of 9K.
Yeah, okay.
Domination, rotation, and a pot for Adrian Mateos.
Man, that's a significant pickup. I know it wasn't particularly exciting pre-flop, but there's a lot of dead money out there. And again, he just knows how to pick up these spots. He knows how to aggregate. And although it didn't seem like much of anything, it wasn't too much drama, that is still a lot of chips to be putting in your stack at this stage in the tournament.
Pleased to welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
Howdy.
I'm loving me some mustard Ramon today.
What's the second verse?
Oh,
It's not on a Monday, on a Tuesday. It's what?
Oh, so salty, oh, so spicy. It's mustard Ramon.
It's mustard Ramon. Okay. Oh, so salty, oh, so spicy. Okay.
66, hot stop.
I love the fact that Ramon has earned himself an EPT Prague remix.
It's recalled.
Did the bubble burst? Did I miss it?
Correct. To be fair, everyone did, so don't feel left out.
World famous-ish bubble coverage.
Ian Drake has been outflopped. Amikhanov with top pair.
Amikhanov's still holding on to this short stack, huh?
Absolutely.
I thought we would have seen for sure a double up or a bust out from Amikhanov in the last 10 eliminations.
And Drake calling the 10K. Drake does have a gut shot, and that ace is still live as well. 6 of diamonds on the turn doesn't change anything,
Yeah,
though.
you really need a club there, huh?
Yeah. You want it to get a little bit crunchier. Well, a bet of 17,000 on the turn gets the fold from Ian Drake. By the way, now down to 169. I have to say, Nick, this hasn't really been a bonanza. There have been some post-bubble KOs, but it's not like we've gone from 183 to 153 in 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It feels like just a natural progression of increasing blinds, and certainly not a bonanza. That also said, not too much table talk. People playing their cards close to their chest, so to speak. Obviously, they're playing their cards on the table for the most part. But
It usually takes 1 or 2 players to get that sort of thing going, and I think when the dominant forces at the table are Ramon and Adrian, who aren't really very chatty players to begin with, it's going to take a lot to overcome that. And I think that when they're not super chatty and also just wildly intimidating, it's going to be a tough hill to climb to get some chat going at this table.
yeah. Absolutely. We see Kim here, absolutely a player who's been capable of making some very cool moves. We saw him actually putting in a 4-bet bluff earlier with the 3-deuce off. Is going to 3-bet Mateos from position here. It's just the classic 8K open, the min open, and the 3X 3-bet from Kim on the button. I'm not sure if Mateos is going to defend the Queen Jack off here. We are Yeah, makes sense to me. I think it's fine. Fine as an open, not really a combo that you're going to be defending first 3-bet unless you have a very good reason to do so. Kim stacking up some more chips. Sitting real pretty.
Yeah, it was pretty dominant force on the bubble. Has he continued?
We haven't seen too many other wild spots, but maybe that was him, you know, changing gears on the bubble.
Sure,
and
yeah.
Then, you know, but I seems to be playing very solid. Seems to have a good grasp on the table dynamic. As James said, though, we had a couple interesting spots, but nothing particularly wild. People missing combo draws, you know what that's like, Joe.
I do know what that's like.
Hello, Godzias with the pocket kings.
Godzias Kalias.
Godzias Kolias.
With the King Kongs, actually, this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blake Yonker asks, when is this stream over? What, are we going on too long for you? How about right now for you? You banned. Feel so inspired now that Patrick's here.
I'm so happy to see his beautiful face.
Yeah.
Hey, look at it. I've never seen him so happy to be at work.
I thought he was
either.
going to have to live at the airport.
He really wants to be here. Beautiful.
So Drake with the short stack, facing under the gun raise on the button, has done a great job of holding on. Is not going to fold. He's just going to call. And Neugebauer folds Queen 5 suited, Ace 4 for Vichkiewicz. Kiewicz. I'm not going to lie, I went on break and I forgot how to say that guy's name. Ace high flop, Drake cracks the kings.
Always an ace on the desk.
What do you do here when it's checked to you? Checks it back, going for a little deception. Possibly. I don't really know if you can really pot control with just 66K behind. And Drake going for a little value now. I wouldn't be surprised if Ramon just folded this to 1 bet on the turn. No, okay, we're gonna see one. 11,000, pretty cheap. Five on the river. Ramon does not catch up. Checks. And D-Rake. In the poker game of life, this guy is D-Rake. That's 20,000.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ramon hates this. He absolutely hates this. He doesn't want to fold, but he knows he should. He didn't get to where he is by...
What bluffs does Drake have here?
Yeah, it's a real tough one, isn't it?
Is he somehow value betting queens that he didn't jam pre-flop? No.
Yeah, I mean, if Drake was one of the pre-flop openers, he'd have more of an incentive to sort of barrel off an ace-high board, right? But I don't know. I think Ramon knows what's up, but it's so hard to let these go sometimes. I mean, once Drake puts in the value bet and he sees Ramon welling up, he knows he's good as well, so he's just begging for the call at this point.
Love this Seinfeld reference from Zeddy. When you get sucked out on kings to ace-jack, hate the Drake.
Nice fold.
There's the fold.
Nice fold. Well done, Ramon.
El Foldo from Godzilla Colias.
Godzias Colias.
Perfecto, as they say. Love the Drake. Love the Drake. Cordy asks, what's the min cash? That's the minimum amount of money you'll make. The first group of people who get paid in the tournament will make the min cash. Thank you for your question. Drake suddenly with raising chips. Going for it with ace-7 in the cutoff. Unfortunately, running into Godzias Kalias. This time with ace-queen. Regina. And against a cutoff, we're going to see a 3-bet here. Yeah, against a cutoff raise. And 3-bet gets the job done. I would invite everyone to run, don't walk, to the Twitter page of Nicholas Walsh, who's trying to make Godzias Kalias a thing for us.
Godzias Kalias. How have we not seen it before? It's so, I mean, it's so accurate. It's so, you know, I attached a really good GIF that I think represents Ramon's performance in pretty much every tournament that he plays. At Nick Walsh TV if you guys want to support. All right, guys, folding around now. Kim folding the 8 deuce off. Seems good. Drake, so far, pretty snug. I think that's also a hand you want to be folding, so seems reasonable. Ace King suited on the button, feeling good. Gonna go ahead and open up. Kalias in the small blind, 139K. It's got about 35-ish big blinds, something like that. Might choose to 3-bet this one, guys. And he is going to put in a raise here. King 10 off, definitely a viable 3-bet. Makes it 28K to go, so a little bit over a 3x. As you'd expect from being out of position, you do want to have a slightly larger size. Ace King suited on the button, obviously loving this right now, especially from a player as aggressive as Ramon. Just checking out how many chips he has, deciding, weighing up his options. I think it's pretty clear what the next move should be.
Itzakevich with one of the most liberating hands in the game.
There it is, all in.
You just don't mind getting it all in pre-flop with ace-king suited.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone does anything wrong there. Open is obviously standard. The 3-bet's very reasonable. Just needs to stop running into the top of people's ranges, and I think that works out just fine for our boy Ramon.
Thank you.
Neugebauer. Oh, he's on the list, and he is on the top of the list now. Narrowly edging out Kim, who's narrowly edging out Mateos, who's slightly less narrowly edging out Mazafarian. And after that, there is a steep drop-off.
King Jack off here for Neugebauer.
Don Hill says, why don't you guys show day one of these big events so we can see how the peasants play? Are you under the impression that day one is a smaller buy-in? Not sure what you mean, Don.
So we do see the dealer button defend here, Ramon, with the Queen Jack suiting. Really, really interesting texture. Can be very, very tricky to play King Jack off correctly here just because Kolias has so many options. He can float ridiculously light if you put in a C-bet in these situations. The fact you have the King of Hearts does change things. Obviously, you do have a few more backdoor draws. So there will be a continue here. 28K was in the pot already. Does decide to go for 16. Again, we see him picking these nice sort of size ups on the sort of low wet textures, which I think is exactly the way you want to go in these spots. Give yourself a little bit of a scope to go bigger on the turn as well.
Neugebauer, just so intimidating. He's like an HGH Mike McDonald. A little Timex that was grown in a lab.
Homie in the chat saying, I won a tournament today with over 400 players, doing the opposite of what you always do, Nick. I won all my flips. Buddy, I am so happy for you, and one day I'll join you. One day. It'll be my turn to win a flip, and I can't wait. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be intimidating when the guy's literally wearing a patch that says mttdatabasereview.com. I review databases for a living, dude. What makes you think I'm not going to make the right choice every single time?
I mean, for a website that sounds that boring, it must be really good.
It must be really good. Yeah, absolutely. You know.
There's just like no frills whatsoever, no cleverness.
I actually checked it out when we were on break there for a minute.
It's legit, right?
It's legit because you know it does exactly what it says on the tin.
Here's my impression of me checking out that site.
That's a great sound effect, Joe.
Ace-5 versus Queen-7. We got an ace-high flop. One spade out there. This is one of those there's a lot of good turns for me situations, but Amakhanov does not have the chips really to be horsing around.
Yeah, I mean,
peeling turns.
If I'm Mazafarian, I think you just go ahead and just bet here. I think this is one of those spots where you just want to start building a pot right here, right now. You got a nice hand. It's a very draw-heavy texture. You're not blocking any of the draws. This is pretty much the dream if you want to get value from 8-9, some 10x, some 9x, some queen jack, any of the clubs, any of the gut shots, anything you're going to get value from. You better start doing it right here, right now. You want to try and get 3 streets in many cases, especially if the board runs out nice and dry for you. Maybe picking up 2 pair with the 5 once in a while. Queen 7 of spades, though, not one of those. Does make the fold. Mazafarian picks up about 16K in that pot.
Don comes back with, come on, Joe, you didn't ban me, so my question is good. No. No, it's not a good question. Let's say that you liked, what's a TV show people like? Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Asking us to show day one of this poker tournament is kind of like saying, can we just get an episode of Game of Thrones of everyone just getting dressed? I just want to see what everyone does in the morning before they get to whatever scene they're going to be in.
There definitely would be some funny moments, but
we're cutting to the good stuff.
I think it is true to say that we've cut into the good stuff. I mean, we're missing the guy that sits down and then puts in 600 big blinds like first hand. But
yeah.
But we had to get lucky to get that on the feature table anyway in the first place, right? And I think the likelihood that people do that on the feature table is also massively decreased just because it's on a feature table too, right? That's the kind of stuff that happens that nobody ever sees ever.
Yes. And people sort of act as if doing another day of coverage is just flipping a switch. Yeah. But it's a large TV crew.
Oh, yeah.
Of people that need to be paid, that'll be away from their families for another day, that need hotel rooms, that need yada, yada, yada. It's a lot of squeeze for not a lot of juice.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, guys. There is a huge production here, absolutely. Lots and lots of people behind the scenes making the images appear on your screen. And we're just the people that talk about it.
Bauer under the gun with ace-jack. Derek with 3 deuce suited says a no-go.
A no-go. Yeah, here's a guy that knows how to play some cards, absolutely.
Dylan says, lots of squeeze for little juice. The perfect metaphor, Joe. Yeah, I just invented that right then.
Like that time you invented chip in a chair?
No, I really did invent. All it takes is a chip in a chair. Okay. So this random guy on Twitter asked me to stake him in an event, and I said, no, thank you, but good luck. And now he's texting me chip updates. A stranger.
Just to prove you wrong. Just to you made a bad choice.
No, he thinks I'm like on his rail now, which I'm not on his rail, but I kind of got my own thing going here.
I don't know. I feel like people don't really get what we do sometimes, Joe. You know, especially friends. They send me messages while I'm on stream, and they like expect like long responses
all the time.
And I send them a link just to be like, oh, by the way, I'm on stream, buddy. And they're like, yeah, I know, but still, what do you...
The fact that we can answer anyone at all while we're live on the air.
Exactly. You guys should feel real special. Look at that trophy. Absolutely
MTT database review. I've reviewed some databases in my day, but it's mostly ATM or CFNM or MFM. FFM, those databases are the ones I've done a lot of research. No MTT though. I'm not really sure what that is.
Up and coming category. Folding around.
Tom, who just put the cringe face in Twitch chat. You knew what I was talking about though, didn't you, Tom? Didn't you? You try to shame me.
Chad, I love you so much. Mozafarian, we saw him defending that 6-5 off just a minute ago, didn't we, Joe? I mean, he's not unwilling to mix things up here. He's coming in here with some pretty unconventional combos.
Probably just boredom, right?
I mean, I don't know. What I will say is definitely unconventional, but not combinations that are so wild that it's just like, okay, I'm bored. I'm just going to play this random one, right? Now, I think probably raising 9 off at this stage is getting very, very, very fringe on what is going to be long-term profitable. But if you show up in a couple spots with an unusual combination they don't expect you to have, then, you know, I think there might be some validity to it where it's already going to be marginal pre-flop.
Whoa. Pocket fours. Coming along. All right.
You gotta get some water. I get some. Thanks.
Let's see a flop.
9-5-4. Or ace king 7, 2 spades. I was close. A board nobody likes.
I mean, if I'm Mazafarian, this is exactly the kind of texture that I'm looking for to put in a nice juicy c-bet and take it down.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But no, I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. I think if you are going to play a range as wide as 9-8 off, you need to recognize what textures are good to bluff. And I feel like this is a great c-betting texture, especially against a big blind and cutoff flat. Now, you may have to try and convince some kings to fold on later streets because especially that cutoff flat will have some king X in there. But I think it's fine to put in a single bet, see how it goes, nice and small. And that's why sometimes having a wider open can pay dividends when you know what you're looking for in those c-bet spots. A little bit of camaraderie there, guys. Got his opponent a cup of water. Gripping stuff here at EPT 2022. No, it's nice to see. Everyone's staying hydrated out there. Fantastic.
Action on Adrian. Buenos dias, Adrian. Fold. 9-4 suited. Okay, all right, fine. Ace queen for your boy, Amukanov.
Yep, our guy has just shy of 20 big blinds here.
Al Asdi said, I've played live cash against Mazafarian for a bit. He's definitely up for some unconventionally aggro moves when he sees the spot. There you go. That's exactly what Nick was saying. Confirmed.
Yeah, feels good.
Vichikevich out. And that's going to be a raise and take it. For Kazakhstan. Party foul.
I think party foul is like a really American thing to say.
Is it?
I don't think I think party foul is. I don't know,
They
guys.
say something in England when people drop a bunch of plates in a restaurant. It's even more obnoxious. I forget what it is.
I can't park there, mate.
Is that one?
I feel like that's a more modern quit, but it's definitely a good one. Well done. We've just got mountains of video of people driving past people who have just gotten like minor like, you know, fender benders. Sorry, mate, you can't park here.
Oh, man,
mate.
that's annoying.
Watch people go on live.
Oh, it's so annoying. It would be great if whoever yelled that also got in a car accident while they were doing it.
I'm sure there are videos of that as well. I'm sure there are.
Cordelius says, I have a problem folding Queen 10 and Jack 9. Any advice? Yeah, you can start folding Queen 10 and Jack 9 or run out of money.
Or just like flop more boats.
Make hands, yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, the people who play Jack 9 and Queen 10 against me never have a problem making a hand, so that's another way to do it.
Shout out to Kiwi Sean in the chat, buddy. You're absolutely right, my guy. It's been mad. But I will send you that video. Our friend Kiwi Sean sent me this really nice care package all the way from New Zealand, which was hand-delivered to me by our very own Majin of Team Pro when we were in London. And it was beautiful, almost brought a tear to my eye. And we shot this video and it was really bad. And I wanted to send it to him, but I keep forgetting. I'm sorry, buddy. But thank you. I really appreciate it. And it will end up on my wall in my new office. So.
Did he send you, did I hear that correctly? He sent you genuine Hobbit fur mittens?
I mean, I definitely would have cried if he sent me some of those, but no.
Not as much as the Hobbits would have cried. Pocket queens for Kim. Makes it 9,000. When someone drops a drink in Oz, we say taxi. Oh my goodness. Pocket kings for Mateos. 2 big stacks. Number 1 and number 3. Number 1 and number 2.
Yeah.
This could get ugly.
I was about to say, this is Kim who 4-bet light with 3 deuce off. What do you think he's going to do with queens in this spot?
4-bet not light.
I don't know. I feel like he definitely has a good concept for game flow. That's not to say a 4-bet isn't appropriate in this situation, but I think maybe given the fact that they are some of the two of the deepest stacks or some of the deepest stacks at this table, he may opt to play this on the slower side just to be safe. Sure enough, love to see it.
All right, Nick, we get it. You know what you're talking about. Stop showing off. 8 high flop is going to be big, big trouble for Mr. Kim.
Our VIP Novo Biblio, excuse me, the regular on my stream, says this would never happen online. Absolutely. Absolutely right. You wouldn't see any of this nonsense online. Confirmed rigged.
Mateos checks. Interesting. Gives up the betting lead.
Now, again, I think this is a really interesting one because Mateos is aware that a lot of the defends that Kim is going to have here will be pocket 6s, pocket 7 pockets. Now, when I say a lot, obviously not that much. There's not that many combinations that actually make sense here, of course. But what I'm saying is I think he's aware that he doesn't want to go bust to some of those combos in this particular situation. And a lot of the hands that he's totally crushing might be tempted to put more chips in if he plays it as a check as well. So it's kind of a twofold check.
Sure.
He gets additional value by representing ace, king, ace, queen, ace, ace, jack that maybe doesn't want to continue on this very sort of low coordinated board, while also limiting his losses when his opponent does actually hit a set here. In particular, 7s and 8s, I think, are going to be pretty liberal with their continuations on this, given the pre-flop action, I should say.
Adrian taking a look at those big 25K chips. Just one of them to call. Doesn't use... Oh, yeah, it uses 3 of them and 3 blues. That is a raise.
There it is.
What do you do?
This is super interesting now, Joe, because like I said, he's probably got in the back of his mind that there will be some set potential at this stack depth in a 3-bet pot, but he's going to find out really quick. However, if your opponent has queens and overplays his hand, does that mean you go, oh, okay, cool, he must have one of those sets, and you let it go? It's such an interesting dynamic now when your opponent has you, when you got your opponent just pipped as an overpair.
I mean, we're already polarized here, right? With this raise. This isn't a raise that we're not gonna see the 9s and 10s, are we?
That's a really good question. I honestly don't know what the line is with a pair like 10s. I mean, it's so weird because Kim has got to be concerned that his opponent might have a combo like 10s and play it like this. He might have a combo like jacks and play it like this. So it is a very, very, very weird spot now. And there's a queen on the turn.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no, not like this.
The tables have turned. Kim does not have Mateos covered.
Oh, my God. Joe, look at the pot. Look at Mateos' stack. SPR is incredibly low. It's so hard not to do a stack at this point.
All in.
He's all in. Snap call.
It is grim for Adrian Mateos. Has walked directly into the wood chipper.
Oh man, Joe, he puts, if it was just like a jack on the turn, he'd probably just be rejoicing at this stage, getting a call, maybe even gets a fold from queens, I don't know, but absolutely savage turn. Mateos needs to see a king on this river if he wants to remain. He might have a few chips behind. The 4 of hearts changes nothing, and Mateos is going to lose a huge pot. I think he has a few chips behind, though.
A few is correct.
37.
But I don't know how much consolation that's going to be. What a hand for Kim. And Mateos, when you say a few, Nick, you weren't kidding.
Yep.
Looks like about 18K left behind. Ooh, that look. That look. 4 big blinds, 19,000.
Absolute savagery. Hate to see it. Cardelius Cortez in the chat says, this is why poker isn't profitable for good players. Come on, chat. Can we get some copy pasta going? Because that is... That is just magic.
Take Cordelius to the wood chipper. Excuse me, the wood shed.
Woodshed.
Woodshed multiple times today.
Oh,
I do
dear.
find them mildly amusing.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's going straight on the Twitter, guys. I'm sorry. You guys got some gold today. It really is beautiful.
Another gem from Frank G. G must stand for gem. That's his fault, colon, no pot control, he got greedy.
Because controlling the size of the pot on the flop would have prevented him from getting turned.
I don't know, man. Mateos all in with deuces. Mazafarian trying to figure out what to do with King Jack, folds it. Amukanov is likely going to be a muckin'. I wish it was 6-5 off, but it's not. It's suited, so that doesn't really work. And Vichakevich has made the call. We are flipping. Like King Kong versus Godzilla. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Janable Fab rooting pretty hard against Adrian Mateos. Has not got their wish yet. Clean flop, deuces holding. Seven on the turn is not good news for Mateos. Someone has booked him a reservation to Counterfeit City. River card is a queen that is a counterfeit. A rare... I won't call it an early exit for Mateos, but not as deep as we are used to seeing him go. So that is tournament staff letting the table know there'll be a new featured table afterward, just after Adrian goes broke. Adios, by the way, Adrian, 86.50.
The absolute hero that is. Adios, Adrian.
I told you, as soon as Adrian goes, that's it.
Yeah. I think they were making that call either way, but it's funny that as soon as he goes broke, they're like, all right, you're out of here. Get lost. And we are going to break in 5 minutes. Dinner break. 75 minutes dinner break. And we're going to coincide it with people being able to catch the end of the soccer game going on right now. You know what I was thinking is that they should do a World Cup, but with like a sport that's interesting.
Like a game that's actually cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like something that's fun to watch.
Yeah.
That would be great.
That would be awesome.
Because I like the idea of a World Cup.
Yeah.
But then they ruin it with soccer.
Oh, buddy.
Godzias Kalias.
Godzias Kalias.
King Queen suited.
What's after 2-4?
5, I think. 5. I think so.
Amukanov. Amuk and the King 10 off. I'm going to do that every single time. Well, there's probably only one hand left.
It was like 2, then to 5, 3, 4, and it will be kind of 4, 5, 6, 8.
Okay.
And then it will be, I guess, 8, 12, 16. I think that's how they always do it. Like every third level, it's double.
Not sure if it's not 5, 10, and then 5, 10, 6, no, 6, 12, and then probably 10, 15. Because it's, I think it used to be like this.
Okay,
The 1Ks are getting chipped up after 6, 12.
Neugebauer under the gun with 7-6. And we have got some hands here. Vichakevich. Ace Queen. Early position. Mazafarian is going to put chips in this pot. Dominated. 3-betting Ace 10 off from the cut off. Drake with Jack 9 cannot stand the heat, so he gets out of the kitchen. Crazy Carl asks, Joe, did you eat lunch? Many times, my friend. I've had lunch more times than I can count. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one here for Ace Queen off. It's got about 35-ish big blinds, something like that. Might be tempted just to put this in pre-flop versus the 3-bet. It is a little bit on the deeper side, though. That's kind of what makes it awkward, in my opinion. I honestly don't know what the correct line is here, and I'm not sure if the shove is a little bit of an overplay. But there is a significant amount of dead money out there, especially given the fact that the blinds are in there and the ante as well. The 3-bet is coming from the cutoff in this case. There it is. Okay, fair enough. All in was the line.
Only got this one right.
Sounds about right. And Mazafarian probably perfectly happy to let this one go. I don't know if Ace 10 is ever a 3-bet call in this position, especially not from UTG +1. You might run into a few sourdough suiteds here, though, Joe.
Yeah, no, this is just one where you're like, all right, this one got away from me. If they have sourdough, they win. Good job.
I was about to say, when I say a few sourdough suiteds, there's literally only 4 combinations of sourdough suited here.
Right.
So it's not that many. And there's a bunch of other ones that you don't want to see. There's more combinations of hands that beat you than bluffs in this position.
Mazafarian can do us all a solid and
Thank you.
meanly glare at the chips until break hits,
Bye.
which I think he has accomplished at this point.
Okay, we'll see in YouTube.
You did your job. Okay, go ahead, fold so everyone can go to dinner. I've got a surprise for y'all. I've got some good news.
I don't know that there is a name at this table. This new table. There we go. There's the full from Safari. New feature table coming after the break.
I will see it anyway.
And I think everyone's going to be very excited at the fact that it contains Kai Yu Lak. Nope, that's not the one. Adrian Garcia. Nope. Okay, here's the one. Nazar Buhai. Nope, that's not the name we're looking for. How about this one? Does this do anything for you? Fanzel Hannes. Nope.
No, not that one.
Dominic. Oh, Dominic. No, Dominic Dissett.
No, that starts with a D, not an N.
Huh. Mike Watson.
Okay, I'll take it.
There's something. But here's the one I was getting to, guys. I was just teasing you there. Parker Talbot.
Let's go.
Tonka P. Coming to the feature table after the 75-minute dinner break. There goes this table, taking those stacks out to a playing area that does not have cameras all over it. And we are bringing in Lach, Garcia, Buayov, Hannes, Dessett, Watson, and Talbot. Tonka, the king, joining us when we get back. 75-minute dinner break. Check out the end of the soccer game. And when we return, it'll be Tonka, Parker Talbot at the feature table. 75-minute dinner break. More from Prague after that. How much of you at this point is still the legend of Jungle Man, and how much of you is Dan Cates? Like, it seems like Dan Cates has really become more of a thing in the last 10 years.
Good question. I don't know. It depends what Dan Cates is. Been doing a lot of other stuff, and I've been spicing it up. I'm adding some musical instruments to my repertoire and some, what else? Some new hobbies and some traveling and charity and all that stuff. All the good stuff.
So do you know who Dan Cates is and where Jungle Man is left behind?
Jungle Man's not left behind. I wouldn't say he's left behind. More like embracing my heritage, you could say. I'm learning some jungle tunes. I'm gonna try to play some jungle music. It seems pretty fitting.
Okay, so wait, we'll get to the musical instruments in a second, but I guess I want to talk about when you say embracing your heritage. A lot of people might know this stuff about you, but I don't, and I'm not sure our audience will. Like, where did Jungle Man come from? And I don't just mean the name, I mean you as a human being. Like, where are you from?
The jungle.
You're literally from the jungle? That's the answer that you still want people to think of you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Can you tell us
hair? Like, I'm trying to. It's pretty messy. I'm trying to figure this long hair thing out. Yeah, just the cool thing about long hair is you just cut it and it's no longer long. So, yeah, I mean, newsflash. Whereas it takes a super long time to actually grow it out. I got the nickname from when I was playing poker when I was younger, and I did have longer hair, and people didn't know where it came from, and I played kind of a crazy style, and so they called me Jungle Man.
Is where you came from still like a guarded secret of yours? I want to find out that you're from like the suburbs of Michigan or something like that.
Not exactly. I'm close to where The Wire was filmed.
So like the Maryland, Mid-Atlantic type of area. Like, isn't Phil Galfron from there too? Is that why you guys have that whole Falcons jungle rivalry?
I'm from the meaner parts.
And what was it from the meaner parts that drove you toward poker? Like, what was your life before poker? Were you a movie kid or a comic book kid or a musical instrument kid?
I played quite a few video games, I guess you could say. What else? I was very introverted. I was just a kid. What can I say? I was just a guy. just a guy, man.
So a guy who played video games, started playing poker, had a wild style and a wild look, which led to the nickname Jungle Man. Obviously, at that time, anyone who was a prolific, high-stakes player was thrust into the public spotlight. How did you deal with that? How did you deal with the idea of Jungle Man / Dan Cates becoming a celebrity in the poker world?
Well, you know, these kinds of things, you can say they're easier to deal with than the other kinds of aspects of poker. Let's just put it that way. This one wasn't too hard to deal with.
What are some of the more difficult aspects to deal with than that? Is it just the swings?
Yeah, the swings are difficult. The swings are what else is difficult about poker other than the swings? Sometimes your opponents are difficult. You get some really difficult people, some really special people out there. You get quite some characters you have to deal with. You have to learn how to not only be indifferent to the swings, but also learn how to smile at them. That would be ideal.
That seems like something that you, at least publicly, it doesn't seem like you struggle with that much, smiling at the swings. It seems like something you've always, like I can see you smiling right now. It seems like you've always dealt with that pretty well, it seems like. Has there ever been a time when sort of your feelings have been hurt, either by, the way things have gone for you or the way that the way that people in poker have treated you?
You don't, actually, when I started out, I got cheated a lot. It appears you're not familiar with the old me that did yell and throw cards and get very mad at people when I lost, actually. I somehow broke that habit. And I generally don't do stuff like that anymore. Now I try to make fun out of it.
So when you say you broke that habit, was that something that you specifically worked on, or it just came naturally from success and maturity and age?
I worked on it a bit, I would say. I worked on it a bit. It came more naturally from, how do you say, like diluting myself, like not putting all my existence at stake in poker, in doing more things. Whether that's growing out of it or not, I'll let you decide. I mean, that's kind of a vague term. I did work on it. I had to change. So I did. It's easier to change when you have a reason to.
Sure. What do you attribute those reasons to?
I potentially could have gotten kicked out of games. If I misbehaved while playing poker in Bobby's room, they wouldn't have let me play. They're quite reasonable with me. Same with Aria. I mean, at some point you realize it matters more in terms of actually taking action, that you can't be it's kind of like when you're you can only go, at some point you get the wake-up call, you can't be anymore. That's something like that, really. And another thing was that, meditation helped, so there's that. It was a bit of a habit break as well, and then I started to make more of a conscious effort to not act in a bad way, or gradually was making more and more jokes just to amuse myself generally, or at least try not to make it easier to do such things. In addition, at some point it occurred to me that my idea of morality, in a certain way, I had integrity in some way, but I could extend that idea to how I behaved at the poker table, meaning that I eventually basically decided it is like essentially immoral to act like at the poker table. And I do believe that. I believe it's immoral to be arrogant, immoral to do all these things that emotionally steal from other people. And so, as at least it's more in my nature to approach putting these beliefs into action.
I mean, this sounds like maturing. This sounds like growing up, to boil it down to basics. And I guess it brings us back to where we started, right? You came into the game at a very young age. You had a lot of success very early on. You were still basically a kid.
That's right. But I'm getting younger, actually. That's my secret. I'm getting younger. I was more serious when I was younger, when I was in my 20s. Benjamin buttoning this thing. I'm just going to stay young forever. That's my plan. I'm just going to stay this age.
That's a solid strategy. I mean, again, there's so many familiar stories from people who've been in poker for as long as you have. And, you know, more than a decade is a long time because, as you've already referenced, the game has its ups and downs, and some people don't recover from those downs. In addition to kind of your outlook changing, has your play changed? I'm assuming you can't be as wild as you once were to succeed in the modern game.
My play had various evolutions also within games. I mean, at first when I played, my very first way of playing was kind of like crazy. Well, there were points where it was erratic at first, and then I was like kind of overplaying top pair, like that stupid stuff. And then at some point, I became kind of the opposite. I was folding a lot and believing people a lot, and I just couldn't like read through everyone's tricks. And at some point, I became a bit more solid, and I looked at things more through just playing a solid overall game. And then at some point, I started looking at it in terms of, oh, well, I can exploit people more and more based off of just the ways that they fold, how often they fold. I mean, that was actually kind of common. That one, I did do that, start that tendency a bit earlier, but that tendency evolved quite a bit over time to looking at different situations where people can be exploited, etc., and just like maximizing on that. I use that quite a lot in my game, I guess you could say, particularly at soft stakes. At higher stakes, you can't. I mean, you can do it a bit, but it has to play out a little bit differently than you would use it against mediocre opponents, if that makes sense. And it really depends. Like people, it depends on who you're dealing with.
What do you consider? What is your metric for success in poker? Is it for you purely about the money? Or, for example, when you won your first World Series of Poker title last year, was it just about the money, or do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Does winning a tournament, having that title, is that something that's tangible to you?
What title?
Your first World Series of Poker title, the first time you won the PPC.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Clearly it means so much to you, you've already forgotten it.
I'm kidding. It means something to me, you know. I won some titles. It's cool. I like the money, though. That's just me. I'll take money over the title. If anyone wants to buy my title off me, I'll sell it for...
Okay, but one title is one thing, two titles is something more, and to win that event, which is a 50K buy-in and generally attracts some of the best poker players in the world, to win that 2 years in a row, even your cynical self must realize that's something I do want to be proud of and something I don't want to sell.
Oh, does this tournament attract some of the best players in the world?
Apparently so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Oh,
I don't. Are you being sarcastic or are you disagreeing? Like, are you saying that it's like not the best players in the world? I don't know.
Actually, I'm just messing with you again.
Okay.
Just pretending that
You're like, oh, was I good? Am I a good poker player? Like,
yeah, it matters. But I've already been beating the best poker players in the world or playing with them. I mean, so winning the tournament helps. I mean, once you're already doing it, it doesn't. I mean, it matters more to like have the presentation of looking good, because I think a lot of mainstream people or a lot of people outside of poker don't really know how to interpret this information. and they don't see really what's going on. So this kind of brings it more to the outside. So that's nice. But how much does that matter? That matters more in just being more in that eye, I guess. It matters more if you're going to like use that some kind of way for leverage, which I do intend to. I would like to use that to teach, to do more poker more poker tournaments, and I want to raise money for charity through poker charity tournaments. That's up in the near future. All these things.
All right, well, you've mentioned your charity a couple of times right now, recently. Just break it down for us. What do you got going on? What's it called? What's the aim? Let's hear about it.
Well, I do have a foundation, but we're working on getting the appropriate licensing for doing something. I've been actually toying with the idea of what exactly to do with it, because a few things. First of all, charity by itself, I'm not so sure how effective charity is by itself. If you just like leave it at that, it's a nice idea. It does something, but I don't know if it does exactly what people think it does. I believe that charity needs more of like a long-term game plan, and actually starting the right sorts of businesses appears to do more good than just general charity, because a business is an ongoing transaction of creating value, whereas a charity is just like, oh, I'm going to give some money because I'm trying to help, kind of thing. But running poker charity tournaments will create quite a lot of money for charity in theory. I mean, it could be used in ways that are long-term beneficial. There are some ways of doing that. But anyway, I've been thinking, how do I use my foundation to actually do something unique, stand out, and make an actual difference rather than like give a little money. I don't know. It just doesn't really satisfy me to have this like weak game plan. So I'm toying with two ideas. One is to focus on children's education, which is a little bit different than what you might think, but that is where I think, in a way, the biggest impact is possible if we're going to like pick a sector precisely. Or two, to use my foundation as some kind of intermediary for the charities. But I don't really understand that process. But that could be quite useful in a way. But I need to figure that out. It's actually quite a lot. This whole effective altruism thing is quite complicated, and certainly making positive impact is more complicated than it might appear, because you can give people something, it can actually hurt them. In fact, it requires a certain level of discretion and firmness to help in the right way.
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of poker players are sort of gravitating toward effective altruism, and I read a lot of what they have to say about it on Twitter and various sort of studies and debates they have, and it's quite dense to understand how it all works. And I assume, given the way that your brain works, you probably understand it a little bit better than most people. Is it there's something about effective altruism that draws like a poker player's mind to it? Does it work in the same way to crack those sorts of codes as it does to figure out poker strategy?
There's a pretty clear parallel. Well, there's a couple. Well, the clearest parallel is that we're applying rationality to making an impact. And poker, you apply rationality to not let the lesser emotions get in the way of doing the right thing. And it's the same process of the same idea of an effective altruism. It's like, okay, well, we're going to use our sympathy and our desire to make an impact in a way that overrides, that in a way that's rational anyway, that really does make a difference and isn't just like throwing money away because we feel bad or whatever sort of thing, which does happen. It's basically that principle. I think rationality appeals to a lot of high stakes poker players. It doesn't sound that sexy, but the cool thing about rationality is that when you apply it to like the idea of making something sexy, it can be. So it's got that going for it. You can like use it potentially to get to the sexy stuff. And Yeah, you can use it to make some real impact if it's done right. Just by itself, rationality is rather dry, but it appeals to a lot of poker players. I think that a lot of poker players miss that connection of like you need some kind of spice in a certain way to appeal to a lot of people. Like rationality is not going to be like, it's not gonna. I thought of a funny analogy, but it's not gonna get that much attention. Let's put it that way.
I mean, obviously, you clearly want to make a positive change. As someone who is in the poker world, if you look at the poker industry in the year 2022, what do you want to change about poker?
Okay, so I did allude to this already. There's a few things. First of all, and I have to think about it, do this. I mean, really the way to do it is get the people who are it's kind of happened actually. The biggest thing really is to make poker more, less a game of just pure like logic in the sense of like, I'm a computer and I'm going to destroy my adversary. And, here's my GTO range and I got to randomize and tank 20 seconds on each hand. Like all this appeals to no one except like, it's only going to appeal to people that can actually contend. And the only way to appeal to a wider demographic is to figure out what they actually like, to make it more fun in some kind of way, which I've been attempting to do by striking up some banter and
dressing like Macho Man.
Like Macho Man, and like thinking of like funny things to do. I've been attempting to do that. I mean, I think something like that can appeal to a wider demographic. So there's that. It's as if like the poker players have like forgotten this idea of a positive free roll, and how that can apply to, all the time in between where they're sitting around and bored. Because I'm sitting there and bored. And really, what is it that's taking me there to these tournaments? It's like, well, I want to win the money. So guess who you're left with? You're left with only a bunch of guys, typically guys that are like competitive and they want to win that money. Surprise. Or you've got some people who want to gamble. But if you want to like appeal to people who want to gamble, you want to make it more of a fun environment. The whole thrill of like slot machines and stuff like that is that they give something in return for the money that's actually lost. They give a whole experience, like the lights light up, all this stuff,
And they're never mean to you, right? Like when the slot machine beats you, it doesn't laugh in your face. Like you've still had a really good time.
It doesn't call you an idiot, yeah.
Right.
It doesn't like say, oh, you dumbass.
It doesn't go, you should have studied your slots charts more, you idiot.
I don't know, guys. I think there's a business idea here, a slot machine that mimics the idea of playing poker, where you do get berated by your opponent when you lose.
Guys, that's a great idea. The poker player slot machine. I didn't mean to play is the funny thing. Have some people playing is that just have a twisted sense of humor.
I guarantee you there are enough masochists out there.
I mean, obviously I like the punishment because I play slot machines. The cherry on top is just the machine calling me an idiot, showing me a picture of my girlfriend and how sad she is that she's going to get a smaller Christmas present this year.
Actually, if this could be like done as like an idea that's not too expensive, that would be pretty funny.
I feel like we're just going to tank Dan's entire charity now because he's going to sink a bunch of money into this slot machine.
No, do not make the slot machine a reality. But it seems to me, and you've said already, Dan, that you've spent a lot of time doing lots of different things. We've talked about the charity work. I know that at one point you considered streaming, but realized that probably isn't right for you. Coaching was very much on the agenda. And towards the end of last year, you were developing an app, I believe, as well?
Well, I toyed with the idea of developing an app. I don't really know what to do with this, but I did realize that if I'm going to develop that thing, it's going to take a lot of my time. And I have to shift towards it. And I also realized I didn't know if it would succeed. It was kind of a long shot. Like, it would be really cool to develop this thing. And I really do believe philosophically there's a need for the app that I was attempting to create, which was essentially, I believe that basically in the world today, Well, first of all, let me just say why I put this to the side, is because I just couldn't see how I was going to make this thing a reality anytime soon. But if someone was to come along and like take it from me and make it, that would be nice. But basically, my whole idea was that in the past, people, there were people who were in villages and everything was kind of like closed. Everything was people didn't really like go too far beyond their own like how do you say, villages or whatever, their own like social circles too far. The world wasn't globally connected as it is now. And so there was, reputation mattered more in various different ways. But now, because the world is globalized, people can kind of go around and hide behind the veil of anonymity pretty easily. So there's more and more need for something that at least mimics a reputational currency, although it doesn't have to actually be like a literal currency, but it can just be like, like a global rating, depending on, especially for things related to integrity. I just think there's so many applications for this thing that would solve so many problems. And that was the idea that I had behind it, and to use it in poker, because there's this stupid problem in poker. Well, it's not stupid, but basically people just like, they owe all this money and they don't have to, they think they don't have to pay it. And they can just kind of get away with it without obvious repercussions. I mean, I think there are, but I can't like verify really.
No, people ask me this all the time. They see movies and TV shows, my friends that aren't in poker, and they're like, oh, does anyone ever get beat up over debts or get there? And I'm like, not really. Nothing really happens. Like, everyone just sort of just accepts it.
Well, what's supposed to happen is everyone's reputation is, if whoever owes money is supposed to like lose more of the the appropriate amount of reputational currency, depending on how it happens and all that. And if this was to be worked out in poker, for example, would help solve a lot of problems, because that's the real cost of doing things like stealing, is that now people should like deal with you differently. And like, if it worked in poker, it could go to sports, and it can go to all kinds of variations of ethics in all kinds of fields if it worked in poker. But, I don't know how to make it work in poker. I just don't have the entrepreneurial background to make it work. And I need to like start raising money, and, it's all these things that I'm not really used to doing. So it would be like total commitment. And I've just been realizing that it wasn't there's like a low chance that it monetizes also. So it's like a bit too crazy for me to pursue it. So I've just kind of put that one to the side. I would love to be able to do it. Maybe I'll pick it up later when it's possible. I just don't think it's just too ridiculous if I'm going to like jump into that field exactly. To do something like that.
It seems easily sabotaged too, potentially, like you just have a bunch of people, like the way that, let's say, when the Black Little Mermaid comes out and they get everyone to go leave terrible reviews on the Black Little Mermaid, people who haven't even seen the movie, but they just disagree ideologically with it. You can kind of get into some murky waters. If only everyone had the integrity to only leave honest and good reputational reviews about people, it works in a very like idealistic way. It seems like there's a lot of potential ways that can be abused, though. Also, it seems like a big commitment.
I'm actually not really worried about that. I think that it won't be abused very easily, and I think that people are less willing to abuse it than you think. I also think, part of the whole reputational app is the people that do have reputation. I mean, basically the whole idea is to just mimic nature, and just do it on a much faster way, because what should have happened is guy A screws over guy B, and now guy B confronts A, and A does nothing. So guy B says, okay, well, since you won't do anything, I guess I'm gonna have to tell my friends because you're screwing me over. And actually, by the way, this method is in at least one religion of dealing with this kind of conflict, which I found to be interesting. It did imply essentially kind of I lack the scientific terminology to say it, but sort of like a social way of a tit for tat kind of strategy for dealing with things. I'm curious to see if it turns up in other religions or other not necessarily religions. It's all like labels to me, if I really, but like other like practices of like other ancient like wisdoms or proverbs or whatever. I would suspect there probably are these things because they're very consistent over many different cultures, as it turns out. So that's kind of fascinated me lately. But yeah, like I'm not too worried about this being corruptible. Like even if it is, yeah, of course there'll be mistakes. The thing is that, I mean, you fix the mistakes, and this is why it would be tried with poker first, before gone on to anything else. So that part, you know, the whole like the whole way that it would play out, or at least I have some ideas of how it would play out, I guess. Like it's like more important to make the effort, and like, so what if, I mean, people already basically get screwed in a few ways. There's nothing new about that. But like the idea would be to minimize those potential like temporary screwings over time, rectify them. I mean, this happens in all systems. Right. And, you know, one benefit of this thing that is it's very hard for people to get their reputation back. And if it was to exist, it could fix that very fast as well. It gives a more viable route for redemption. But again, I would have to put together, I know like a little bit of what needs to be done. There needs to be like some proper algorithm in place for doing this. I'd have to get the right team in place for doing it. I would just be, I couldn't really run it myself, basically.
I think we should do the slot machine first. And use the money we make off the install slot machine. I said that we would only keep you for a half hour, and I think we're slightly over already. Really quick before we let you go, Dan, you mentioned the musical instruments a couple of times. What are you learning to play, and how far along are you?
Well, I am going to relearn the piano. I've got a jungle book, and I'm going to learn some jungle tunes. So that's, you know, look forward to that.
I did prepare a quiz for you about jungle-related things that we'll save for next time. We'll do it next time we have you on the show.
Okay. I've also got a flute, and I can play, get ready for it, I can play 2 notes.
Wow.
Okay, well, we have to.
That's 2 more than I can. I have to ask, though, do you genuinely like jungle music, or do you just feel I have to because it needs to be on brand?
Well, I actually, you know what's funny is I've got some, like, I've listened to some jungle music. I remember there's an artist that I liked called Baka Beyond, and I'm just I'd like some music from the jungle, but I have a very esoteric music taste. In addition, I mean, obviously being the jungle man, I got to play some jungle music. I mean, like, how else am I gonna, like, that's the most obvious brand move that there is.
Hey, it's important to know your brand, and it's important to be true to it, right?
Yeah. It seems like, how can I not, you know?
He's going to raise to 13,000. Salvatore pass.
I wonder if because of the fact that we mostly start in the money on the TV coverage, if people who watched on TV understood how hard it was to cash.
Someone announces re-raise 40,000.
Like it might have just looked like everyone just gets money.
There is Manuel Bavond. Now, he's quite important at PokerStars these days, Joe, so be careful what you say about him.
Sebastian announces.
Is he a bon vivant?
Ruthenberg all in after Maceras 3-bet.
How many chips you got? 130. Total 130.
Sebastian's all in is 134,500.
Wow.
Not sure you really want to be calling it off with king queen in this spot for
Yeah, perhaps sevens.
75% of your chips.
Eights.
No.
I don't have eights.
You have eights?
I don't have eights.
Close to that.
I'm not sick.
Eh? What are you saying?
Not sick.
Yeah.
That's a good point from Busty. Are we going to hear the trademark Prague squeak in the background of this coverage?
Is it the same room?
I think it might actually be a different room.
What do you have?
King queen. King queen, man.
That's sick.
That's sick, eh?
That's sick.
That's sick. I'm really thinking about.
What does it mean, that's sick? I mean, he's just never going to be worse than king queen.
I called you with nines.
Be careful saying I call at the beginning of your sentence.
I call you with nines. Nines are good. If I can change my card for nines, I call. That's for sure.
Wanna switch then?
This for nines?
No, this. For yours.
I can get a ruling if you guys want me.
Let's see how much I got here. All right.
Neil's like, hurry it up. Let's go. All right, I'm counting him down in 3, 2, 1.
All right, nice hand.
Nice
What
hand.
does that mean, Juan?
He folds.
And passes.
I called you with nines, that's for sure.
So yes, Sebastian Rutherberg took down Barcelona at the start of Season 5, the first leg of this season, and he currently sits in second place on the all-important EPT rankings, just behind Elke. Luca Pagano has moved up to third, and Jason Mercier, who's only played like 3 events, is also in the top 5 by now.
When he says all important, he means not at all important.
Bear in mind, everything I say is heavily loaded with sarcasm.
Even that.
Keep folding, Brian.
I believe this dealer still works on the EPT to this day.
No, get out.
I don't think he deals as much anymore.
No more wasting chips.
John Riley from the USA has ace-queen.
He's going to raise to 16,000, 11,000 more.
Nice raise, Wayne Grow.
Riley!
Dan Pedersen with the decision. He's in the big blind. Ace-9.
Pretty tough to fold this to a single raise. Blind on blind.
Dan's going to make the call.
There's the call, and these two go heads up to the flop.
You can remember Blinds are going to take a look at the flop now.
Oh. Don't talk to me.
Flop is 5 of hearts.
And it's 9 high with 2 diamonds.
John is first, and he's going to go ahead and check.
Riley has checked.
No c-bet, huh?
Pedersen
Dan's going to bet out 25,000.
makes it 25K.
John's going to raise.
And Riley check raises all in. Slightly bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you're ever doing that. I guess you can be doing it with 10s and jacks, but you are not.
Pedersen calls, and he is an 83% favorite here. Riley is the at-risk player and is going to need help.
Dan has the ace of spades and the 9 of
Yeah,
clubs.
no,
Dan is
it's not happening.
with the 9.
King, queen, good. Against you?
I'll tell you later, okay?
Okay.
This is very likely to be the end of the tournament life of Riley.
He's got ace-queen. Dan has ace-9 on a flop of 5, 7, 9. Let's see the turn card, please. Turn is the king of spades. John is going to need to find a queen, or he's going to be eliminated. Let's see the river, please. It's the 5 of clubs. Let's have a round of applause for John.
It was nice playing with yesterday. Nice hand.
John Riley out in 31st place, cashes for 11,000 euros.
Me now. You owe me 90,000 chips, okay? I want him back. I want him back.
We'll have a fight later.
All right. We will. We will, that's for sure. So now I guess I only lost 100K since I started today.
Great. All right, under the gun, Sebastian's going to raise.
Ruthenberg raising with 10-3 offsuit. Pocket fours here for Jensen.
He's going to pass to Juan.
That gets folded. Ace-8 for Juan Maceras.
Play with my friend.
Juan says he's going to play with his friend.
And he's going to call with ace-8 suited.
Dan passes on the button over to Raul in the small.
You know the song Guantanamera?
Yeah.
I always want to sing Juan Maceras.
It almost scans. Raul Mestre is the other Spanish player at this table. He's in the small blind.
Why does that sound so familiar? We used to cover him a lot, didn't we?
Yeah, he makes a few appearances on the tour.
I'm all in.
Raul announces re-raise.
Okie dokie.
He's going to shove with Queen Jack. Well, that's a simple fold for Ruthenberg.
I'm going to shove on Maceras.
That works.
So will Juan, and Raul is going to take the pot.
And a fold from Maceras as well. The all-in gets through.
La primera que gano yo.
Blinds 3,000, 6,000 with a 500 ante.
Salvatore folds to Brian. He's going to raise.
Brian Jensen opens with 5s.
Thank you. All right. I don't have here. I got to you there. Vea, 100 coronas.
Kings for Manuel Bavon.
Raúl, tienes 5 coronas.
Bavon, the bomb, Bavon.
Estoy quebrado, no tengo ni 5 coronas.
Manuel makes the call. Sebastian's going to pass.
I have Manuel to thank for all those many days I spent in a voiceover booth saying $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000.
But you know what? That's brought a lot of joy to a lot of people.
9 of spade.
In that
I'll be
case,
the first to admit I wasn't sold on that idea, but I've had so many people tell me how tickled they were when they got those videos. Do they still happen?
I believe they do, in which case, claps for Manuel Bavon, please.
By the way, who just flats here at the Pocket Kings.
Nice.
19. Brian's going to bet 19,000.
I'm all in.
Seriously.
Re-raise all in. Raise all in.
Under-repping his hand. But now decides to go crazy with it.
Well, he's obviously just playing for Jensen's stack here, who's got 53.5K behind. Continued with the 5s, and Bavon has check-raised all in.
Do you call it off here with 5s, hoping to be up against 2 overs and a flush draw? I don't know if I want to fade all those outs. If you're ahead, I think you can just fold here and live to fight another day. You got... You don't really leave yourself much of a stack here, do you? Oh, no, wait. 6,000, yeah, no, not good.
Yeah, it's fewer than 10 bigs.
I just can't think of a situation where you're going to be very happy when you get it in, even ahead. But I think you're going to be behind so often.
He folds.
And Manuel's going to take the pot.
I'm genuinely surprised to see a fold there, even though I couldn't think of a reason to call.
Have we reached that point in time
45
where HTC syndrome is dying out?
It's entirely possible. People realize that losing is bad.
Manuel under the gun. Hold around to Salvatore.
Salvatore Bonavena from Italy has King 8.
Now around to Juan in the cutoff.
Round to
How do you know
Maceras.
who that is without his name on his jacket?
And keep folding around, just the blinds now.
Pedersen in the small blind. Raises to 18.5K with 10 deuce offsuit. Raul Mestre in the big blind has King 9.
Mestre.
Raul's going to make the call.
Joseph, I have no idea what the weather is like in California at the moment, but I can tell you it's raining its arse off in London.
Excellent.
With the flashes of light I'm seeing out the window, I figure you might hear the occasional thunder roll.
Dan's going to be
awesome. The gods are bowling.
Dan's going to bet 26,500. And Raul is going to make the call. 26-5 apiece. We're going to look at the turn card now. That is the Jack of Spades. It's Jack, Jack, 7 deuce.
2 pair on the turn for Pedersen. Sorry to do something that spiced his hand up. Pedersen's gonna keep on Pedersen.
Yeah, that's
See that little
63,000.
slide forward with the chips, that little flourish. I think that's a bit of a tell sometimes. Try to put that extra little spice on it with your hand.
What do you make of this then? Mestre moving all in with just king high.
I mean, I think that Pedersen is going to fold.
Can you imagine if he heroes here with a deuce?
I can imagine it.
I mean, it's highly unlikely, but how awesome would that be?
Dan's going to pass.
There it goes.
Raul's going to take the flop.
So maybe Mestre picks up on the same thing that I did. Hold your applause. Por favor. I wonder what the El Commandador was up to.
Well, it's time to step into the mind of an EPT champion. We're going to sweat with Sebastian Ruthenberg on this next hand and only see his hole cards.
This should be fun.
He's going to raise to 17,000. Hold over to Nelson.
Ruthenberg has raised with ace-10.
Okay, my friend. So me and you again, eh?
And it's Juan Maceras who's going to take him on.
Man, you look serious now.
It's interesting he says me and you again. My initial instinct is that because of their history,
yeah.
I don't think he's going to be super strong here, but
Well, you don't know whether you're going to see a call or a re-raise. That's the first thing.
yeah. I don't think this is an act, right? Like, I don't think he's super strong when he's not really sure what he wants to do here.
40,000 more.
He puts 40,000 on top for a total.
Like, I know it's a boring sweat with him, but I just fold.
I'm not folding no matter what.
There it goes.
It's folded back around to Ruthenberg. So now we have the decision of what to do in response to this re-raise with ace-10.
I just like a fold here. I don't see a lot of situations where, like, we're in really good shape. Like, given the history, maybe Juan wants to get a little revenge here, and he's
8-9 spades.
raising a worse hand, but...
Can I put Maceras on an exact hand?
Yeah.
Queen 10.
Your hand, I mean.
I think it might be King Queen again.
And Juan's going to take the pot.
Well, Ruthenberg has folded. What did Maceras have? Wow, ace king.
All right, I'm back, man. Today, I raised 4 first hands. Anybody come over the top. I lost 100K in 3 hands.
It's just a fold with ace-10.
Is this Kate's first appearance on the EPT?
Holy Kate the dealer.
Frederick first.
Frederick Nygard from Finland folds. Pedersen's out.
Over to Raul.
Raul Mestre.
He's going to raise to 50.
Raises with ace-king of diamonds. Pocket tens. For Bevon. Flats.
Manuel's going to make the call.
He likes a flat.
Salvatore.
He likes a flat with a big hand.
Nazir Al Nazir.
He'll pass to Nasser. He'll fold
The
as well.
flat makes sense here. You don't necessarily want to re-raise, then have to get it in for your whole stack with pocket tens or get 4-bet.
Flop is queen.
Queen, jack, 8.
Spades.
And flops like this you can get away from, although you do have a gut shot. So maybe you call 1.
He's going to make it 24,000.
Mestre continuing with his gut shot and 2 overs.
And your gut shot's pretty safe if you hit it, but obviously if you hit the 10, you know, 8-king makes a straight.
For 24,000 apiece, these guys are going to look at the turn card. Turn card is the ace of clubs.
So Mestre gets there on the turn and now has 84% equity.
Raul is first.
Seems like a spot where you want to bet again with ace-king. Mestre checks.
So will Manuel. These guys are going to see the river then.
Action goes check, check.
The river is the 9 of
Oh, Bevon River's the straight.
This is just so unnecessary to have let your opponent get there.
Manuel is going to bet 60,000.
Nice chunky bet on the river. 60K into 90K.
Pissed. He's just like, why did I check the turn? I think there's just so much that beats ace-king, you have to let this go. Like, so many 2 pairs got there. So much of the flatting range, when you raise ace-king and then get flatted, is just going to have ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, pocket tens. You don't worry as much about your king tens and stuff like that, but even still possible. Yeah, lets it go. Good fold. Frustrating.
Get it quietly, love.
A mí, tirar estas cosas tiene que dar niños.
I'm taking a note on you, sir.
Que ya es una jota, a rey.
You are going in my book. You are on the list.
Ace King? Yeah. That's pretty much the same thing.
These are the chip leaders right now. Frederick Nugard is the man in front with 848,000. Bavon and Mestra are both in the top 10. Well, there's a name we haven't seen before on the EPT, Andrew Chen. But we will be seeing quite a bit of him in future weeks. Bavon has opened with ace-queen. Frederick Nugard, the chip leader, has sixes in the small.
Nugard.
And so we'll
And Pedersen comes along from the big with sevens.
Are you trying to say New York guard?
No.
NY guard?
flop here.
Six, right? I know it.
Frederick's going to be first.
No one else has really connected with this board, though.
So Nugard has checked, which is fine. You don't have to. I do say always bet your sets, but you can still check to the pre-flop raiser. Now, no one has connected, but Pedersen thinks the sevens could very likely be the best hand.
And he's going to lead into this pot for 37,000. So Bavon with two overs and backdoor spades working for him. Has backdoor straight cards as well. Three-way.
I actually, I don't hate a call. I really don't hate a call there. I think when people lead that flop, they're going to have exactly the kind of hand that Pedersen has. I think your overs are going to be good a lot. I think there's lots of good turn cards for you.
No, hate is too strong a word, but I don't like it either. And I'm not sure I want to continue with that hand in a three-way pot.
I'm probably too loose there. I don't mind a call there. Even if they lead with a 10, like, you're not in terrible shape.
Nugard just calls.
In this case, you are in terrible shape to Nygard.
6, 4, 10 queen with two hearts on board.
So look, you play it my way, you lose a lot of money here.
Yeah, because you pay your queen on the turn and then you start paying off more bets.
Yeah.
Anywho, Nugard just flatted.
These guys are going to take a look at the river now.
Goes check, check on the turn. The river card is a 3. Last chance for value.
So again, when someone leads the flop like that, like, I'm going to think they have a pair a lot of the time. Something that can pay off a bet here. I'm probably going to put in a value bet with a set. Something real tasty. 141,000 out there. Something like 60.
Tasty.
Frederick's going to bet 62,000.
There you go, 62,000. Now, I don't think Nygard expects Pedersen to have sevens that often. I think it's going to be a 10 a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe even a 4. I think the lead out with bottom pair is a fairly standard move.
Dan's going to
gets the call. Well done.
Sixes for pocket sixes for a set of sixes.
So
Pedersen likes it.
Frederick Nugard will increase his chip lead with around 20 players remaining at this point in time.
Go ahead and pass.
No one's clapping for him. I'll do it.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
We can't all be superstars like Manuel Bavon.
120,000.
Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante.
Yeah, they get shown in. Dan's going to fold under the gun over no.
Action folded to Bavon, who's got ace-10.
Don't do that quite often.
Manuel's going to raise to 20,000. Salvatore fold to not
Raises to 20,000.
Maceras has 8s in the small and says call. Newgard in the big has queen 5.
Frederick's going to pass.
I check, my man.
Check to me?
Yeah. You can check it down also. Let's see the turn. Let's see the turn. It's a funny game.
Want to check it down?
Yeah.
Cannot check it down, guys.
Not really sure you can discuss that.
That's my bad.
Yeah, take this money in the pot. Just in case I get it.
Okay, 1 and Manuel are going to go heads up.
Let's just chalk it up to a bit of fun.
Has already checked.
So Maceras has checked dark. Action will be on Bavon after a flop of King 10-8.
8 of hearts.
Second pair top kicker for Bavon. The set of 8s for Maceras. Bavon does check behind, so we are going to the turn.
Okay, so in all your wildest dreams, when you check dark, like this is your dream, right?
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to check dark and flop a set. Let's see if this actually works out for the person who checks dark.
This might be like the one time in 150 when it actually works.
32.
We're not checking anymore. We're going to bet 32,000. Juan is going to bet 32,000.
All right, I show you, like everybody else.
I call.
Manuel announces call of the third.
Bavon calls the 32k, and this hand going to the river. Maceras has a lock on it. No river card can help Bavon.
The king of clubs.
You know what?
That river card.
I have no idea what the hell you got.
Bavon, actually.
No idea, man. Italian, no idea. The truth. This is the truth.
Might make him think that his 10 is more likely to be good, but Maceras is going to blast off here, so maybe.
Manuel instantly calls.
A bet of 80,000. Snap calls it.
From Juan.
Oh, man.
Says that's going to win.
Tous des 7, putain. 80?
80. Did he just say a rude French word?
He did, but in France, it's not that rude.
You got the king,
I
right?
hear it pretty regularly when I'm there. Usually in my direction.
Folded to Pedersen, he's out. Mestre with 9-3 will pass.
Manuel on the button.
Yvonne's on the button and is going to move all in with 10-6 of diamonds. Salvatore Bonavena has King-Jack suited in the small.
And not much more chips than that. I think you gotta just let this go.
Yeah, but you also don't have your name embroidered on the back of your jacket.
You've also got another player to act behind you.
Announces call.
Bonavena calls, Nazar folds. So here we go. Bavon at risk and behind.
Salvatore has King Jack of spades.
I think it's very rare you're going to be in this good a shape in this situation.
Manuel has 10-6 suited in diamonds. Salvatore has King Jack suited in spades. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is ace of clubs, deuce of hearts, 9 of diamonds.
King high, still ahead.
Make it interesting.
Come on, make it interesting.
So far, the King Jack of spades is still in the lead.
Jack of diamonds.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 7 of spades. Manuel has now picked up a gut shot straight
10,
draw
8.
to go with his 10.
4 more outs now.
He's going to need a 10, a 6, or an 8.
Hey, he knows the pokers, he knows his outs. Does not hit. The Italian celebrates as Salvatore Bonavena KOs Manuel Bavon in 19th place. He cashes for 13,800 euros.
Congratulations, Manuel. You've won 13,800 euros.
King, king, 10.
You played some pretty good hands.
Yeah.
Hachi Machi.
So when I had pocket tens.
Congratulations.
We hope to see you back at the table soon.
Ah.
4,000, 8,000 with a 1K ante. 18 players remaining. EPT 5, Prague, the main event from December 2008. Nazar El Nazar with ace 7.
Translation, Nazar the Nazar.
Nazar's going to raise 19,000.
A raise to 19K and pocket jacks for Frederick Nygaard.
I think we can 3-bet this. No reason to slow play it. Can make sure that the blinds don't get a super good price.
Frederick's going to make the call from the button of 19,000.
He's going to just call.
Both are going to pass, though.
He's too good at flopping sets, I guess.
And with the blinds folding, we're going heads up to the flop.
Flop is 3 of spades, king of clubs, deuce of spades.
No set, but jack's still ahead.
He's going to bet out.
All right, so no choice but to call at least one here. You ever just fold jacks to one overcard? You're like, ah, they have it this time.
Oh yeah.
Frederick's going to make the call of 26,000.
I do it every once in a while too. Just like, nope.
That turn card is the deuce of clubs.
That is a safe turn card.
He's going to check. Both players are going to check. Let's take a look at the river card.
Check, check.
All right, that's
The river card is the 5 of diamonds.
fair. Good run out. Pot small enough. If El Nazar decides to put in any sort of reasonable bet, jacks can call. 108,000 in the middle.
Nasser's going to bet.
I think it's tough to get a better hand to fold here if you're El Nazar. There's not a ton of reason why a king would not keep betting on the turn. Yeah, a couple of straight draws came in on the river, but you really don't expect either of these players.
Daniel Biro out in 18th place, down to 17 now.
Frederick's going to make the call.
You got it. Want to show?
Nasser shows ace-7 for a pair of twos with an ace kicker.
A7, no good. Jacks win the hand. More chips for the chip leader.
Bad lookalike, ready? For Nygaard, dollar bill from Billions.
That's a good lookalike.
Yeah, I will.
Stick the curly wig on him and he'll be passed to Tim from the Americans.
Today, one hand.
That's right.
I'm not gonna say when, but I only got one big hand. Yeah. Well, I got an 8 full, but I got a very good hand today. Only one.
And how good was the Americans, huh?
Very enjoyable series.
Yeah, I always have fun playing poker.
Frederick's made the call from the small blind. We're over to Dan in the big blind.
Semester
hates re-raising.
has opened with 6s. Nygaard calling with the ace-10. Pedersen with 10-9.
Sorry, Nygaard.
Dan's going to make the call as well. So we've got 3 players going to see this flop. Frederick, Dan, and Raul. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is going to be the 7 of clubs, the 5 of spades, and the 8 of clubs. Frederick's going to
7, 8, 9, 10.
Almost.
Dan's going to move all in.
Sixes. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
How much is it?
See where you're going here.
Does anybody have a straight, though?
Not yet.
There's 47,000 is the bet.
Pedersen getting it in with 2 overs and the straight draw. Mestra considering calling it off with the pair in the open-ender. I don't know about this.
Call 47,000. Frederick's going to throw it away.
Yes, it is the best hand. I think you're going to be up against like a 7, 6, 7 a lot and
9, 10.
top pair a lot. I don't know about the call at 6s. Am I crazy?
10, 2 over cards, and he also has an open ender. None of the flushes are in play. Dan is the all-in player. Let's see the turn card, please. The turn card is the 3.
6 is still holding.
Dan is going to need a 6, a 9, or a 10.
9, no, just a 10.
Mestra pointing out that a 9 is not one of Pedersen's outs. That would give Mestra the straight.
River card is an 8.
It's another 8 on the river, and that will see Dan Pedersen dispatched in 16th place. So someone just went out from one of the outer tables in 17th, Pedersen out in 16th, so the redraw for the final 2 tables will be down to the final 15. And Newgard still has the chip lead. He's got more than $1 million. He already has a 7-figure stack. Maceras and Mestra also among the big stacks right now. And at the bottom end of the leaderboard, we see Jonathan Duhamel from Canada, Salvatore Bonavena from Italy.
You call and it's over, baby.
Welcome to my world.
Welcome back to Prague and the final event of EPT 22. Yes, the PokerStars European Poker Tour has returned to the capital of the Czech Republic for the 2nd time this year, and the main event continues at King's Casino inside the Hilton Prague. Players returning from the late dinner break. That dinner break will be a bit earlier tomorrow because there won't be a blooming football match to work around. These are the chip leaders returning from break. One of them is on your screen right now obscured by the graphic, but we will be seeing a lot of him during this last session of the day because Parker Talbot will be at the feature table with his stack of 764,000 chips. By the way, I'm James Hartigan. He's Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And that fella over there, that's Nick Walsh.
Cheers. Cheers for having me. Thank you.
So yes, new lineup on the main stage, 2 of Canada's finest. Although Parker Talbot, almost a Brit now that he resides in Spraggy's bathroom. But Mike Watson is going to be at the new feature table as well.
Sir Watts, the Mad Dog.
If you have just joined us, you missed our world-famous bubble coverage. You didn't miss that much. It was not great. But crucially, the key information is that we are now in the money. Total prize pool, 6.1 million. More than $1 million up top. Right now, we are paying players just over $1 million cash. How many will we end the day with? I believe it's 138 returning from break.
Still Very top heavy in these events. You got to get all the way to the final table to make 6 figures.
There is Sir Watts, Mike Watson, one of the big names, one of the most famous players at this new feature table.
Timeless, ageless, fearless, angerless.
You have to put it like 2-3 seconds, then you can move.
And yeah, confirmation that 138 remain from a starting field of 1,267, the biggest ever field we've seen in an EPT Prague main event. Actually coming back at blinds of 2,000, 4,000, still have 20 minutes to run of the previous level. Then we'll roll into 2K, 5K, which will be the final level of the night.
Some fun names here. Dominic Flop Dessert.
See, I read that as Dominic Dessert because I was still thinking about the ice cream and strawberries that were offered at the buffet this evening.
Did they have flansel for dessert? Is it true that Parker Talbot is heir to the Talbot's department store fortune?
I would love for that to be true.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this one day.
I'm not aware of a Talbot's department store.
Probably just a medium-sized fortune then.
I mean, look at that man. Look at that majestic winter elf.
Worth highlighting that Tonka made the final table of EPT Prague in 2018, came close to winning an EPT.
I remember it well. I remember the live stream.
Yeah, we kind of like dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah, I forgot.
To be fair, we were kind of focused on the PCA, PSPC and couldn't come to Prague. We didn't know, we couldn't plan for the fact that a member of Team Pro was going to nearly win it. Yeah, so just to highlight, we have got a small error on the graphics right now. Blinds are not 2-5, they are 2-4.
Oh. What a treat. We're going to get to see Mike Watson in action on the very first hand.
It's going to be Canada versus Canada. Watson in the small, Parker Talbot in the big, Jack 10 suited.
It's like he came inside from ice fishing.
You've been ice fishing, eh? Like how he's wearing that patch. Dead center.
It's like his arc reactor.
He's basically a PokerStars Iron Man right now. I think there's pretty much a 0% chance Tonka ever folds Jack 10 of hearts on this flop. Does make the call.
Yeah, no, it's still 2-4.
There was a bet and a call on the flop, guys. King of clubs on the turn. Watson with the decision again. I think it's probably a pretty quick check in these situations unless he really tries to get a deuce to fold. Yep, does make the check. Tonka now not only with a good draw, but also jack high. I don't think he wants to turn this into a bluff too often. I think he's going to check as well. Yep, very good blind v blind spot. And with that run out, Tonka's basically only ever losing to an ace high at this stage.
Royal
which is definitely
flush draw.
Potentially the royal flash. Should be a check and a check on the river. I think Tonka's going to be winning here a lot.
They can combine their hands to make a straight flush.
I'll take a street flash.
Street flash indeed. Tonka with the jack high.
So more chips for Tonka, who is a top 5 stack right now, with 138 players remaining in this EPT Prague main event.
Man, Tonka, he just knows what he's doing, huh? He's just a frickin' poker genius.
Tonka is very good at cards. Wild card in the chat says, Talbot's a fish, right? I mean...
He's a fish at many things. Poker's just not one of them.
He is a fish at life, perhaps. And he is, from his attire, a very accomplished ice fisherman.
Well, he looks like he belongs on the packaging of the Fisherman's Friend cough drop.
It kind of feels like he's trying to rival Ali Shaban for the title of most hirsute PokerStars Pro.
I don't count.
Yeah, 9. Pass.
Also, a lot of your hair is hidden.
I go to great lengths to make that happen.
I mean, we do have video evidence to the contrary. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to show that anymore because we nearly got banned from Twitch. I mean, you think about the nonsense and ridiculousness that's been streamed on this channel, and the one thing we get flagged for is you having your chest waxed.
Hashtag free the nipple. If I could show my nipples on stream, my subs would go way up.
So let's work it out, guys. Got about 15 minutes left on this level, and then another 90 minutes to play. So it's going to be about half midnight local time that we conclude day 2. It's going to be another 6-level day, another 12-hour day tomorrow.
Man, I love soccer.
Yeah, I mean, apparently France did get it done in full time. So there was no goal-kicking contest at the end to decide the winner of that semi-final. And now I believe it's going to be France versus Argentina in the final on Sunday.
Oh, we got some hands.
Tonka was like, oh, I know, I'll just have a little bit of a wider open here. And Locke decided to 3-bet. Now Garcia with a very interesting potential cold 4-bet spot. And there it is, the cold 4-bet from the big blind. Garcia's ace of clubs, queen of spades, going to put in the 4th bet.
Last time I went deep in an EPT was the only untelevised EPT in the last, like, 8 years or some shit here in EPT Prague, like 4 years ago, I think.
Oh, Tonka's telling the story to the rest of the table. I'm going to hazard a guess that they don't care.
Well, Mike Watson's sitting next to him, so he's at least going to pretend to listen.
Locke folds to the 4-bet from Adrian Garcia.
Can you imagine if Mike Watson was just like, hey, man,
both made a move.
Shut that up.
The mad dog.
Yeah.
Move makers.
What is that questionable stain on the carpet?
Is it a stain? It looks like a rip in the fabric of space and time.
I think something to do with football, you know, when they spray the foam on the ground and, like, you know, you take the free kick.
Oh, is it a football thing?
Yeah, apparently they have these kicks that you don't have to pay for.
Free roll kicks. XY Epsilon asks, what is the average stack at the moment? So if you take all of the chips in play and divide it by the number of players, that is the average stack at the moment. So total chips divided by 137. Thank you for your question.
You have 500K in total?
9,000.
Tonka just checking out the lay of the land before the hand commences. Big blind has defended. Parker was the wider open from the cutoff here.
I think we saw a massive pot one earlier with 7-3, didn't we?
Well,
Yeah.
Parker has
straight.
been out-flopped here. Bahayov with a pair of 7s.
Tonka probably feeling pretty good about c-betting here. Does decide to put in a bet with the gut shot and the king high. Bahayov here, obviously, with the pair and the backdoor clubs. Theoretically speaking, especially at this stack depth, he should be coming along here very, very, very frequently, if not every single time.
Ooh, Talbsy.
And that's a straight. Just wondering if he might see this as an opportunity to represent the Ocho. Uh-oh.
Ocho.
The high of betting 10,000 into 40,000.
I mean, if you're Tonka, how do you just not burst out laughing here? Are you just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. He just bet into me when I have it.
I can guarantee you he's doing that internally.
Like, what a charmed life.
I've spent enough time with Tonka to know when he just he laughs easily. You know, he's a very affable, likable, fun guy.
He's a good laugh,
and he doesn't he's not afraid to hide his mirth. But in this situation, I can guarantee you that he's internally chuckling, and that will end the hand right there and then. I think Tonka was aware of the fact that this is either going to be like a hand that really wants to get to a river for cheap, or it was just going to be a complete airball. So you might as well punish the stuff that's that still likes their hand, right?
So coming back from break, I think the average stack was 275,000. So with one elimination, it's probably around that number, 277K, which means that it is relatively deep right now. An EPT main event normally plays at a 50 big blind average. It's obviously considerably higher than that right now, and will be higher than that when we get to the next blind level as well. So I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't see too many eliminations during the last level and a bit tonight.
There were so many double negatives in there. What was it? You wouldn't be shocked if we didn't see too many eliminations.
I'm basically saying that it should not be a bust-out bonanza for the end session tonight. And that does fit, right? The last level of day 2 does tend to be quite slow.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So Mike Watson has opened under the gun +1 with ace-2 suited. Bahayov with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
32.
And he knows what to do with it. He's watched the streams. You 3-bet.
It's my way or it's the Bahayov way.
Back on Sir Watts.
I mean, you got a steel wheel draw. How do you fold this?
Just like that.
Oh, we got Adam McColl in the chat. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Adam?
It was cool meeting Adam in Barcelona.
Yeah, I got to spend a little bit of time with him in London as well. It was nice.
The few takes of his on Twitter that I can understand, I like.
Garcia with 6-5 suited in the cutoff.
We wish you came to Prague too, Adam. You should have come, bro. What's your excuse?
He's gonna follow the soccer, right?
I was gonna say, I hope it's not football related. Just kidding. Of course it is.
Ace-7 suited for Deset. And it is a queen, queen, deuce flop. Ace-high still the best hand.
Didn't we already see a flop just like this? Blind v blind. Tonka had Jack-10. Watson had 7-9 off.
I feel like this never works.
I feel like Garcia always has a c-bet here. I think A7 of spades should probably always be calling at least. Yeah.
Eight of spades on the turn, ace high and a flush draw now.
Definitely not going to work this time either.
I know it's a bit different, but we're really seeing a very similar hand play out here, guys. Both players with a high card they think is good. Both players improving to a draw on the turn.
I'm sorry, Garcia does not think his 6 high is good.
No, I'm in reference to the A7.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I nearly accidentally referred to Adrian Garcia as Adam Garcia because I was thinking about Coyote Ugly.
Oh, yeah.
Can't fight the moonlight.
He's going to find a second barrel here with the 6 high. 25,000, so around half pot. Sorry, excuse me, around full pot, excuse me, on the turn. That set doesn't seem concerned. I still have the best hand. This is fine.
And also a pretty sweet draw.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
And now a 7-8-9. Which is still not anything, I'm being told.
LFG, A7 of spades. Now, obviously, if he didn't have that spade draw, the full pot might have worked on the turn. But also begs the question, is he going to have a float there without the backdoor spade draw? I think probably he does. But I think the turn size might be successful in the event that he doesn't find the flush draw. So I applaud the play. Also applaud the call. Nice answer. A7 taking it down.
And we have a new player at the table. This is Samy Dubonnet from France. That's right, you surrender that phone, sir.
Absolutely.
Dubonnet.
No memes for you, sir. Only poker.
Tonka getting the action started here, raising from under the gun. We've only seen one of his cards, the 9 of clubs.
He's such a goober. How is he so good at poker?
Wish to finish later or no? At this table?
Bahayev with ace deuce of clubs in the cutoff. Folds it. Flanzel. Foldsels. And round 2, the big blind, Mike Watson.
Kitchens.
We're playing 8-handed though.
One overcard. They suited.
9 still good on an ace 6-5 flop.
Do you expect to see a continuation here from Parker quite frequently? Tons of value to be had from the straight draws, from the 6s, from the 5x. And he is going to take that one down. Nice hand for Tonka.
More continuations than the last level of Contra.
Right? It's 8-handed, right? It's 8-handed, right? Yeah.
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 I mean, you can look and see that you've got 6 players to one side of you and 1 to the other and do the math.
Huh?
10 boxes.
10 boxes, yeah.
Oh, I see.
You can get a nice 10.
Yes, the table can accommodate more than 8 players, but the EPT plays 8-handed.
He's a poker genius, can't count to 8?
Flanzel opening in the cutoff with 10-9.
Flanzel? When Mike sits like that, he always looks like he's in an ad for seasonal affective disorder medication. Just like sitting by a windowsill.
Watson does decide to defend the small blind here. 5-4 suited. Parker with a very nice hand in the big blind as well. It's going to come along as a call.
Three-way action. Flop is 8-7-4.
It's a juicy flop.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's ahead right now with a pair of fours? Flanzel, the best chance of winning. Open-ended straight draw. Bets 11,000.
Flanzel. 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, almost.
Yeah, he's got that open-ender, but also 2 overcards to the current best hand, the pair of fours.
Gets a call from Sir Watts. Tonka has folded. Heads up to the turn, which is the Jack of Spades.
Wow.
Hello, straight.
Holy. You know how hard it is to make a straight?
It's reasonably difficult.
It's tough.
Bet of 21,000 on the turn.
It's a pretty bad card for Mike Watson. Both literally and theoretically. Ooh, but does call.
Interesting. Mike Watson is drawing dead. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. Doesn't change the outcome of this hand, but it might stop Mike Watson losing any more chips.
40.
40 into 101. Noah Martin says, LFG, mad dog. If that is the sentiment, you want him to fold here.
Let's fold, guy.
Wait, guys, is this? What if this is plot twist and Mike Watson misread his hand and his pocket fours? He's about to like check jam the river here.
I really hope that's not the case.
No, I hope so. I hope not as well. But he's looking at this pot like, how do I get max from a set?
I will say that I was
all right,
relatively surprised by the call on the turn even.
Okay, need to do a quick PSA, a reminder, especially to new viewers, that because we stream cards up at the feature table, there is a 30-minute delay between the action taking place and it being shown on the stream. Obviously, I appreciate that you are going to get live updates via other sources, including Poker News. Please do not share any information that you've seen on any of those platforms. Please don't post any kind of spoiler. Otherwise, you will get banned.
Fake and or joke spoilers get you banned too because we don't know the difference.
Colin.
Oh, hey, all right. The Loch Ness Monster.
No lack of action here.
Ooh.
Garcia's got the snowmen. Num-num.
All right, so Nick, obviously, if you're like closing the action,
Yep.
Snap call.
Yep.
In this position with many players to act behind, what do you do?
Honestly, I'm not entirely certain. This is not a spot that I've seen a lot of. This is not a chart that I'm well versed in, even at chip EV level. I feel like he's going to have enough smaller pairs that this is really, really close. But as you mentioned, with so many players stacked behind you, you kind of want to isolate. You don't just want to flat.
Right.
But if you do flat and then somebody else shoves behind.
A min 3-bet.
I think
you're lighting money on fire if someone shoves behind you, right?
I mean, the sickest part about flatting with eights there is somebody could like shove ace queen behind you and you have the right price to call, but you just don't know it because it's hard to distinguish between that and, you know, jacks or tens or something like that. So I can appreciate the tighter fold there, but I think you hit the nail on the head. He's just so far out of position.
Oh, yes.
You can't keep him, buddy.
Like Tonka folded ace 10.
Saved him.
If the eight's flat, does Tonka still fold the ace 10? Probably, right?
Almost definitely. I mean, so it's one of those spots where I think you kind of feel like you want to isolate, but also let's not forget it's actually like 20 big blinds anyway, right? So it's understandable. It's understandable that in this situation, regardless of, like I said, it's the situations where your opponents shove a hand that you still should be calling against, but it's hard to distinguish whether or not you should, right? As opposed to a situation where people are going to be calling light behind you just to try and get lucky, right? It's not like it's a 5 big blind shove and you're just going to raise it up a little bit to try and push other people out.
Yeah.
Still a big chunk.
Garcia's raised under the gun with queen 8 suited. By the way, blinds are now up. We had the last hand of 2-4, and now we are into the 2-5 blind level, which will be the last level of the night. So we've had the call from Mike Watson in the cutoff. 10-6 suited in the big blind. That's a call, and 3 players are going to the flop. Jack, Jack 7. Trips for Sir Watts. Flush draw for luck.
Oh man, a spade here would be real juicy, guys. Watson with a pretty clear continue, in my opinion. Here, this is definitely one of those situations. You're in a multi-way pot as well. Plenty of combinations here to give you action.
This ain't Costco. No free samples.
Oh wow!
Oh yes, free. Never mind. This is Costco.
I was going to say very, very trappy from Mike Watson. Was expecting to continue. Does that inspire lock now?
Doesn't everyone pick up a ton of equity with that turn card?
Yes, indeed. Lock actually picks up a gutter to go. Wow, I'm kind of surprised not to see him take some aggressive action there as well when he picks up another draw.
Someone put some chips in. Come on.
$37,000 in the middle. Garcia reaching just with the pure gutter.
The least amount of equity.
I think if you miss the flop bet, you do want to size up on the turn here a little bit. There it is, 28K, nice and chunky.
They're pretty similar, aren't they? It's crazy. Yeah, it's very hard to see from a distance. The biggest with the smallest. It's, I guess it's not around for very long, right? I don't know. 5K, 6K, 8, 10. Yeah, not 10. 10 they take out. 10, 15. So it's 3 levels.
At this point, Watson might be tempted to put in a raise, but looks like he's reaching for a call.
Does call the 28.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully.
What does luck do? I mean, this is a third of his stack.
Yeah, but there's so much additional dead money with a bet and a call there, James. I mean, he's got such a fantastic price. Such a fantastic price
call?
here. To call, yeah. It's a lot of his stack, but there's so much extra dead money in there.
Okay, so still three-way, going to the river.
Oh, man.
With more than 120K in the middle.
Huge spot for Locke here. This is really, really critical to his tournament life. Oh, it's never coming.
Not the improvement you were looking for.
No. Does not make a flush, makes a small pair. Nada for Garcia.
All that dead money kept him in, and I understand such a significant combo draw here. Just no help on the river. Garcia's like...
Watson fades it all, too.
He really does, yeah. Garcia's like, am I really going to sell this one now? I mean, Watson's played his hand in such an unconventional manner. I guess he really feels like Watson would never have a jack being in position.
That's me. It's like watching Garcia skin his knee. I'm like, ooh, ah.
Well, it's so small, 38,000.
Okay, that was not me. Dave J says, holy moly, these guys play slowly. Yeah, that's what happens when you're good at the game and you think about what you're doing and you just ham-fist your chips in there and get knocked out like you're playing a free roll.
Yeah, it seems like a big buy-in event like this requires a little bit of thought, a little bit of extra time. I don't think these guys are taking a particularly long time given the size of this pot, guys. 159K in the middle. It's not like they're agonizing over a river like a one big blind river bet, guys. Wow, goes for all of it.
All in from Mike Watson, and a fold from Locke, followed by a fold from Garcia. Hello to Moonchild, watching on YouTube. He says, a big hello to the boot from Belgium.
Oh.
What time is the stream going to be on tomorrow? We start at 12:30 p.m. Central European time every day except Sunday, which is the last day. But we'll be starting at the earlier time of 11 a.m.
Moonchild's been watching the streams for a long time. They've got to be a Moon teenager by now, at least.
Moon student.
They've got to be Moon legal in most countries at this point.
You could beat ace nine.
I could or I couldn't, right?
That's true, actually. It's one or the other.
Well, we're round to the blinds. Locke in the small with queen six of strawberries gives Garcia a walk.
Show would have worked. What was in this?
Building, huh?
I mean, they're kind of implying that it's going like this, but it's really kind of, you know, one of those ones.
Is it? Yeah.
What is this, a joke?
It's actually going to be a joke, yeah. You guys will see it on my...
This is one of those envelopes that usually there's some cool stuff that comes in it, like
exactly.
money or a ticket or a...
It's going to be a joke. It's going to end up on Instagram. I'm going to make a reel involving Croaks. He's going to love it.
Thank you. It really is, yeah. I was making a joke before, but my goodness.
Action folded to Tonka.
11.
Raises to 11,000 with pocket nines.
Uh-oh. He's all in.
All in.
Shoves the ace-10, gets a fold from the small blind.
Yeah. Tonka's calling literally 100% of the time. Oh, wait.
Oh. Still got the big blind to act, and Bahayov's got ace-king.
Here we go. Easy 4-bet. Easy 4-bet ISO. No sweat. Oh, wow. Just the flat.
Okay, so back around to Tonka. Is this a calling spot?
This is a very unusual spot now. I feel like Tonka's got a pretty significant price to make the flat as well. Yeah, I mean, Ace-King just kind of inviting in more chaos. I really think that the Ace-King could have just put in a small 4-batter and just kind of cleaned this up right here, right now.
Okay. So unconventional, but we end up with 3 players going to the flop. One of them is all in.
Give him a 9. Give him a 9, please. Oh.
8-4-4. That's as good as a 9. Parker probably feeling pretty confident on this board.
Wow, that's a very unconventional flat, especially for that many chips. If if Locke, had shoved like 25 big blinds or something like that, maybe it would make more sense to me. But I feel like you're just giving your opponent the opportunity to really go to town on you in these situations, letting pocket 5s, pocket 6s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s see a flop like this and take it away from you. 148K in there. Tonka's going to go ahead and fire 35K, nice and small. Just really opens the door for a lot of unusual opportunities when you have a flat in the big blind here with the Ace-King off. Just seems like a very clear 4-bet in my opinion. Until he makes a crazy play on the flop and proves us all wrong.
Right.
We have seen it before, and I'm here for it. Wow.
Folds, so this is showdown, and Tonka is a 78% favorite to eliminate Luck here.
Ooh.
Okay, well, Luck still looking for a 10 or an ace on the river. Barry Greenstein about.
Stapes is saying something real stupid right
Yeah,
now. And
just
they just gotta let
something
him
so fucking yeah, for sure.
Unlucky.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
You're open.
We now have a Luck of Luck at this feature table as he is eliminated, cashing for 9,950 euros. Tonka gains even more chips.
Sorry, who said I was saying something stupid? Was that Mike or the player to Mike's?
It's Mike Watson, I think.
It was Mike?
Yeah. Guys, I have to reiterate, I just feel like Ace-King wins that pot a lot when they just 4-bet. Like a lot. And I don't think that's being results-oriented either. I really sincerely think you're going to get a lot of very strong hands that you don't want in the pot to fold by cold 4-betting, especially against a player like Tonka who has some more creative wider opens from that specific position. It just seems like a very clear one, but as played, does get away from the hand once the nines do see a very low paired board, and GG to Tonka. Nice pot.
Whilst all that was going on, I did see a little bit of conversation about the whole big blind ante, and I know this has been covered numerous times, but I think it's worth clarifying once again. If you have a situation where, for example, a player is left with like 5,000 chips and is due to post, the big blind takes priority. So if they only have 5,000 to post, they post the 5,000 big blind, not the 5,000 ante. So then they are eligible to basically win as much as then posted by the other players, up to the value of 5,000 each.
Big blind first, they call it.
Correct.
Some more gems from Frank G, by the way. Remember Frank G with his gem before?
Oh, yeah.
I think you might have tweeted it.
Yeah.
Flatting there. He says with the ace-king, he's doing good pot control. That's better than Mateos. Tonka never folding 9-9, by the way, guys. You don't know him for... Boop. He lost the minimum. You guys can't even play this tournament. Yeah, he can 4-bet and win sometimes and lose a bunch sometimes.
I love how the guy saying that we don't know him has literally never met him.
Right.
And we've literally met him.
Oh,
many
I've met him
times.
a few times.
Yeah. It's like we don't know him at all.
I mean, he's right that we can't even play this tournament. We're not allowed.
What's up, Pappy Van Winkle in the chat? Hello, buddy.
Cardelia says usually ante is paid first. I think you got it wrong. In the big blind ante structure, the big blind takes precedence.
It doesn't everywhere, but it does on this particular tour and many other tours. There are some TDs that run it differently, but I think we would know what happens here. I don't know.
And I think that is pretty much the standard way it runs. If it runs differently, I don't think that's right or fair.
No.
In the tournament I just played, I happened to have Savage behind me when I had a chip and a chair, and he said that it is big blind first in that particular event I was playing, but he disagreed with it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a weird thing. Yeah, for sure.
So there must be some argument for doing it the other way. Hello, tens.
So here's a question under Matt Savage's interpretation of the rule.
Yeah.
If you have that chip and a chair, let's say, for example, you have a 5K chip and you're forced all in, what can you actually win? Because you're posting the ante first. You can't win anything?
You can win very little, yeah.
No, you can't win anything. You've got 5K and you're posting the ante, you literally cannot win anything.
I can win
your 5K back.
My ante.
Yeah, you can basically get your chip back if you win the hand.
That's very strange.
It has to be big blind first, and I'll be honest with you, since the big blind ante has been introduced, I have never come across a situation where any event has done it ante first.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that ever. Anyway, guys, we have an all in here from the tens.
I would go so far as to say that if that's the case, I would not play a tournament that ran that rule because I think it's stupid.
Strag says he's seen ante first.
But I'm sure Strag agrees with me that it's stupid.
I don't know why everyone at the place I was just playing was saying that they think the big blind first is stupid.
I recently discovered that there is a place in, I believe, Madrid where they deal cash tables right to left.
Sorry, they do what now?
They deal right to left,
Huh.
like counterclockwise.
Well, in Australia, right? It all flows backwards down there.
It's something like that, apparently, but just in Spain.
Spain, huh?
It was, I believe it was a place in Madrid, and the thought of that actually makes me feel uncomfortable, like viscerally uncomfortable. Having been a dealer myself and also having played poker for a very, very long time.
I completely agree, by the way, with Wildcard. Ante first makes total sense in a game played with a regular ante, but not in a game played with a big blind ante.
That's right. Strag told me the same story when we spoke about this. He said there's some places where if you leave the table for a break, they continue to blind you out. I love that rule on a cash table. Too many people taking breaks. Sit down, play the pokers.
Blinded out in a cash game?
Yeah.
Wow, that's brutal. Even Jimmy the Bastard wouldn't enforce that rule.
Look at this. I get credit for you again. Thanks for the shout out, Ian Drake, but I was literally not in the booth even one time when your jingle was sung.
I'm just going to say, I'll happily let Joe take all the credit as long as I get the royalties when you use it on Manx Radio to advertise your business, Ian.
Tonks getting a little snoozy.
Garcia with the double gutter, the double belly buster.
I think a lot of weird stuff goes on in some American card rooms, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that recent ruling that you had, some places doing big blind ante first, apparently happens in every card room in Texas.
I think America is the place where I've seen the most like, well, that's how we do things here rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top on down. This is the best way to do it. Why? Because that's how we do it. That's how we know it's the best.
Yeah, I mean, America, they got like, what kind of straddle we doing? Mississippi straddle, reverse straddle, up and down straddle. You can straddle from any position. Oh, hello, Ocho.
Garcia with the straight.
Somebody actually successfully managed to make a draw.
That's the second straight we've seen.
That's pretty unreal, you guys. Pretty unreal. You don't see this stuff online. I'll tell you that right now.
You can go.
You got enough chips.
I could go.
You got plenty.
Just trying to size up how he's going to get value at this point, how much value he wants to go for. There's 97K in the middle.
Bring it on down to Valueville.
Garcia's got something in the region of 2x pot, a little bit less.
We're going quite slow at the moment.
We're going to play like 25
Maybe
hands.
like 3 more orbits.
20
Yeah.
hands.
Yeah, 25 hands, 3 more orbits. Go on the more aggressive side and say 4 orbits. Only 48K.
I feel like with this kind of a run out, Garcia might be tempted to go on the bigger side because there are quite a few sort of 2-pair runouts here. 9-10,
You guys both have
10-8, King 10, that kind of thing, given these positions.
This is okay. I can double you up. No, except not them.
And 85,000, just shy of pot. So,
whoa.
Feel like Tonka reacting to that adjustment there, almost flipped the table. He's a stare down kind of guy. He's one of those kind of guys. Garcia going really big here. Really like this sizing. I feel like this is definitely a good run out to have a larger value bet. Given the action on the previous streets, you know, he really could level himself into a call here, no problem at all.
I like how Nick's trying to keep up with the hand, and me and James are just trying to quash dissent in the chat.
I'm just going to start banning everyone in a moment.
Cordelius is had multiple warnings today.
And also a fantastic quote that ended up on my Twitter.
It was in Canada, no?
You see, guys, this is why even winning poker players don't actually win at poker.
Do you have to, in order to be a good poker player, consider calling here with second pair on a straight? Oh, someone called the clock finally.
Somebody called the clock.
Huzzah.
Takes the call.
Wow,
I have a straight.
That 10 is not good. I would immediately just start berating the guy that called the clock.
Good hand.
Good shot, good shot.
Yeah, it was definitely a decision there, but Adrian Garcia now up to 69 big blinds, 346,000. Very nice bet size. Nice hand there, buddy. The double gutter comes in good for our friend Adrian Garcia.
Look at that chip stack for Parker compared to everyone else. It's like the next 3 stacks combined.
He really is a good poker player. He really knows what's up. The man, the myth, the legend. Tonka P. Great, Gonzo. Thank you very much. I'll check it out. People are now submitting pictures as representations of quotes.
I feel really bad for James right now because he's looking in the rules to disprove something that was said by the guy who said, "This is why good players will never be profitable." Do you really need to find the evidence to refute the follow-up statement from that person?
I kind of just would like to literally cut and paste from the rules, but it's a really long document.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I have a text message from Toby Stone confirming it, but I don't know whether that's really going to convince anyone.
Toby will never forgive you if you send that screenshot to Twitter.
Yeah, I know, right? Here's a sick brag. I have Toby Stone's phone number.
Yeah, that is a sick brag.
Three ways to this flop, which is 10 high, rainbow.
You ever tempted to text Toby and just be like, "Hey, Toby, buddy, we're all really tired up here. Just skip a level and see if anyone notices." Come on, it's cool.
Oh, yeah, I ask that all the time. He says no.
You know who would notice? The players, and then you know who they would yell at? Him.
Little did they know it came all the way from James Hardigan.
Is this a jib or is someone holding a camera over their head?
I believe there is a jib.
Okay.
Leaf actually has a good point here, guys. In the future, in the eventualities when you guys aren't actually doing Sunday Millions, and you guys aren't there, do you feel like the continuation of the Chop Out song should exist?
Yes.
Yes? All right, guys.
Not being funny. There are commentators who work on other streams on rival productions who have pilfered this. What? So I am more than happy for it to be used by other people contracted to PokerStars on the PokerStars channel.
Someone on our team.
Do you consider me a licensed user?
I mean, we've always said it's our gift to poker, and I consider it to be an honourable homage. Equally, I feel that using our content to drive engagement is a little bit cheeky.
Okay.
Not for you.
Yes, you have a license.
Okay. I'd like that in writing.
We're on the same team.
Officially licensed jingle.
I mean,
I'd kind of stop short of saying hello, my babies, when you open the stream. I think there's some stuff that is kind of more personal.
Do not say penultimate.
Wooly says, I've never heard anyone else sing it. That's because you're loyal, Wooly, and you only watch us.
I would like to go to sleep. I'm very much looking forward to going to sleep.
You and me both, Parker, you and me both. To be clear, separately, I'm not saying I want to go to sleep with Tonka.
I think you're just 25Ks.
Yeah, I mean, the big 10K is like the big one, yeah.
Oh, it should be big here this year.
There is a 25K tomorrow, one day.
Okay.
But competes with day 2 of the mystery bounty, so you never really know.
Not ideal.
You never really know.
Yes, Nick is allowed to talk about snowmen's, always coming 7, ace on the... This is all stuff. Bear in mind, anything that we create, and I'm using that word in the loosest possible sense, any ideas we have are owned by our employer. We literally have no right to anything that we do or come up with whilst working for the Red Spade.
Right. Yeah.
That's actually in our contracts.
The insulin produced by my body while I'm on stream is owned by PokerStars.
The essence of Joe that's extracted at the end of each stream.
And to the person who asked about Danger Zone, I don't really think that referencing a TV show that's referencing a movie is really owned by anyone on this production.
I couldn't possibly take credit for that.
This is Somic in the chat says, is Nick allowed to tell people to check their privilege? Absolutely, yes.
All right, we do have a 3-bet here from Parker T. And Mike Watson is going to go after them sweet, sweet chip leader discs.
Those sweet Tonka dollars.
For Bizzle. Tonka ships it. Are we going to get to know that other card?
Never.
That's a big pickup to you guys.
Can you spread your
Oh, we're going to see him.
I had them in my hand the whole time.
No.
No, come on. No.
What? Never put them on the box. Got so excited.
I had to put them back in my hand. They were so fucking good. I was like, oh my god.
Must have been kings, yeah?
Oh, what a tease.
Does anyone have Parker's number? He has me blocked.
I'll text him.
128 players remaining in this EPT Prague main event with around 50 minutes left to play on day 2. Ah, new players arrived at the table. This is Dmitry Shepkin. Not dealt in this hand. The set with King 8 suited. Raises.
Everybody loves a good Jack 9.
Jack 9 suited is a very, very pretty hand. I prefer it in diamonds personally, but strawberries is good.
Yeah, I think a little bit less.
Okay.
8, 6, 5. Top pair for the set.
Top pair for the set. What does that even mean? Oh, disset.
I think we should go back to calling him what I thought his name initially was, Dessert.
Dessert. The turn. $32,000 in the middle, and to set bets 45,000. Certainly gonna protect that top pair.
Strong scarf game here.
Almost. Do you have, are those big chips? Big guys? Oh, small guys? Big guys or small guys?
Tonka's laugh is genuinely infectious.
Yeah.
It's a pretty hand.
Pretty hard to flop to set, though. And those clubs are no longer any good.
Gotta love those 3 bets. Tonka trying to get this heads up versus the UTG +1.
Oh,
hello.
Goodness.
Not going to happen.
Flanzel.
Somebody said, "Is that Tony Hawk?" And I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'll do a bad look-alike Tony Hawk there.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. Tonka keeping it speedy. No messing around.
He also looks like every white guy that's ever played in the NBA.
He took one of my big guys.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. He used a small guy to take one of my big guys.
Flanzel just rips it in there. There's a lot of chips.
Flanzel.
Now I'll have to rescue him.
If you saw how many bags this guy checked in with, you'd know his real name is Schlepkin.
So Shepkin has raised to 12,000. Bahayov flats on the button with ace-9.
Flanzel.
Flanzel.
Yes, he's done it again.
Got them both dominated.
Great spot to re-raise.
Huh. It's relatively small here, isn't it, guys? For a squeeze. Looks very, very inviting.
Did feel that he kind of just grabbed some chips and said raise without considering the re-raise size.
Yeah, I was kind of, when he had the kings just now as well, James, kind of a haphazard just snap jam for a very significant number of chips there. Not too much thought given, even though he was on the deeper side there to start the hand, excuse me. Flanzel, I mean, this is inviting. If I had ace-9 suited on the button here, I'd be tempted to just peel one here. It's really, really not that much more when you consider that there's already the dead money of the initial opener as well. You're getting a really fantastic price.
Do not question Flanzel's Planzel.
Okay.
This table's not very sturdy.
Oh, and there you go. That's why you squeeze big.
Oh,
Whoa.
Wow.
Just open jams the flop, even though we have a domination rotation situation. I mean, it's all into call for Bahayev, right?
Wait, no.
He didn't say all in?
I think he bet 21.
Oh.
I thought he said all in as well. That's what it felt like.
Swear I heard him say all in.
Christoph says he made it 100K, not all in. Oh, yeah? Looks like 21,000 to me. Explains why Buhayev didn't snap call.
So 21,000. Let's listen very carefully to what he says on the turn, which is the 8 of diamonds.
You freed up for that 25K tomorrow, shall we?
Tonka, shut up.
See what we can do about
Clear your schedule.
Great. Now I can't hear him because Tonka's talking about something irrelevant.
31,000.
You too. Take these winnings, parlay it into the 25K tomorrow.
I mean, if ace-9 just flats here, it's going to be a pretty easy all-in on the river for either the initial 3-better, or indeed if it goes check on the river and Buhayev wants to put the rest in. Honestly, I don't really see much value in shoving the turn here if I have ace-9. I'm not really that concerned about him having a flush draw or something like that given the action here. I feel like he's probably a lot more likely just to have an ace that you have crushed, or maybe kings, maybe queens. Ace is obviously very unlikely, but that will be part of the range in this situation.
Fellow Mega Old is right. Everyone very tired.
Just makes the flat leg. I really, really like the call here from Buhayev.
And that's one of the reasons why the play really slows down now. Everyone's just knackered.
Yeah.
And the river.
It's a 6.
A very, very clean run out for ace-9. You are feeling fantastic.
51.
Okay, I clearly heard him say 51.
Interesting bet sizings. 21, 31,
He likes
51.
his ones.
Yeah, he likes a 1 in
Maybe he's
there.
trying to get rid of the smallest chips.
I feel like the bet size here might be a tell, though, guys. If you have aces, are you not going to go for all of it when SPR is less than 1? If I have ace-9, I think I'm feeling pretty good that I'm not running into like the Omega cold deck where he's got aces, and I think I feel really, really good about the rest of the hands he's going to have in this situation. I know it seems obvious, but you do need to have these considerations in your head, given the smaller 3-bet size. There it is, all in.
Count. Do not ask for a count.
Well, we established on the flop that Flanzel has Buhayev covered. So it's 115,000 to call. Flanzel has 193K. We have had a bad lookalike from Mudokon. Flanzel, David Thulis. I can see that. I can see that. I don't think that's that bad for a bad lookalike.
Oh, that's
well, can I point out, we basically get the same result as if he had just open jammed the flop.
Yes.
Which is that Buhayev gets a full double up through Flanzel, adds 272K to his stack, and that's going to leave Flanzel pretty short now.
I felt pretty bad for Flanzel.
Yeah, I think the hand really stems from the fact he didn't 3-bet big enough pre-flop if you wanted to get folds from those combinations.
We have a deflated Flanzel.
Yeah, you got to look out for those squeezes, guys. When you're squeezing, there is additional incentive for the button to call because there's so much additional dead money in there. Now, obviously, it is a bit of a cooler. It came ace high, and he's got ace 9. I'm not being results-oriented in saying that. I think that just genuinely you got to have a bigger 3-bet size to avoid some of those more ugly situations like that. But very unlucky for the ace-queen there, and a huge pot for Nazar. Up to 104 big blinds now with 125 remaining.
We also had a bad lookalike for Bahayev, by the way, from our very own Stat Trick. He looks a bit like Freddie Flintoff.
Yeah, I need a few more big guys to complete the million.
Again, I see it.
The caveman?
Just a couple. Just honestly, just Mike's. Just his.
Yabba dabba doo?
No, the Top Gear guy was taken to hospital recently.
The shop is closed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if they're driving their cars with no shoes on, using the feet to pedal them, of course.
The Flintstones. Yabba dabba doo.
Sniffles towards the end of the day.
Flanzel all in with a deuce. I was going to say he hasn't really reacted at all. But I'd say that there's very few hands that this is not a tilt shove right now. Gets it through.
Yeah, he did seem pretty shook after that hand.
The lack of reaction bothers me more than if he didn't wince.
Yeah, last level, yeah.
Some reaction there now.
Adam Loves Coffee says Tonka looks knackered. He said himself he's looking forward to getting to bed. Everyone is very tired. A 12-hour day. Everyone's really feeling it. And yet, we are at that point where things will slow down. This is very much about just trying to survive the day, trying to get to a point where you can bag and tag and come back for day 3.
Pocket 5s for Shepkin under the gun, +1.
All right, Flanzel. Hang in there.
Shepkin's made it 11K with 5s. They're set on the button with Queen Jack.
A no-go, not on the button.
Mike Watson folding the small blind. Tonga, tonga. In the big blind has kings.
Oh, Lord. I was just about to launch into a speech about how Tonk is never folding his big blind. I wouldn't even raise his big blind with 2 5s. And now he has got the proverbial it.
Re-raises from the big blind.
Wow. Now, Shepkin, don't pull a Flanzel here. There we go.
Folds the 5s. More chips for Tonka. still among the tournament chip leaders in the closing stages. The last 30 minutes of day 2 of the EPT Prague 2022 main event.
Players are getting tired, chat's getting ornery. The World Cup really brings out the best in all of us. Fella Mega Old says, I personally don't like pockets.
84, 89.
I would suggest maybe wearing a skirt. Lots of women's clothes don't come with pockets if you hate them so much.
I mean, you could always just get a standard pair of jeans or slacks and just sew the pockets shut.
Close them up, I guess, is one way to do it.
Chat, if you're looking for Christmas presents for this guy, cargo pants are not the answer.
Do not get him the cargos. He hates pockets.
Martinez, how sick.
I like playing against people who call pocket pairs pockets.
You're a madman.
True.
Do you ever flop trips with your pockets, Nick?
I definitely know people that call pocket pairs pockets, and kind of tilts me almost as much as pockets tilt those individuals.
That 6.
Look at this one first.
Dana, I didn't say anything against cargo pants.
Okay.
Don't point your accusations at me. Now I'm getting accused for something that you said.
No, Nick said it.
What?
Nick said don't get them cargo pants.
Oh, yeah.
Now, cargo pants are very, very, very useful when you're flying Spirit Airlines and they charge you to bring a carry-on bag.
I'm just saying, I was thinking about clothing that had a lot of pockets. Cargo pants got a lot of pockets. I don't have a problem with cargo pants, guys. I'm okay with cargos.
How do you feel about otters?
Very sweet creatures. So, Bahayev has raised with King 9, flattered by the set with 9-8 of clubs. And we are going heads up to the flop.
Ho ho, hello.
It is crunchy. King 10-7 with 2 clubs. Straight draw, flush draw, 4 to set, 52% equity, even though Bahayev is ahead right now with top pair.
That isn't a ridiculously spicy flop. Bahayev checking to Deset, who's in position. He doesn't have Deset this time.
He's got the world, though.
He does indeed.
Metal Face TV does correctly point out that an otter did once bite off Terry Nutkins' finger. I'm not saying you should handle the otter. You can admire them from afar.
Such majestic creatures.
Big Terry Nutkins fan. Is he still with us? Hold on.
Nutkins is an amazing name for someone that has a lot of children.
There you go. Easy game.
All of it.
Interesting.
Would you like the straight or would you like the flush?
To set on the turn, deciding not to continue with the semi-bluff. Maybe he thought the ace was a turn he might get check raised on once in a while from the earlier open of Bahayev.
Really sad to learn that Terry Nutkins actually died 10 years ago. He's only 66.
Wow.
Great, now I'm going to be depressed for the end of the stream.
Yeah, it was definitely cold down there yesterday.
I think Bahayev knows in order to get paid here, his opponent needs to have probably a king or an ace. A lot of the time, might be tempted to go close to full pot, something like that, maybe even more. Although, I imagine that the check on the flop.
How is it in Toronto right now?
Say 41, I think, something like that.
I think like.
There you go, 41K.
Supposed to be like a snowstorm tomorrow.
Okay. Hopefully it's gone when we get home.
And Bahayev, we saw hero down with second pair once before incorrectly.
Not that they can tell.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing, right?
Part of the value of Dissett checking the turn here might be to inspire Bahayev to call a little bit more frequently when he does actually make a draw. Bahayev might be thinking, well, he's probably going to bet a flush draw on the flop. He'd probably continue this turn, something along those lines. Might be tempted to hero here for sure. Okay, makes a good fold.
I like the lay down.
Ellie Moose on YouTube says, sorry about England, James. Now, I don't know if that is a reference.
There's so many things that she could be sorry about right now.
To the World Cup or the general state of the country. I don't care about the former, and I'm very concerned about the latter. So if that was the sentiment, thank you.
The guy with 499K. Very pretty hand here, UTG. Love to see an open here. Decides to make it 11K to go. A little bit over a min raise.
I keep going to reach for my phone.
Poor Tonka is trying to get a conversation going. Nobody's having it though, are they? Just talking to himself at this point. Dubonnet is all in from the dealer button. King, queen off, 82K, less than 20 big blinds.
Shepkin with fives again. So the all-in is for 82. Shepkin's got a stack of 313,000.
I think this might be one of the easiest folds in the history of poker.
And Jack-9 folds as well.
Nice little pickup there for King Queen. Debonair finds a great little spot to pick up a significant number of chips. Going to increase his stack by something like 25% there at non-showdown. Feels fantastic. Do a few more like that, and you'll be right as rain.
Okay, so 123 players remaining. About 20 minutes left on the day. And yes, the day has been long, and sadly, we're looking at the same tomorrow and the day after that. 6 levels tomorrow, 6 levels the day after that. 12-hour streams for the first 3 days here in Prague.
Lansel. Mad Dog, Ace-9, 11th thou. Big blind. Pretty defendable, a little unlucky to be dominated.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right, Joe. Sounds about right.
Hard to get in trouble with Queen 9 on this board.
Love to see what Mike does in position here with the ace-9 off. He's got one of those combos that does have the gut shot. You don't really want to get check raised. Your opponent's going to have quite a lot of this. Looks like he won't get the opportunity to continue, though. Bahayev wants to lead deuce 4-5. I mean, for that size, I'm pretty sure Watson is never folding, though.
You might even get raised sometimes.
Potentially.
Raisy daisy.
I mean, if Watson thinks that he's leading with a 5 or a 4 or a deuce, he's got a gut shot and 2 overcards. It feels pretty good just to make a call here every time. Yep. It's a very small lead.
It's strange that people choose these moments to do something a little goofy against one of the best players in the world.
You know, I'm not very well versed in what the leading range is supposed to look like on 5-4 deuce, but I feel like that is unconventional with a combo like Queen 9 off. I could be wrong.
You say goofy, I say unconventional. Point is, it's Mike Watson.
Yeah.
You think you're gonna trick him? You're just gonna fold ace king when you fire?
Yeah, I don't know if he had a bit of a plan in mind here. Maybe if it came a heart, he would continue having the 9 of hearts blocker. I'm not really sure. It's difficult to pin it down, but definitely something I would consider a little bit more unconventional. And as you're pointing out, against somebody who pretty much wrote the book. Okay, so check on the turn.
GL.
I mean, this is a pretty good board for ace-9, right, Joe? Pretty good board, unless Bahayev does something really, really unusual here. I think probably Watson's good enough to make a lot of calls if he does decide to bet this river now. It's a great shot of Mr. Watson there.
Accompanied by Parker snorting loudly in the background.
Mike Watson glamour shots. He's going to try. 43K in the middle, guys. He's going to go ahead and try and rep that 5 now. It's not completely crazy for him to have a straight in these situations either, but I'm not sure if he would bet flop and check turn. I don't know. Maybe as a trap once in a while. He's going to overbet that river.
Allow me to quote Pink when I say, where there is a fire, there is going to be a flame. And where there is a flame, someone's bound to get burned. But just because it burns doesn't mean you're going to die. You got to get up and try.
Nice work.
Boom.
Very good. Very good from Bahayev there. Very, very good. And I think that is a reasonable story. Honestly, I think that it's reasonable for him to lead when he has made hands on that texture, definitely some top pairs, maybe even some straights. And I think you might slow down on the turn as both a trap, but then also, you know, if you're concerned about him having a king, but when he checks, you know, he probably doesn't. And of course, very good river to have the overbet there. Love to see it.
Is it last level for today?
Jesus Christ, I hope so. We're not playing any more after this, are we?
They give me something good.
Once in a while they give you something good?
Yeah. And then I usually don't fold. But
When it's not good?
when it's not good, or sometimes
tougher to
when
call.
it's like only okay.
Only okay?
Yeah. When it's bad, sometimes when it's okay. Sometimes even when it's like pretty good. Not to you, but
Yes, Bill. Bernie the Lizard will make an appearance tomorrow. The shot clock will be in play from the start of day 3.
Pretty good is relative, right?
very well.
Yeah, I mean, I went all in with just 2 pairs when you had 3 of a kind. Right? Pretty good hand relatively.
Very good.
Okay. these simples really getting me.
Flanzel, all in with King Jack, and Shepkin has got Ace King. We are likely to be shipping this pot to Shepkin unless Flanzel gets pretty lucky.
He's trapping you.
Yeah, sure. This king board can be a problem.
An ace high flop.
Man, these feature tables are fucking sick with their slow rolls.
Yeah. Little grin from the dealer there.
It's definitely fucking State's fault again, you're right.
You lead in this show.
Come on.
Well, at least it's not going to be a chop pot.
True.
I'm sorry that we are so torturous for you to listen to.
No 10 on the river. Flanzel is cooked. And I tell you what, Parker, I'll cut you a deal. We'll speed up. All in hands. If you stop sniffing and snorting and coughing and spluttering for the rest of today.
Yeah.
Hans Flanzel cashing out for just shy of 10K. 121 players remaining now.
Sorry we had to go and make poker entertaining all these years.
So sorry we're out there on the front lines trying to inspire more people to take part in your game.
Dmitry Shepkin up to 426,000, 85 big blinds.
Shepkin with another pretty good hand, top tier hand, IMO. Top 3.
Oh my goodness. Yikes. The Johnny Rocket.
Shows it.
Should we be concerned for Parker's long-term health?
Yes.
Are we worried that, like, Spraggy's keeping him in a cold, damp basement? And actually, this could be, like, you know, serious health problems, not just a little sniff.
I'm sure nothing would make Spraggy happier than if Tonka went outside occasionally. Well, well, well. If it isn't the same hand.
What is it?
35.
35? How much do you have? You have 300?
Parker T.
Yeah.
Tight fold.
He folded just because he didn't want us to sing the song.
Ah.
Man. Worthy of a tight fold, to be honest.
Some of these amateurs just want to make it to day 3.
Huh?
People had the nerve to ask me why I was wearing a mask around here today. Buhayev. Parker calls, dominated. Interesting flop. Immediate gut shot for Parker. Wow, Love to Write gifted a subscription to Tonka.
Nonka.
Very generous.
You have big chips or no big chips? Sorry, I'm super blind. Sorry for asking.
Wow, maybe Spraggy really doesn't let him out of the basement very often.
Just living in a dark cave.
He's just becoming a mole rat. Spraggy lets him vape 4 times a day. Sends him back to the basement. And Parker with the old gutter ball raisy daisy.
Gutter ball raisy daisy. Nice work, Parker. Very nice indeed.
Getting close to the point where they normally pause the clock and decide how many more hands we're going to play for the rest of the day. Rather, they'll draw randomly to see how many hands will be played. I think I heard Parker muttering about stopping the clock. The set has opened with ace-5. It's king-10 in the big for Dubonnet.
Have not seen much from Dubonnet since sitting down.
True.
As you can see, he's been nursing a relatively short stack. And we're going to see a flop. Try to flop a pair and get the rest in, I assume. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's a solid flop for king-10. I mean, everyone's losing the plot right now. It's all kicking off out there.
13?
Nice flop here for king 10 off.
Yeah. Should be over. Oh. Wow.
What?
Is that called the raise?
Why?
I don't know. Figures you're probably not raising that often with a 10. Ace high is going to be good sometimes. Dubonnet betting again, 17,000. Real small.
Yeah. Definitely trying to keep.
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Got him. Nothing, I just said got him. But I didn't elicit a response. For 3 hands.
So they have drawn for the number of hands to be played today. The number is 3. So the clock is now paused, and we will just deal 3 hands at every single table. And we are getting a new player for the last 3 hands of the night. Fabian Bernhauser taking a seat at the feature table.
Fab.
So the countdown is on. It's the first of 3 hands left to play, and then day 2 will be in the books with all surviving players bagging and returning for day 3. That's right, everyone. We'll be back in 12 hours' time.
What? Sorry, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, we're on air again in 12 hours from now.
Well, the Poker Commentators Union is going to have something to say about that.
I've got something to say about that patch falling off of Tonka right now.
And the thing that they're going to say is, yes, Daddy.
This, oh, there you go. It's legit falling off now at this point.
Everything's falling off, including the wheels.
Day 1 of the broadcast, everybody.
Fatigue setting in. Just need to get this day done. Need to come back and refocus for tomorrow. Looks like going to be coming back with fewer than 120 players. I imagine we'll see at least 1 elimination, or maybe not. Now we're on the last 3 hands. Maybe it'll be 120 returning tomorrow.
Both players got a whole lot of nutting on this board. Absolutely no clovers in either player's hand.
Hello, Robin. Gets in touch on Twitter, hashtag PokerStarsTV. Says, just popped on YouTube. Was surprised to see you're still on air at midnight. That's a long day too. Hope all is going well. You know it, Robin. You know what these days are like. And we're going to have 2 more of them. 12-hour days on days 3 and 4 as well. Oh, yeah. Joe's here for it because he has to be.
Life in the fast lane.
I will say I thoroughly enjoyed 11.5 hours of today's work.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of a kind of energy boost or an incentive, if you like.
I don't need it now. It's almost bedtime.
Sure, but tomorrow, for the first 2 levels of the day, we are going to have the squid with us in the booth.
Oh, wow. That actually does put a little pep in my step.
There you go. Sam Grafton is going to be kicking off tomorrow's show. So if you join us At the start of the broadcast, that's 12:30 Central European time, you'll have analysis from the bearded wonder himself.
Guys, this is the penultimate hand.
A round of applause for the penultimate hand.
Long old days, yep, absolutely. This set going to be opening this pot. UTG +2, pocket 9.
Please just put a 9 out there so we can end the night on a high note. Huh?
Debonair might be tempted just to ship this in.
Deset for Deset. Please.
Okay, call instead.
Okay. As your boy Griffin Benji would say, fair fight.
Whoa.
One heart. One overcard to the Neeners.
Debonair firing into this pot of 32,000, 11k. Deset has the best hand, is nearly a 3-to-1 favorite. Makes the call. Let's have a turn card. Queen of Spades pairing the board.
Loving those 9s. Nines are kind of the queens of number cards. If you think about it.
I prefer not to think at all at this time of day.
Aren't they kind of the kings of the number cards?
Well, I'm thinking more of like the round top. More visually the queens. You know what I mean? They're more feminine looking.
The stars nuts, pocket 9s. Still the best hand, of course. This is a Poker Stars event. What else? Maybe a little blocker bet size here. Yeah, I love it a lot. It's exactly the size I would like to see here. Still getting value from some stuff, but also kind of controlling the action, getting a little bit of information if your opponent does decide to turn their hand into a value raise. Plenty of stuff that just flats here. Does the small size inspire a bluff from the now blocking 9-10, ace-10 of hearts? What if he just makes it 50K to go?
Is this ever a small bet to induce?
It's a great question, Joe, and I think that's definitely something you have to ask yourself. If you are going to be putting in these blocker bets on rivers, do you ever do this as an induce as well? You know, is there some differentiation between an inducing sort of blocker bet and a complete pure blocker bet? That's another good question. Maybe an induce that you want to get some value from would be slightly bigger than that on average.
Feels a little small to be a pure blocker bet. But maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what sizing you go for usually.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very apt question, though. And I think definitely a spot where you might find some inducing, which is why it can be tricky to figure out those spots if your opponents have that line on the river.
If that was to induce, that's pretty boss.
Pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we have dropped below 120 players, down to 118. That means there has been a money jump. It also means this is the last hand of the day. Woohoo!
Make it a good one, boys.
I'll take a raise and take it. Get those chips into plastic. Let's get out of here. Let's come back tomorrow. Let's reset, rested, prepared for another 12-hour session at the tables.
This is the most animated I've seen Parker today since he's been on the table. He's looking forward to that bed so much. He's like, he wants a raise and to take it too, James.
Let's see if the other players oblige. The raise is to 11,000. Bahayov has got Jack-9 in the big blind.
Can't give this up.
Yes, you can.
You can't.
Oh, God.
Queen, Jack, 8, middle pair, and a gut shot for Bahayev.
This took all of his strength to put 4 chips in the middle.
Parker T does have a continue here. Bottom pair, ace kicker. Quick call from the Jack-9, of course.
Three of spades on the turn. Bahayev close to a 90% favorite. Checks a second time. I know Tonka's got problems, right? His glasses are broken, or he lost his glasses.
Yeah, he broke his glasses.
So leaning in to see the board, and we'll now see that he only has a pair of 8s. Bahayev has got a straight.
Pretty terrible card for Tonka.
Oh, get on with it.
Outer table action.
Intercourse the outer tables. As soon as this is done, we're out of here. Parker, I quite like you.
I made it one whole day without bluffing. No need to do it on the last hand.
Thank you.
I love the rationale.
Should have bluffed this hand.
You will see.
That's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to do, okay? I was going to go like this, okay? With the best hands as well. Honestly, terrible.
Okay, so that is going to conclude day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. Bags brought to the table for these players to put their chips away for the night. And we are going to be coming back tomorrow with fewer than 120 players. And another 6